Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of double features dedicated to programming the finest, most eclectic, and downright bizarre film pairings, and cataloging the discussions that ensue. We're your gruesome twosome, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I am Levi.
And here we are, episode 97 of Overlapping Dialogue. This time, I think this is, among our more natural double features we've had in some time. Bicentennial Man from 1999 and A.I, Artificial Intelligence from 2001.
I realized the other day I was just thinking about how's AI, artificial intelligence, E.T., the extraterrestrial. It's like, Steven, what's the deal here?
Funny enough, I'm going to talk about this, probably a good deal. I recently finished the Stanley Kubrick biography that was really good. Actually, I talked about it a little bit on Tape Talk, which we have a second new episode out now. Check that out on our YouTube channel. That he actually was, he became friends with Spielberg in the kind of the very late 70s, and he was kind of amazed and really loved E.T.'s success, and part of his conception and part of A.I. was almost his attempt to do an E.T.-like story, and that at various stages of the process he called it A.I., but he also repeatedly called it to his army of writers that worked on it over the years as Pinocchio. He kind of referred to as the Pinocchio story a lot, but he also referred to it as AI, and it was like
Pinocchio story instead of Tokyo story.
So I think that actually, funny enough, comes from Kubrick trying to be like Spielberg and doing this kind of two-letter title with a subtitle.
Just funny it up that way. Yeah. I mean, there's not a problem with that. I just think it's kind of funny. It's like WWJD, What Would Jaws Do? Should be another one. But anyway, it's interesting that we're doing these movies because AI has been on my mind everywhere I turn recently.
Yes.
Because I've been playing Cyberpunk, and that's a big part of that. I read Harper's Magazine had this kind of issue that was kind of heavily focused on AI. I'm playing Alien Isolation right now, and that's got a lot of AI in it. So, and then these movies, and so it's just like AI, and it's
it's something that's already felt ubiquitous even before thinking about and watching these movies, but it feels like it's only increased for me also where I'm looking.
And then just watching every commercial on TV, or we went to the movies yesterday and they had that ad about the guy that was like, oh, I want to be able to talk to these people in a different language, so he looked up AI, and it's like, that's just called Google Translate, which I guess is its own way of AI, but not exactly. I mean, it is an artificial intelligence, and the fact that it has information that it, because AI has become such a big term. I mean, what it literally means is anything that can kind of hold information that is not a human being,
I think, too, it's a step beyond what we traditionally think of as a Google search in terms of it being this regenerative learning tool that is like not just purely about information, but is about taking information and applying it in some way. And that is being construed as it learning, and we can talk about that. Watching these movies is also an interesting counterpoint because they both have their own individual stories to tell and things they're saying about the time periods they're being made. But it's also fascinating 25-ish years later after these movies have came out, and they came out like within a 2-year span, how our understandings of such things have gotten in different ways more and less complicated than what they were when these movies would have came out. So these movies are weirdly both gestures towards the future, but they're also now these time capsule historical pieces about what was being thought of at the time. And again, we can think of the ways the AI is both not as scary and scarier than it was then. It's very interesting to think about these movies so many years removed from them now. And we can get into those conversations later. As I mentioned earlier, there's a new Tape Talk out. Go and check that out on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, before we get into our Blue Plate special for today,
it was our second Tape Talk, we should say.
Yeah.
Attack of the 50-foot tape.
Yeah.
That's what we called it.
It
was 2 hours long also, so we got a lot of feedback. Speaking of feedback, because we're going to talk about some other feedback that was not welcome.
Yeah.
Well, it's welcome in the sense that, But that... Was it with this video, or was it with something else?
No, it was with the first video. Well, the comment we're going to talk about in question was for a episode many years ago now.
Anyway, but yes, so that's even weirder.
Yeah.
But with we got a lot of feedback and people saying, "Oh, we like this better than the podcast." So if you're listening to the podcast, keep doing that because that's more of the thing, I think. But
I think we would agree that we see the podcast as our primary form of what we're doing with this project. But the video's fun. It's like a different little thing.
No, I enjoy doing it. It's just, it's interesting that people would commit that much time to it as well. I mean, so we gave you 2 hours worth this time, so we gave you an extra hour, basically is what I'm saying. But anyway, but speaking of feedback.
So, again, we don't get a whole lot of YouTube comments, but we get some here and there. Most of them are wholly positive. Or just supplementing information or things we talked about. It's like, hey, what about this too? Because I never did mention a while back, I had gotten a comment it was about 10 months ago now, almost a year ago, on our Mystery of Al Capone's Vaults video.
Yeah.
Where at RobSay01 said, I remember the whole thing and how it was so built up beforehand. TV commercials, shows, the news, whatever. Skeletons, much gold and diamonds. Then it was one big dud. Old empty beer bottles, LOL. So, sometimes it's just like, hey, what about this? Also, speaking of Spielberg, I remember also a year ago, I think we had forgotten to mention this. It was randomly on episode 76, our Kids and GoldenEye double feature. Yeah. Somebody commented regarding Spielberg, his Judaism and the use of Nazis in Indiana Jones. I think he actually on record when making Crystal Skull that he actively couldn't make another film with the Nazis as pulpy cartoon villains and making Schindler's List with the cause of that. So I think Last Crusade was just before that turning point for him. So that's actually a good little supplement.
That would have been around the time we had seen. We had just seen the new Indiana Jones and rewatched, and we're talking about and thinking about Last Crusade also. So
yeah. So normally we get very positive, interesting comments.
Well, this one's interesting.
Yeah. So as of this recording, we're recording this portion on Saturday, August 10th. It was 6 days ago. On our episode 15, Brewster McCloud episode. So when I instantly got the notification that there was a comment on that,
you thought it was going to be like R.I.P. Shelley Duvall or something.
Yeah, and I was just like, okay. Yeah. It's from a gentleman, if we want to call him that, at Line Standing 2, but Roman numeral 2. He has a picture, by the way, of Bedford Forrest,
Nathan Bedford Forrest,
who of course founded the Ku Klux Klan, was a Confederate officer, and he then puts a timestamp that says 29:30, meaning 29 minutes and 30 seconds through 31:50, and then ... who cares? So I immediately, being interested in this, decided to go back to that episode and was like, well, what were we talking about at that moment? So I clicked on it. We were talking about it right before that, the greatness of Robert Altman, and asking the question, does Robert Altman kind of, as a single filmmaker, which is, of course, kind of a ridiculous thing to talk about anyways, because no one filmmaker can embody a whole era or movement because there's just so many voices and different things. Does he exactly typify New Hollywood? But then, in that period of time, which, again, if you listen, is only like about 2 minutes... about 2 minutes of time on the podcast, of a podcast that I'm not exactly sure how long it was. It was 3 hours and 40 minutes and 46 seconds. So out of a 3 hour, 40 minute, and 46-second podcast, this guy decides to say, well, 2 minutes of this, who cares? I go and listen, and what we were talking about in that 2-minute section was, well, New Hollywood, which is a period we typically love and celebrate and have a lot of admiration for, we oftentimes only celebrate the white men of that time period. Well, what about women? What about people of color? And we proceeded to talk about some exceptions to the new Hollywood canon in that 2-minute period. And then we spent 2 minutes on it, and then right around the time he identified it cuts at, then we start talking about Robert Altman again. I know Levi had a lot of confused looks and faces when I first explained this to him. What was your just initial reaction to hearing this? Somebody reacting to 2 minutes of a 3 hour and 40-minute podcast
on Bruce
for
McCloud.
2 minutes to break away and talk about actually women and people of color are important too.
Well, clearly he's a racist, and I'm just going to say an asshole. I mean, I normally don't curse, but I'm sorry, what an asshole.
Yeah.
The thing here is, clearly when you have Nathan Bedford Forrest as your profile picture, the founder of the Ku Klux Klan,
there's already some alarm bells that are starting
you're
to go
already,
off.
and I normally try to reserve these things for private, but you really are a worthless human being, and other than Jesus loving you despite your obviously sinful existence. And I don't mean to judge, but I mean, you put it all out there, it's like,
I mean, just that little bit of information tells its own story about who this person is. I hate to say it.
So, I don't know. I automatically almost want to apologize for being this mean about it, but when you're going to go out of your way to point out, why would we care about women and minorities in this time period? I don't know, probably because that's important. And I don't know what they're expecting when they listen to this podcast either. So, what person goes and listens to the Brewster McCloud podcast just randomly years later? I mean, cool.
Yeah.
But, you got that far in, and then I'm assuming kept listening after that.
Yeah, I would assume, because they at least got through that part.
Yeah.
And knew to timestamp it. I would honestly be more. I would be more fine if somebody said, "Is this all you're talking about?"
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think that would be the more valid comment to make,
right?
Because in its own way, when we look back, it's almost kind of shameful that we only spent 2 minutes talking about that. Even though I feel like I actually listened back to it and said, I think we covered some good stuff during that time. But I would be more comfortable with somebody saying you should have done more. But to say that we can't spend a 3 hour and 40-minute podcast, 2 minutes of which we talk about such things, is objectively absurd. I mean, again, because we spend the rest of the podcast, and as we have plenty of other podcasts, praising Robert Altman and all that he meant to not only New Hollywood, but American cinema in general writ large. So for you to take issue with 2 minutes of us saying, but actually some women and people of color are important, objectively absurd comment to make. I guess we should be semi-flattered, like you said, that he listened to anything at all from it. But considering what the background picture for this person was and what they said, maybe just go and listen to another podcast where you're going to be more fed what you want to hear. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking even worse thoughts than what Levi just said. So
I just figured out the voice.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Take your business elsewhere, and that's another thing too. Where you, not to make it all about this, but we don't make any money or have any sponsors from this, and we've designed that from day one. This is purely a passion project that both of us have undertaken because we just love this and just this conversation about all the different things we talk about. So just to try to be as respectful as possible to this person, please just take your attention elsewhere, somewhere it would be better.
Which is hilarious too, because we've said even more pointedly political things in other podcasts that we don't like Trump, we're liberal progressives, we're really ashamed of a lot of things in America, and this person totally epitomizes that. So hopefully you're listening, and if you are, screw you, and don't ever come back. And I hope you leave a comment on this.
Yeah, please do. We'd love to hear. We'd love to hear an overlapping
because
dialogue.
I actually
of sorts.
really wanted to hear more. Genuinely,
Yeah.
I was like, "Who cares? Oh, really? That was it? Oh, I wanted to hear you spew some real
I was
rhetoric,
genuinely terrified. Did we really say something? Because we have recorded hundreds of hours of us talking at this point. There are whole conversations. If we went back and listened, we'd be like, not even embarrassed of, but be like, oh wow,
Yeah,
we talked about that.
And there have been
so there
things
was
that
a
have
part of me
happened,
that was like, oh God, what did we say? And then I go back and listen to that, and I'm like, that's what they're taking issue with?
Well,
Is
also,
that,
and we've had instances of that where sometimes we're like, yeah, maybe we should have talked about that more, or not talked about that as much, or said that differently.
And as I just said, there are plenty of things we say that we do not put on this podcast for specific reasons that we don't want to.
Not that we find anything wrong with.
Just offend certain people's sensibilities. So I think we've been incredibly milquetoast and tolerant of a lot of ideas. While even as liberal progressive people taking issue with certain aspects of some of those identities, while we ourselves are, of course, Southern Baptists, all that is to say, me and Levi on this podcast are both a huge hodgepodge of a lot of different ideas. One thing we will not tolerate is the slandering of women and people of color. That's just not what we're going to be about now or ever. So if that's something you're interested in being a part of, again, go take your attention elsewhere, somewhere it would be better served for you.
And there's enough of it, believe me.
Right.
So especially in the podcast world and radio, because that's where all that's gone. It's kind of gone off
because,
of the TV.
Again,
it's not that it's still
somebody could take the exact same timestamp and legitimately say, y'all should have spent more time on that. Right. And so to say that you had issues with 2 minutes of that, I don't know what else to do but laugh, because it's like, well, okay, go on, move on.
Well,
like,
and you're right to wonder, oh no, what did we say? But when you see their picture as Nathan Bedford Forrest, it's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Because you're already like,
So, who knows? I mean, but in some ways, finally, 97 episodes in, we're having an overlapping dialogue.
Well, of one-sided. And part of me would like to hear back, but I also don't care. We're putting the definitive statement out there on this clown.
So again, if this scumbag wants to comment again on any other videos, feel free to come on and do it.
Yeah.
If you want to even go on episode 15, the Brewster McLeod episode, and comment against him, feel free to have at it. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
Again, this is a very unexpected way to start this podcast, I know.
Well, we normally are very positive, but this was something that needed to be mentioned, I feel like, because you even asked me, you're like, do we even want to talk about that? Not meaning just because it's like, what's even why would we even bring it up, who cares? But no, I was like, no, we need to
address this.
Yeah, we need to address this more as just a fact that somebody commented anything, let alone what they actually said. Like,
and let me just say, I just read some other great comments that people have left and added, and so I'm very happy with those who. Yeah. And if it was somebody who came in and gave me a paragraph long, takedown might be the wrong word, but just like criticism of us needing to talk about that more. I'll be honest, I probably would have read that on the podcast and we would have spent more time talking about that and supplementing that.
Yeah.
That would have been honestly great, but instead we get a very brief but clearly racist comment and misogynistic comment.
Because, then I guess they expect us to come on the next show and be like, we're really sorry that we talked about people of color and women for 2 minutes
on a 3-hour and 40-minute podcast.
About Brewster McLeod.
Let's while we're doing this, I want to find out what percentage of podcast that is. Let's just do that real quick. So, let's see. 3 hours, that's 60 times 3 plus 40 equals 220 minutes. So let's take 2 minutes and divide it by 220. Okay, we get almost 1%. If we have to round up, it's 0.9%. So we have to round up to 1% of the podcast time. So, I mean, what else?
Part of that was the 60s thing you put in there that you talk about sometimes with the
Guess Who song.
Guess Who song,
yeah.
Guess Who? What's that band? The Guess Who, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
This might sound really weird. I feel like there's something going on right now with the film Brewster McLeod as an entity, because
what do you mean?
As much as movies are themselves manifestation of various entities, whether it be filmmakers or ideas, Shelley Duvall recently passed away.
Yeah.
We recently had a conversation about the film Brewster McLeod with Seth Tannenbaum, who we went to a conference where he talked about the Houston Astrodome. Is Brewster McLeod having a moment?
No.
These are just purely coincidental things. And
God bless him. Unless Bug Court dies tomorrow, no.
Maybe this guy's just a huge Shelley Duvall stan, and he comes in and he's like, right
that
after her
is a
death,
little bit
and is
strange
like,
now that I think about it. I feel like
and,
there's some connection to that, but
comes in and is like, why can't y'all have talked
and he's like a
more
big
about
fairy
her?
tale theater fan, but he always hated the
But he's
episodes
also
where it
a
had
racist.
women and people of color.
Well, he hated
Right.
that one episode where she introduced the
yeah, he's like, all the women, I hate that. Yeah.
I mean, is there anything else to say about this? I mean, I don't know.
No, I feel like we could talk about it for 3 more hours.
Yeah.
Though. That's the fun. Yeah,
We're now spending more hours talking about this person's foolishness than we even did what he's complaining about.
Which and let me say too is that like I don't want this to sound like all the positive stuff we get. Then the bad criticism always is louder or whatever. No, I don't even feel that way about this. But because especially when you look at who it is, it's like,
right.
oh yeah, I don't even want to be anything you're a part of. Like, you know,
yeah.
Why do people want to be a part of whatever it is you're a part of? As
well,
Charles
because
Manson
if
was
somebody
once
said
asked.
you guys are boring or you're not talking about this or that, and like in a way that's not invoking these.
If somebody said you're
things
boring, I'd say yeah, I guess. Like,
well, I mean, but ultimately that's just somebody's personal opinion.
Right. But I'm like, okay,
to not like or respect women or people of color, that's not a personal opinion. That's just a bad.
Yeah, and I'm literally
of
not.
that person,
This sounds like something that, like, I voted for Obama. I would have voted for Obama for a 3rd term or something. But like, I'm not trying to be like randomly liberal when I say this. I genuinely feel this way. I would rather have somebody say something bad about me than say that, because I'd just be like, whatever. I don't even care. Like that's why not to get into this, at school I put up with a lot more of things people say to me than I do to each other. I'm like, no, you're not going to talk that way to them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to allow that. So yeah, like. Just in the intellectual space, you know, I think we'll leave it with this. It's kind of like what Norman Mailer once said to Gore Vidal, and Gore Vidal shot back very quickly after this of, well, you'd know all about that, but of, you know, intellectual pollution is what this is, ultimately. Is like it's trying to, because you know what's also shocking is that it was who cares with the question mark, capital W, spelled correctly. And I guess if that's a surprise, then that should tell you what kind of person we're dealing with.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is just intellectual pollution. Is what this is. So
with
are
that,
we intellectual pollution?
I mean, let somebody else decide.
There
that.
stinks
comment
more.
on
I know
it
that.
yourself. So with all that,
anyway,
it's time to dive into that blue plate special.
Hi, Audrey. Norma, can I have a cup of coffee, please? Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Order up!
Lion Standing 2's meal at the Dixie Stampede is right here. Now you've been immortalized, you scumbag asshole. Anyway, all right. You know, I really do apologize.
He's really
going to
hate us talking about this.
Oh
probably.
yeah, definitely. I'm going to hate talking about this because I'm confused by it. But
yeah. So there's a news item we wanted to talk a little bit about before we talk about 2 new releases. This has kind of been taking film Twitter by storm over the last 2 days. There's a lot of questions surrounding this whole situation.
Yeah.
I'm going to read from the IndieWire article, which everything else has been quoted from at this point because this exclusively started as an IndieWire article. Joaquin Phoenix drops out of Todd Haynes' gay romance 5 days before production. The untitled film, which is set to be Haynes' May-December follow-up, is on pause after star Phoenix pulled out of the Mexico shoot. People still need to be paid. This is, again, an article written by Ryan.
Wait, they're shooting this in Mexico,
Latanzio. Yes.
Okay.
I'm just going to read from a little bit of the
go
article,
ahead.
and then we'll
you know
talk
more about
it.
this than me so far anyway. So.
Todd Haynes' untitled detective movie about 2 men in love and fleeing to Mexico is now on hold after star and co-writer Joaquin Phoenix pulled out of the project days before production began. Phoenix developed the screenplay for the intense gay romance with Haynes and John Raymond, frequent collaborator of Haynes' friend Kelly Reichardt, Wendy and Lucy. Raymond co-wrote the teleplay for Haynes' HBO miniseries Mildred Pierce. Sources tell IndieWire that Phoenix, who is set to star in the explicit gay love story, dropped out of the Killer Films production 5 days before filming was set to start in Guadalajara, near the southwestern coast of Mexico, in the state of Jalisco. Phoenix dropped out of the project while in Los Angeles before the Mexican shoot began. Haynes assembled a crew in Mexico for the untitled film, backed by sales agent MK2 Films. Sales in territories worldwide began ahead of the European film market in February. The project fell apart in early July, so it seems as though this actually happened about a month ago.
Also, hang on a second. So the project isn't happening at all?
As of this moment, no. It seems like no. Sources said financing hinged on Phoenix's casting and a likely NC-17 rated period piece set in the 1930s. Joaquin was pushing me further and going, no, let's go further. This will be an NC-17 film, Haynes told IndieWire last year at Cannes. So he was the one.
So this one they were
was
premiering May, December, I'm guessing. Yeah, okay.
During the press tour for Haynes' 2023 Netflix film May, December, the director told IndieWire that Phoenix was the film's driving force. The whole experience was prompted by Joaquin, he said. It was prompted during by his daring, his desire to push through barriers, and to really get into the uncomfortable pieces about this relationship, and yet it felt like a very organic process. IndieWire has reached out to reps for Joaquin Phoenix and Killer Films. Reps for Killer Films had no comment at this time. It didn't say anything about... that implies that Phoenix camp did have comments, and we're not going to say what they are. That's probably not exactly what's being communicated there. Haynes has been clear about wanting the film to be as graphic as possible in terms of gay sex scenes. The untitled film would have marked Phoenix's first gay on-screen role. Very famously, of course, this is me talking here, River Phoenix, his brother, had one of the most iconic gay roles in My Own Private Idaho.
Mm-hmm. This would notably also have been the first NC-17 film of Haynes' since Poison.
Yeah.
So,
read a little bit further here. An actor pulling out of a movie 5 days before shooting leaves a lot of people on the hook. According to an inside source with knowledge of the film's finances, multiple stakeholders of the Haynes project, from financiers to crew, still need to be compensated. Top Gun Maverick star Danny Ramirez joined the cast in July as Phoenix's love interest. I think I barely remember hearing about that now. I heard right before shooting was set to begin. That's almost it. I'll just read a little thing. Phoenix most recently starred in Ari Aster's Western comedy Eddington, shot in New Mexico. It wrapped in May.
Okay, and also he's coming up on this Joker movie.
Yeah, Joker
which
2.
Notably showed at Venice last month.
It's already shown?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so. Didn't Venice happen already?
When is that exactly?
I thought it happened. Because we got something from Philip Bryant about that.
Maybe so. September 7th it starts.
Okay, I don't know. I
guess starts next
I guess
month.
maybe it was announced.
I was going to say, I think it's in September.
Well, I'm going to be honest. So this shows how out of the loop I am. I had no clue this production was even happening.
I don't remember if we had... I guess we hadn't talked about it. I think I had barely heard about this and thinking, Joaquin Phoenix and Todd Haynes, that sounds really interesting, and they had kind of promptly forgotten all about it. And then I think I remember hearing this Danny Ramirez casting, and then had kind of forgotten about it again, and then this hit. Now, this kind of stuff actually weirdly happened a lot years ago during the studio system, where for whatever reason a star would drop out right before, and that was when they had them on the studios had them in a way that was not all that good for the talent on these massive contracts, where they said, well, we're going to just slot in and move people around.
Right.
The thing that's very strange about this is Phoenix was very clearly a key collaborator and almost a key co-conceiver of this whole project, and that he wrote it. The prevailing notion, and again, we're people on the outside, and I include a lot of film Twitter in this when they're making these speculations, but this makes logical sense, is that he was really wanting to go, do it, and get into something pretty daring and risque, and then realize, oh, wait, I'm going to have to be in this movie, and then, backed out of it. What's your just general reaction to this whole news, or, for what it is?
Well, first of all, surprise at the production itself. The surprise also that a movie like this could get funded.
Line standing too, please weigh in the comments yourself. Yeah, that's the last I want to talk about all that. But
well, you never know. We could have a 5-hour podcast on our hands here. Not really that long, but the fact this movie was even going to get greenlit in the first place is fascinating to me, because a movie filmed in Mexico about the 1930s and detectives and they're gay men, and it's going to be NC-17, and it's Todd Haynes, and it's like, where's the money coming from?
I guess, again, a lot of it's Joaquin Phoenix is star power.
Yes, so
I think we would agree that, as huge fans of Joaquin Phoenix, the actor, Joker was not successful because Joaquin Phoenix was in it. In as much as he gave a interesting performance, it was successful because it was a Batman IP,
Right.
you know.
Yes.
But now, like, sometimes that stuff transfers over to people. And I say this is literally my favorite movie of all time is The Master, so I'm not going to get into how much I love Joaquin Phoenix as an actor. But, you know, but I guess it's the Phoenix of it all. But is that going to get people in Iowa to go, let's go check out that gay romance Joaquin Phoenix is in, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean... And also, like, Joaquin Phoenix, there's so many thoughts I have about this. 'Cause, first of all, that I'm sad it's not going to happen, apparently.
Yeah, because this sounds like a really interesting movie.
Unless
more
Haynes
interesting
can
even
maybe
than
get another actor to come onto it, somebody that he would want, or, you know, and that's possible, so we'll see what happens, but...
Yeah, I don't think that's impossible to happen either.
No, but, I mean, if it got this close to the finish line...
Yeah, to shoot, yeah.
I don't know what they were expecting to make money on with this anyway, whoever these stakeholders are, you know. And I'm not saying they're stupid, or no, I'm not trying to be negative towards them, but, like, you're already in a losing gambit here for what? Just by nature of it's just independent movies just don't make money. And so, you know, the fact that it's even takes Kelly Reichardt as much daggum effort to get movies made is crazy. I mean, the last movie that she's made was First Cow. And the way she talked about the making of that, it was like it was a war to get it made. And that came out during COVID, too. And then I haven't heard anything else about her since then. And so, and he's good friends with her, has produced a lot of her movies, and she was in Poison, worked with him early on in his career, good friends. And so I kind of look at them as similar, and she's even less known than him.
Yeah. But he's still living in a pretty... marginal.
Yes, that's
unfortunately.
Right.
I mean, he of course should be one of our most celebrated filmmakers,
Yeah.
and
he's one of my favorite filmmakers.
But
yeah.
like,
I mean,
as far as his movies are, of course, not.
And you know what? And we didn't really like May December all that much, but I saw that was like, I don't know what the hell this is or what this is trying to be or tell me. But this, I'm immediately like, oh hell yes, I want to see that. Like you know, there's no doubt that was going to be great just by the sound of it. Like. By the sound of May December, it's like, I could see that being maybe not that good or, you know, whatever. But, like,
But clearly that ain't why Joaquin Phoenix dropped out.
No.
His ideas about May December, you know. It's
Right. But what I was going to say about Joaquin Phoenix is, like, I'm a big fan of his, too. But really, since Joker onward and his totally bizarre Oscar speech.
persona in general also.
Yeah. But his Oscar speech, and he has just been in this like total chaos mode for a few years, I think. And I haven't ever said this to you, and I think we've maybe implicitly known this. But then he's in this Joker sequel.
He was in Buzz Afraid last year,
right? But he was in that. But now he's in this new Ari Aster movie, Eddington.
Yeah,
Paddington? Question mark. Like,
every time I see the name, I
Eddington.
Think that,
I hope it's Disappointment Boulevard.
Disappointment Boulevard for the real heads.
Disappointment Trail.
Yeah.
Since it's Western. since it's Western.
Bad day at Disappointment Trail.
He's just been in this total chaos mode. So like,
I think I want to talk about this very delicately. Would it not be crazy to say he's somebody who clearly has maybe some mental health struggles or sometimes it seems as though as an actor, and this is kind of a separate thing than that, thrives on the chaos of the making of the movie, and that is part of his process.
Yeah.
And that this
not to totally put actors in a box, but anybody who plays Freddie Quayle, and you can, because based on Paul, and I'm not saying Paul Thomas Anderson's weird or deviant or crazy, or even that Joaquin Phoenix is exactly, but like when those two men get together, and the way that Paul Thomas Anderson makes movies, with the Battle of Cable Hogue or whatever his new movie's going to be, Battle of Witch Mountain or something.
Be there.
Oh,
yeah.
They will be here, schmuck.
Yeah.
No, definitely. But
we'll be having actually another Paul Thomas Anderson conversation a few podcasts from now. Wink, wink.
Right.
So we'll get into that maybe.
Oh gosh, I forgot we're doing that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You better be
episode 99. Just get ready.
Hint on the year.
Yeah.
We literally gave it away. Yeah. But whatever. Give it away now. Red Hot Chili Peppers, what's up with that?
I don't know.
There's
maybe,
music.
He's taking his own detective story into trying to figure that out right now. He's like,
Joaquin Phoenix?
He's like, listen, I got to figure out what's going on with the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Right. But anyway,
so I'm breaking away and I'm going to go do that. Right. And, you know, who knows?
Anyway, the way that Paul Thomas Anderson makes movies is so free and open and wild, and he's like, let's just do this, let's just do that. So clearly anybody that would do that,
I think that was especially true for a particular period of his career. Right. I don't know if that's true for every movie. But
yes. No. I'm saying now.
A few movies.
Right, and especially in the middle there.
Yeah.
And, of course, working with him again in Inherent Vice. So, yes, I think that there's something very tragic at the heart of Joaquin Phoenix, and maybe this is the weird time to have that conversation.
He's talked about his brother's death and the impact of that on him.
That I remember hearing the telephone, the 911 call of that on TV years ago, and I'm like, why am I hearing this?
Well, why
I don't
the hell
want to
has
hear
any
this.
of that stuff ever come out? I don't know.
Right.
I totally don't understand. It seems illegal for one thing. Yeah. That stuff should even come out. I don't even.
Yeah, that always puts a bad taste in my mouth anytime I remember it. And
then like recently after Richard Simmons passing, they had all these photos of them taking the body out in the in the black bag, and it's just why am I seeing this?
Yeah.
I mean, there's photos like that were coming out when Heath Ledger died too, and it's just
I remember
why
that.
am I having
that was the
first
first time I ever saw that, I think, and that I can remember, and I was like, even as a child, there's like 10 years, well, not even that old, I was like 9. I was like, what is that? I don't want to see that. Like, you know. I remember hearing about that at Mama's house, by the way. Our grandmother. Mm-hmm. That's where I kind of heard about.
I remember when I very first heard about Heath Ledger's death. I was in getting ready to go do my first driver's ed, like in the car. I remember, and like, yeah. Anyways,
So, but the point is that like he clearly has this kind of tragic, and I mean even like I'm Still Here, is such a version of that. That's such a weird movie. I don't even know where to start with that, but hilarious, but also deeply sad. It was, of course, directed by Casey Affleck, and it had that whole thing with David Letterman, and that's a whole. But so yeah, I wonder about. So this behavior is not a surprise to me in this literal moment because of the recent chaos, and I wonder if that has anything also to do with Joker, and like we were just talking about Joker, but the Joker filet of dew or filet of fish or whatever it is, filet of laughing fish, filet of hot shots.
How many people are gonna? And when I say this, we're gonna do it too. Probably like mispronounce the title of that, going to see it across American theaters,
like the Grand Buddha Hotel.
Yeah, like how many bad pronunciations that? Or I mean, there's probably people just gonna be like, see it in Joker 2, whatever.
Your Joker.
Yeah.
And that movie, I don't think we're quite ready for how bad that movie's gonna be. Yeah. I know I've been saying that for a couple months, but like. And by the way, if you're coming to this and you like the first Joker, you're going to be disappointed because we don't like that either. So sorry. Let me
just say this: I don't like it, but it's not a movie that I'm totally inclined to dismiss either.
No, and it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I just remember it being like, nah, this wasn't really that good. I also, with that movie, was kind of high on somebody's going to edit this now, but high on there's
a certain actor in it, or
no, I'm talking about literally
ammonia
fumes or whatever. I was like cleaning something, and I felt like I got too much of it, and I was feeling sick to my stomach. I was fine, and I had kind of a headache, and I went to see that movie while that was going on, and I was like so wanted to be out of there. I was just, I'm so not with this trash right now, like. But I don't think that we're ready for how bad this movie's going to be. Like, it's going to take it to another level, I think. And
do you think there's some relationship that exists between these movies existing and the Deadpool movies around the same time?
It could be. I mean, I think these movies take themselves more seriously, though.
Right.
That's these movies' problem is they take themselves too seriously. Where Deadpool is like, oh, it's all a joke, and so I don't know.
But who better than the Joker to tell the joke? Yeah. Yeah, this whole new one is going to be a whole thing.
Yeah,
I was telling Levi about this the other day. I don't remember if he knew this or remembered it. One of the most embarrassing things in recent years was Entertainment Weekly wrote the review for the first Joker movie, and we're like, we don't even want to give this movie a letter ranking because either good or bad, like it could just be harmful or something, like to either inspire hate or terrorism is basically what it was coded as. So anyway, I don't know. Like, anyway,
yeah,
this back to
this.
What?
So it's incredibly unfortunate, I think. And
I mean, you would think Phoenix has to know what a precarious position someone like Todd Haynes' career already exists at.
Yeah.
And he should have said this if, I don't know what all's been said. He could have said this months ago.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I really like what we've developed, but, like, maybe we should cast somebody else in this. But to leave it kind of hanging high and dry, and there's a lot of very much working class crew who are left hanging out there, not without a job, not being paid. I think we would all agree that's pretty irresponsible.
Oh yeah, I mean, you think about like crews in Hollywood are going to remember this. People this isn't even affecting directly, and are like, oh, Joaquin Phoenix, he's the guy that screws crews, literally, like not Tom Cruise. But now that would be interesting. But
there's probably going to be other little stories talking to what exactly you're talking about of people like crew members talking about this, being mad on each other's behalf, and sharing other stories about incidents on film sets that he's been a part of.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's a certain, we all, I think, instinctively know this, culture that surrounds and protects most movie stars, where you might hear bad stories here or there, but there's usually even more out there that are not said as a way to protect people in the industry and whatnot. Something like this could open a floodgate of, this time he was rude to me on this set, or this time he did this, and some of those stories already loosely exist for him, so I could very well happen as a result of what this is.
He's a different kind of fella. I know that.
That's the best way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, and it's just, like I said, it's just Todd Haynes, I said, is in this such a precarious position already. And, I mean, the fact that his newest movie was released on Netflix and people watched it and talked about it was, like, kind of a big deal for him. I mean, that
as a result, just by virtue of that was probably one of his most viewed films, if not his most viewed movie.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of being on Netflix in that way.
Yeah.
And having somebody like Natalie Portman in it, kind of a star, like getting people.
Obviously, Julianne Moore's in it. And to kind of have this big star turn for that guy that was in it. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. It starts with an M. But for him,
I said Charlie Morton, but he's a pitcher. For
I was thinking
Atlanta
something
Braves.
Like that though. It was like. Anyway, it's funny that we don't know.
His name is.
We're waiting a second. Hang on. We're not editing.
Charles Melton.
Charles Melton. Okay. Charles Melton, who was really good in that. But I know a lot of people being like, oh, yeah, this is going to be his, like he might get a career off of this movie in a way, or like start showing up and
For
stuff.
a second, I thought that it said, like, starring, and Will Ferrell's name was there, and I was like, what? And then it was the produced by, which
Wait,
is also
was he Julianne
mystifying.
Moore the whole time? We didn't know it. We don't have enough hot
because I think we...
Now, let me just ask you a
It was a Gloria
question.
Sanchez production, so...
Yeah. Let me just ask you a question. So, like, imagine that whole movie, but he is Julianne Moore. He plays Julianne Moore's role as a woman.
Interesting. Don't know how to process this.
Yeah, I don't know either. But, so like I said, with Haynes, I mean, Haynes will be fine. It's whatever. If he survived through Hollywood by now, he'll keep finding ways
I think
to,
most people would agree
movies,
from the outside looking in. And I want to preface everything we've said anyways. This is the outside looking in.
Oh, yeah, we have no clue what's going on.
But I mean, a story's emerging that has a certain logic to it. I mean... From everything we've heard, there's no egg on Todd Haynes' face. This is purely a decision Joaquin Phoenix made that
he was like, push it, and he's like, okay. And listen, like, and I think this is great. So don't get me wrong, he's no Greg Araki or something here, But like, if you ask Todd Haynes to push it, he'd be like, oh, watch what I can do. I mean, he's the guy that made Poison. I mean, come on, like. And now he's an older person now, and he's different than he was then, but still, that's the kind of guy we're dealing with here. And I love that movie, so I'm saying that in a good way. Like, if you say, let's push this, he'll go, okay, let's do it. Like,
I think objectively it is
I don't know I don't know who he thinks he's dealing with, I guess, is the... Well, he did know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. Like,
I think objectively it is very interesting thing to scratch your chin about. That like, wait, there were red lines that even Joaquin Phoenix himself was not willing to cross, because we've already seen him on screen as one of the most excitingly volatile on-screen film presences in modern film. So if there's certain things that he's like, well, I'm not doing that, and it's like, well,
and maybe that's not the whole story. Maybe it really is something else. But I don't know. It just feels kind of weird that it's in the midst of this that they're going to start making this movie, and he's committed all this time to it. Was a co-writer, was going to star. And then in the middle of this, like, what's going to be this big Joker sequel is coming out. And he's like, oh, yeah, I don't want to do this now. I feel like there's some connection there that we've yet to determine.
Well, he already, I know, hates doing press, which I can kind of understand from a certain point of view. That whole process.
Well, I'm sure the press hate him, too, and I don't say that lightly, but, you know.
But you got to wonder now what the whole Joker publicity run is going to be, or if to what extent he's going to participate in that, literally being the star of the movie. You would think there's probably a lot of it's going to fall on Lady Gaga, because she's obviously going to be in it too. But a lot of questions, a lot of questions.
and yeah,
I just feel like you don't get stories like this as much anymore as sometimes you used to.
And I'm thinking about this movie. I mean, you think about what a big deal that Blonde kind of was, which is a movie that like nobody would have watched if it weren't NC-17. Like, that made it on Netflix. This whole other level of, oh, what is this? You know, and people watching it. And that movie was pretty whatever, and we've talked about it back at the time being like, oh, yeah.
Nearly, 2 years ago now?
Yeah, I guess.
It's hard to believe. And kind of like what you said, that movie was in part sold on its explicitness. Mm-hmm. And 2 years go by, and it's just the movie that's sitting on Netflix. And I like to say this a lot about one of the most hot movies of our lifetimes for me was The Dark Knight Rises. And oh my God, all the what ifs, the questions going into The Dark Knight Rises. The movie comes out, you see it opening night. A few years go by, and it's just a movie on TNT on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, that, yeah. Moving on. You know, it's just like, it didn't change.
But I feel like
that's no value judgment whatsoever of The Dark Knight Rises.
We even live in a different world than we did 12 years ago, too. And that's hard to believe that's been that long ago.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But that's just not the way movies are anymore, really. I really feel like something has changed as far as, like, we don't really hype things as much as we used to, which I'm fine with, because I feel like we do in our own personal ways. Like, the Bike Riders was something that the more I think about, the more it actually lived up to the hype of what I wanted it to be, pretty much.
Yeah, I did too.
And
that's a movie that almost, like every Jeff Nichols movie, is intentionally made to just you sit with it and think about it, and it has a life beyond just the moments you were watching the movie.
And so, anyway, like, this movie, though, I guess what I'm saying, going back to the Netflix thing, is it's like, with comparing this to Blonde, like, if it would have been NC-17, it's like, oh, this gay romance in the 30s, and it's like, that movie would have been talked about on Entertainment Tonight, regardless. You know what I mean? And if that's
especially
getting talked
because
about,
Joaquin Phoenix
right,
was
him
in it.
and Danny Ramirez being in it, because they talk all the time about Top Gun Maverick on there.
Anybody associated
like
with
that's
that
what I'm
movie,
saying. Like, that's automatically gonna have this immediate, like, fan base that's gonna exist for, or not fan base, but viewership that it normally wouldn't be there for. And so, if it would have been on Netflix, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I would assume it probably would have, since May December was on there, and since Blonde was on there. Like, and I know this has nothing to do with Blonde, but I'm saying, like, they'd take that risk, blah, blah, blah. That, like, it would have got more of a viewership by nature of that. And so it's weird to me that, or more unfortunate, I should say, that this hasn't happened, because that could have been even bigger for Haynes. And I think would have been... And, I mean, I don't need things to be NC-17 just to be NC-17, obviously. But I want to see Todd Haynes have that dog in him again. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's a funny way to say it, and not that he still doesn't. But to be like, just do you.
Because we like some movies he's made since this one, but I think we would agree Carol was the last movie he made that felt substantial.
The Wonderstruck was pretty whatever. Dark Waters was good, but you still haven't seen that. No. But was good. Velvet Underground was great, but that's a documentary.
That. It's kind of in another category.
And then May December was so. Yeah, it's just very unfortunate.
I didn't even think about Velvet Underground.
I said it's not even really shocking exactly. that this has happened. Like, it doesn't shock me based on Joaquin Phoenix's
now,
very erratic,
Haynes is
weird
in the
behavior.
position of saying, "Don't make me wait," but
yes,
as Phoenix once said.
But yeah, so I don't know. We'll just have to wait. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see how this story shakes out. But yeah, you told me about it the other day, and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Wait, that movie was even happening? I don't even know what this is." Like, so yeah, I don't know.
Instead of talking about movies that may or may not ever happen, let's talk about two movies that did happen. Two new releases we're going to talk about, both kind of horror, thriller. You know, they would make their own little double feature of sorts.
Both
Trap,
one-word titles.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Trap, of course, the new M. Night Shyamalan movie, follows a serial killer evading a police blockade while attending a concert with his daughter. This, of course, stars Josh Hartnett, who's going through his own little career renaissance, kind of going back to even last year. Of course, he was in Oppenheimer. I think I heard he was also in the more recent season of The Bear. So he's going through a kind of a career renaissance of sorts,
like Brendan Fraser was a couple of years ago.
Yeah. It's interesting because it says here on Wikipedia it received mixed reviews from critics. I feel like on film Twitter it's been this widely celebrated thing. Have we had much? Well, we talked about Sixth Sense back when we did it on the podcast.
Yeah, we talked about Shyamalan probably, and we talked about Knock at the Cabin.
Yeah. So we've already talked about Shyamalan a lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the link to it of what Levi wrote about this movie because I think he summed it up pretty good. You to a bigger extent, but even to me also, Shyamalan is not somebody that I particularly hold in either a very high or a very low standing. He is a director that exists. He's made some movies that I like and think a lot about. He's made one or two movies I outright despise. But on the whole, I think we would agree it's like, whether you love him or not, like a new Shyamalan movie is in of itself kind of a moment and a cause for celebration just because
I felt that
he's
way
his
going
own
to see this,
distinct voice.
Right.
Even though he's somebody that we don't particularly love or hate, he's made some good stuff. He's made some not so good stuff. He's a modern filmmaker.
Right,
he's not the next Spielberg, and we're going to talk about Spielberg later. There's not going to be a next Spielberg. And the same way there's not going to be a next Kubrick because there's an aspect of AI that we'll talk about with that too.
And there's not, and like I'm not saying Jordan Peele is the next Spielberg or is even the next Shyamalan. Or I prefer him, and his movies are always these big events that it's like, what's this going to be?
And there's Christopher Nolan too,
and Christopher Nolan, right?
All these people that we just named, Peele, Shyamalan, and Nolan, are all people that like your average film goer would have an idea of what those types
and their
of
movies are
going to
make money.
Yeah, they're commercially viable.
Jordan Peele's is especially great that those make money and have this like ability to get people to come in and see it because it's like, that's somebody new,
Well,
because
and I think too,
Shyamalan and Nolan have been around for like
I don't think Peele is going to fundamentally disappoint us, but he still has a certain new mystique to him that, again, I don't think is going to ever exactly go away, but it will change, and he's going to be a guy who eventually has made, knock on wood, like
10 movies,
15, maybe 20 movies in his career, so then the scales will adjust accordingly. But, Shyamalan, he's someone who the scales have adjusted even more dramatically because he's had some incredibly high highs. I mean, we've talked about it. The success of The Sixth Sense when it came out was groundbreaking. The amount of money that it made, that it got Oscar attention as like a horror movie. I mean, those things don't happen. Only other movie before that had even got close to that was like The Exorcist. So
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, Silence of the Lambs also. That's true too.
And that's always debatable about whether or not that's.
So, anyways, like he's clearly someone who has a high degree of import with modern audiences, and he's changed with the times. And I think that's another thing that we should be said about him. I mean, there's been a lot of comparisons made to him to Hitchcock. Also,
I think that's more of the one-to-one
closest.
But he's his own thing. I mean, I feel like his movies are his own style in a way. I mean, that's the thing that's nice to me. Because like I didn't grow up watching his movies. He's always somebody I heard about. I mean, I remember first hearing about him on like Robot Chicken. I'm not even kidding. That was when he was big.
In the mid-2000s,
with Sixth Sense, Signs, Unbreakable Signs, The Village, like that era of.
I think most people would agree, whether you love him or not. That was like him at his cultural apex, and he still holds a not significant portion of place, but that was him when he was at his close to what Jordan Peele's.
But then when you had
now.
like The Happening and Lady in the Water and Last Airbender, that was a point where people were like, okay, we're done with you. And then finally The Visit has But so for me, like I've seen every movie of his in theaters since Split except for Glass, only because I haven't seen Unbreakable.
Because it turned out that was a sequel to Unbreakable, and then Glass was
and I didn't like Split at the time. I thought it was a joke, and especially because of that, mainly the ending. But that most of his movies I've liked that I've seen, but for me, he's not somebody I attach all this like emotional import to. I just go to see his movies.
Even disappointment.
No. I'm just like, it's a new M. Night Shyamalan movie, fine. Yeah. Like Knock at the Cabin, that's not even a bad movie, but what a nothing movie that was.
Yeah,
like,
I don't really think about that
but like even before that, Old I liked. I thought that was good. Enough.
Yeah.
But going to see this, it was nice to just be like, oh yeah, okay, this will be a nice.
This had a really strong trailer,
yeah.
And I think also putting Josh Hartnett in a position to be in something like this was like, oh, okay, using him in this way.
One problem, though, don't you think, is that, and it's the impossibility of the story, but that the trailer literally, like, when you have the moment in the movie when he goes and looks on his phone at the guy in the basement.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, there's no shock or surprise to that. It's very like this is just happening, and you feel like you're watching the trailer.
What if the movie was exactly the same, but then in the trailer, it was like it was just purely about like how he feels he's being hunted, or like not exactly revealing that, but do we think people would have even seen the trailer and went ahead and guessed that?
Yeah,
within the first 10,
and that's what I'm saying.
It's
just an impossibility.
Yeah.
And the whole movie is more about the fact that he just is that.
I would imagine him and the team behind marketing this movie was like struggling with that question of like, do we just go ahead and just do that? And just tell the audience that this is what it is, because it's going to be revealed early on anyway.
Speaking of comments, real quick digression.
Yeah.
The movie Investigation of a Citizen Above Suspicion, which I really loved a lot. I thought was really great. Gian Maria Volante is king. Mm-hmm. Awesome actor. Love him. You saw that too, I think.
Yeah.
Elio Petri.
Yeah, that's good.
Giuseppe Petri.
Yeah.
Elio Petri, probably. So that movie is all about the fact that a cop commits a murder and then is tasked with investigating.
Yeah, that's a very clever idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, love that movie, really good. I wrote a review of that on Letterboxd, talked about that fact. It literally happens in the first 5 minutes. He kills the woman in the first 5 minutes, and then, and this guy goes on, and that's literally even probably in the summary. I'm sure it is.
I forgot about this.
And this guy goes on there and says, "Thanks a lot, you spoiled it." I thought he was kidding because it was so stupid.
Yeah.
And then I realized he wasn't, and he like unfollowed me or whatever. He's just a guy who'd followed me for a long time. Not that I give a crap, but yeah. After committing a heinous crime, a senior police officer exposes evidence incriminating him because his moral commitment prevents him from circumventing the law and the social order it protects. As much as I love that movie, the ending is a little, but I won't spoil that, but
yeah,
it's like. That's literally the movie. So, like, it's kind of a situation like that. I get it. And it's more about, okay, will he get caught? Mm-hmm. Is the question. And that's kind of the whole overriding narrative of the movie of Trap, is thinking, okay, there's a serial killer who's been caught at this concert. And it's also the question is, how did this come out?
Yeah.
Which is one of the problems we kind of have with the movie, which we'll talk about in a minute. But what were your general impressions of the movie, I guess, just in general? I'll let you talk about that. Maybe the style or the...
I liked it all overall. And I think you have to have a pretty high suspension of disbelief, especially by the third act of this movie, that you just got to roll with the punches. And I've heard some people say, well, yeah, that's just how movies are. That's how movies work. But when you're like having to do it to this extent, I think it's a problem. A lot of M. Night Shyamalan's best movies, you don't have to do that. I don't think you have to like totally throw your brain out the door. Right. You know what I mean? I think they just work. So I do have, and we can get maybe into particular spoilers of the movie. I think the best thing about it was Josh Hartnett's performance.
Yeah,
I thought he was amazing.
Yeah,
I think this movie would actually be significantly worse if he was not in the lead.
I agree.
Like I'm not even trying to shade anybody, but like trying to think. Well, I wanted to say Aaron Eckhart. I actually kind of want to see Aaron Eckhart like play this role now. Like
if it were like Hugh Jackman,
or
like even Brendan Fraser, like
Yeah, I don't.
Who cares?
I just
Like,
again,
you
I think
know.
they could be okay.
Yeah.
They could be okay, but I don't think the movie really feels built around Hartnett's performance, and I think he's terrific. And I've always liked him fine enough, but I think he's like really what makes this movie work as much as it does. But like I said, most of Shyamalan's movies do not rely on this degree of you just got to kind of turn your brain off and just forget about this.
Yeah.
I will say, even though I got problems with it, I do like that the movie by the third act totally transitions us into other spaces, because that's not exactly what I was expecting. So that I kind of liked, even though in those spaces it ends up making some decisions that I'm like, not crazy about. Now, while his performance is great, and I've randomly started saying this, I'm probably getting annoyed into Levi about. I see this in so many things. About,
we've been talking about this off and on for like a week.
The character is just like, he just knows everything and he could never make a mistake.
He can go everywhere, hack in, go anywhere, steal anything, as Swordfish told us.
But like, there's just a few points
that was Hugh Jackman
where I'm like, this is just getting too ridiculous, where he's just this like savant in every single thing, and he's just so, he knows how, it's just like, no, all right, let's wrap this up, because there's this one particularly dramatic scene between him and his wife, played by Alison Pill in the movie, where he just says something along the lines of, I never make a mistake. And I
think he literally says that.
I want to start laughing. I'm like, you don't ever make and
you're not superhuman. And I was kind of wondering if the movie was going to say that he was like a Split situation where he was literally superhuman or something.
And it feels weird to say that we're like a cliche in sociopaths.
Yeah.
Like, 'cause I don't think they're going to be all that offended because they're sociopaths. But like, that
people
is a
like
common,
our commenter.
Yeah, that is a common trope in like, I was even telling Levi, like, one of my problems with Silence of the Lambs, which is a movie I think overall is terrific and pretty great, is that whole sequence where Hannibal Lecter just like totally escapes and runs riot over all these people. And while the sequence itself is terrifically well done, of course, by Jonathan Demme, like, I'm like, okay, what relationship does this really hold, this sequence, to like what the Clarice Starling journey in that movie is? And I'll be honest, I don't think it does hold enough of like a relationship to do some of the things that it does in that sequence. So I do think this starts to get into that territory in terms of, he's the villain of his own movie, and he's too hyper-competent in everything, has an answer for everything. Every time he gets put in a corner, he basically tries to find a way to get out of it. I did actually kind of like the whole sequence where it transitions to being more about Salika Night Shyamalan, who's his daughter, and is the pop star singer,
Lady Raven.
Lady Raven's her name.
Yeah.
That they're seeing it. The movie kind of becomes her movie for like a few minutes. I actually kind of like that aspect of it yet again. But again, I'm not someone who gets super emotional, good or bad, about Shyamalan. So I think overall this movie is good, is fine. But
it was fun to watch in the moment.
Yes.
Like, and I feel like that's really what movies are all about, is like, not really, but like that's what movies should be, at least at their base level, is like a bag of Doritos, like we've said. It's like, it's awesome when you're doing it, but then it doesn't stick with you. It's like, whatever.
And again, like you really...
And I don't think he's always made movies that are like that. I think he's made some better movies.
I was going to say,
than that,
you go back to, again, The Sixth Sense. Like, that's a movie that holds up to rewatches. Yeah. And while people might try to tell Bruce Willis in Ocean's 12, and I'm sure that's based on real things, like, oh, I actually knew the whole time, and look at this and look at that.
Glenn Snackwell.
Like, that's a movie that really holds up to rewatches. Yeah. Now, some of his other ones that I like, I'd like to rewatch and see if that exactly holds up. But in my memory, they do. This is something that, again, I think it's making too many logic leaps for me to totally love what it is. But as Levi said, in the moment to moment, it's fun and thrilling. You're like, what's going to happen now? And do we want to just go ahead and say we're going to maybe spoil some aspects of this? Or do we want to just not do that? When, like, he reveals his identity to Lady Raven, in the moment I was like, oh my God, like, crazy. And then after 5 seconds, I was like, wait, why would he do that? Like, he's totally revealing himself, his family. He's going to be his whole world's going to fall apart, and it does. Until it maybe doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple more moves he could have made.
Yeah,
don't you think?
Getting to that,
he could have just been like, listen, like,
I'd love to take you home and meet my wife and my kid and my son, and like, wouldn't that have made more sense than just outright saying like, "Oh, I'm a serial killer"?
He could have somehow made that happen if he really wanted to.
I think it's just getting us for that shock value, and it's like, but then it's like, wait, what? You're gonna totally blow up your whole life.
Enjoy the concert moment.
You're gonna literally blow up your whole life. To get away here in a quick way, but I don't know. I've talked a lot about it. What did you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that. I mean, I think and he like gives himself up, and it turns out that his wife was the one who put him on to
because
it.
He never makes a mistake.
Right, and she like followed him thinking he was having an affair, and then found out he was a serial killer.
And also, I've heard some other podcasts talk about this. Why, if you had a high degree of certainty that your husband was a serial killer, why would you ever let your children be around that man ever again?
Yeah.
Ever. What? Like, I mean, you might think, oh, he's not going to kill my daughter or our daughter, but like, because why would you even put her in a position to be like that?
She doesn't know that he never made a mistake, right? She doesn't know he's this super competent serial killer. She could just think, let me just call the police right now, like, and deal with this, Yeah, I mean, it's...
I just want to start laughing out
loud. That's a broken concept.
That scene, which is actually a well-done scene, again. I think
that scene where he's like eating the pie, he's like, I can eat this in 5 bites.
And it literally creates like a Chekhov's pie, where it's like...
then I lost track.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh God, I lost track of how many it was.
6 bites?
Yeah, like, right. And it's like, blow your head clean off. Like,
that shows you Shyamalan's skill.
Right.
I think, I think this movie's really well made. And I think that speaks to his strengths as a filmmaker. To partially quote from Christopher Plummer when talking about Terrence Malick, you've got to get yourself a writer. Like, what's wrong with...
Terrence Malick doesn't need to do anything except make a new movie.
Yeah, I would agree.
And
also, you're literally talking about The New World, literally one of the greatest movies
Christopher
of all time.
Christopher Plummer is also, R.I.P., don't want to talk too bad about the dead.
Actor.
He was, but... Beirut rules, Mr. Bond.
Yeah.
He was an incredibly, from what I can tell, like, really haughty, egotistical person, so... Just know that when you're talking about him. Yeah. But anyway,
what's wrong with Shyamalan? Because he's great at conceiving of film ideas. I think we would all agree. The twist and hook of
the
this,
beach that makes you old.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody jokes about that.
but the hook of this, like, a serial killer is trapped in a concert and has to get out. That's a great idea for a movie, right? But like and the style is really well made. You pick the right star to be in it. All the things basically are aligning except the internal logic, the beat to beatness of it. What's wrong with calling up David Coop or Steve Zalian on the phone and saying like, "Hey, like, can you help me smooth some of this out a little bit?"
Tommy Gilroy,
I mean, I think, and again, the movie's really well done overall.
Even Robert Towne before he passed.
R.I.P. to him. Did we talk about that on the pod? I don't know if we did.
I think we did.
Okay. Well,
if not, R.I.P. Another thing we didn't talk about that actually feeds into this is we just went to see Chelsea play Real Madrid this last week, which was awesome. I don't really. If you want to ask me about that in person, do so.
Or ask in the comments.
Yeah. We'll talk. But no, I mean Chelsea lost. It was 2-1. But I swear when Noni made that goal, like. It was ballistic. But yeah, it was basically a Real Madrid home game. I mean, I saw a former student of mine there, and of course he was ripping Real Madrid, but he actually is kind of a fan of them anyway. Well, he's actually more of a Barca fan, but anyway, he plays for a team that their name is Real Madrid anyway, like around here.
And they play in Western North Carolina.
Right, but that's common, you know. But anyway, so everybody was Real Madrid. So, well, there were Chelsea fans there, but yeah, and that was really great. I mean, some big players were there, some weren't. Mbappe didn't play. We were kind of sad about that, but we saw Modric and Rudiger and some other big people, Vinny Jr. Anyway, we were sitting there thinking about Trap because we were like, I wonder how many serial killers are here today. And we were thinking, probably not any, or maybe, But you think about that, though. You walk out in public and you're like, they could be anywhere. Or people that, not even that, but just people who do things like that. And then that...
Or even be like men who are taking their daughter to a concert she wants to see, and that there's obviously the cognitive dissonance between those things, and those two things can be true. Because he never at any point is like, I'm going to kill my daughter. Like he keeps his family off limits.
He actually does care about his family. I mean, that you get that sense that he has these two lives, and he's like, the lives must be separate. He says at one point or something, and it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. But it's like you don't cross the beams, like, and daggum Ghostbusters, like, Ghostbusters, man, that sucks. Sorry, I just had to say that again. I was thinking about, okay, do you want to talk about this SNL thing too here in a minute?
We can,
just a little bit. Okay. Well, I'll save my Dan Aykroyd hate for that then, and Chevy Chase.
Yeah. Write that down.
But anyway, so the whole point of bringing that up was that we were sitting there thinking, I wonder how many people like that are in this building right now.
And that has to be like one of the reasons he comes up with an idea about this. He probably had a similar experience thinking about that.
Yeah.
And being like, wouldn't that be a good little movie?
Right. Do, And so it's a great idea. So that, but there's just like I said, how to accomplish that's not always his strong suit exactly, I don't think.
Yeah.
I thought the twist to old was pretty good. I didn't really have a problem with that exactly. But which is randomly a little bit like Twisting Cuckoo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sort of
actually,
like, but anyway, not exactly, but it's not like a 1-to-1, but wow, that movie we're going to talk about here in a minute. Like I said, and that happens with like high concept things. I mean, Hitchcock didn't always pull that off, but not all the time. And more than likely he did, because I mean, something like Psycho, that's just such another level of like, wow, you really pulled that off. And don't you feel like that's that way with most horror movies now, though? And we've talked about that. Is every horror movie has that shoe that has to drop. Cuckoo's, I thought, was more original to the point where I actually appreciated the movie more than I should have based on that fact.
Yeah.
And I mean, we literally just talked about that with Longlegs, and everything's a cult, or everything's this, or everything's that. I did like with this one, it was, no, he really is a serial, because I thought it was going to be he wasn't actually the serial killer the whole time.
Well, your mind naturally goes to that in part because earlier in his career, I don't think he's as much about it now, like the Shyamalan movies were wrapped around that idea of the twist, and
I thought an actual better twist in this movie would have been he actually is a serial killer, but he's a different serial killer that's not that one. And they're not exactly looking for him, but he's still paranoid and like, I have to get out. And then that could make it about the fallibility of serial killers rather than, they're all immortal, basically.
That's another thing, too, is just fear. It just fueled this stereotype that is so, I think, actually kind of harmful, like, to the culture at large, of the hyper-competence to outright worship of serial killers. Now, I don't think people are actively saying, I like what they did, but I do think people are like, think that it's kind of cool that they can get away with what they're doing. Yeah. And one thing that I mentioned this,
the competency porn that's wrapped in with literal murder.
And that one thing among its problems that I liked about Longlegs was that it's like, no, sometimes they're just sad and pathetic, and now that had a kind of a
demonic
kind of supernatural element to it a little bit, and so that was his own problem. But I kind of liked that Nick Cage's performance was in it pathetic. Was like really pathetic and disgusting.
Hey, little girl, what? Like that guy Paul Bear? Like, what are you doing?
So this is something that I thought was good, well made, but again, and then also the ending. Are we setting up Trap 2? It's almost
I kind of love the ending for just how blatant it was that he just
he's arrested, he's found out, he hugs his children goodbye, and he ends up grabbing a part off one of their bikes.
How did he even do that, by the way?
When he's thrown in the back of the van, the armored truck, which no one's sitting with him in, by the way, and he ends up like breaking out of his handcuffs, and then it kind of ends with him laughing or whatever. And the movie
I just love the image of that. I mean, it's kind of a dumb ending, but and also it's like, what are you gonna do when they open the door?
Yeah,
just run past them. But
especially after how Split ended, where it's like, actually, it's tied into this other thing. Like, who's to say the next movie he's not gonna pop up in something that seems totally unrelated? I mean,
and he's not trapped anymore. Cooper.
Yeah. Miss Bliss from early Saved by the Bell was the FBI profiler that knew all about him and like knows
we know all that we need to know. Is literally how she talks. Like, he will try to run. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. It's kind of whatever, but yeah.
Talk now about Cuckoo. So Cuckoo, also a recent release. Just saw it. Science fiction horror, as is described on Wikipedia. Follows
because it is science fiction, but I wasn't thinking of that as a genre. But
by the way, it's directed by Tillman Singer, who's not a name I've really heard of before.
Leipzig.
His other kind of biggest movie before this was
Leipzig.
Lose. From 2018. He's a East German. He's born in East Germany.
Yeah, Leipzig.
But he. Where did I see Grease at? Maybe I just got it wrong. I don't know. Yeah, he's a German filmmaker. There's again a name I've not really heard all that much from. Stars Hunter Schafer. This is kind of honestly one of her first big leading a movie kind of roles.
Yeah.
Coming out of Euphoria, of course. Follows her as a teenager who moves to the German Alps to live with her father, but becomes disturbed by strange occurrences as her father's boss embroils her family in a sinister plot. The villain of this is effectively Dan Stevens, who, I've been
watching him in Downton Abbey recently, which is funny because he's very different.
Generally like him, even though he's already kind of played a lot of these types of roles, specifically in horror movies.
Talked about him in The Guest, which I haven't seen.
The Guest, yeah. And honestly, the thing that most people
in Legion, I guess,
probably be like, "Oh yeah, he was in that." I think he was in the. He's in Walk Among the Tombstones. I do remember him in that. Beauty and the Beast, the live action remake that Disney did in 2017, is The Beast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which, of course, most of that he's just in CGI. It sounds weird to say he's in CGI the whole time, like you would say he's in makeup the whole time, but that's just what it is. He's also in Abigail from earlier this year. Anyways, he plays a lot of these kind of villain roles in things, for the most part, I think, pretty well. I'll be honest, this is a movie that I honestly don't have a lot to say about. I know my first reaction coming out of it was, this feels like the first draft of a screenplay that needed to be rewritten and kind of reworked, because I think it does some things pretty well. And like Levi said, I don't think it's quite as indicative and like reductively following some of the tropes of recent horror movies in the same way that other movies are, many that we sometimes talk about on this podcast. Even though there is a cultish element to this, I don't think it falls into it. It feels like it's enough of its own thing, is what I'm trying to say. While also like really suffering from, it just needed another go or two, I think, at the screenplay level. I did actually like, we didn't really talk about this, the whole device of repeating certain things in the movie is like this trope that starts to happen, this echo that like certain characters or villains or spirits or whatever you want to call them in the movie are moving forward in time while it's trapping these things in these echoes.
Well, they're literally these different type of, I guess we're getting to this spoiler territory here.
Yeah.
It's basically about this other race of humans that are like birds, like cuckoo birds, literally, and they screech and scream and act weird.
Yeah.
Generally weirdo.
Yeah.
And that the Dan Stevens character like runs this resort, which is like kind of vague about what it is. And like Hunter Schafer's father and her stepmother are like designing new wings for the resort. They're like architects, which that never says anything about, by the way, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, they're doing the work. It's like they could literally be sitting on their hands for all I know.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, they've got this daughter who like doesn't talk and like communicates in like sign language, and she can like hear, but she doesn't talk like a normal person. And basically, the whole spoiler is she's one of those species of whatever these things are.
Hunter Schafer's dealing with
and then she's
her
moved
mother's
along
death
with them,
and kind of the after effects of that.
Yeah. And
that has been a trope people talk about in more recent horror, is the trauma. Everybody going through trauma. Trauma is just everywhere all the time. Like, that is a little bit of a trope that this movie brings into it. That
I did like about this one in terms of that. You're right. In terms of that, this one felt less nihilistic in the sense that it was like her half sister calling that same phone number
Yes.
And that she calls throughout the movie, which was her and her mother's house.
Yeah.
And leaving a message thanking she's alive. Saying, oh, it'd be really nice if you'd come to visit because she really misses you, blah, blah, blah. I feel like that was actually very sweet, and that comes in the climactic moment of her way to make sure she can trust her, is saying thank you for doing that. You know, I thought that really touched me in a random way. Yeah. Which is all in the midst of Dan Stevens and this other guy having a shootout, by the way. Which I always love a horror movie that involves guns, and this one has more guns in it than most.
And there's this cop that's trying to help her out, but then he has his own kind of dark, sordid history with this whole conspiracy of sorts. So,
I mean, it wasn't anything really, really new, but I just kind of liked watching it. I thought it was fun. I had a good time with it, and I thought it was random. It was really random. And, like, I feel like the movie's trying to make all these, like, well, we were going to say Dan Stevens is this preservationist of these, like, trying to preserve this species, and so he's basically breeding them.
And this isn't exactly a criticism, although it could be seen as one. Yeah. The moment he walks on screen, you're like, he's the bad guy, he's the villain.
Yeah.
Like,
we can tell that in the
never
trailer,
any wavering of that.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's just very straightforward to the point of maybe try something different with that, either the casting of him or even on the page, like, maybe that character has a turn or something. I don't know, because that's just so predictable when he walks on screen.
But I lost my train of thought what I was saying, but basically that
he's running the resort.
Right, he's trying to so that's what I was going to say. He's like running the resort and trying to preserve these species through this like mating that he does. Like basically the Beth, the stepmother, had that daughter after having been fertilized, literally basically raped to have this happen. And I feel like it's another thing, and it made me feel less about this once I realized the filmmaker actually was from Germany. But that I feel like it's trying to randomly say something about Nazism and fascism and all this too, and like their obsession with science. Yeah. But also that's maybe my own like preconceived and prejudiced notions against Germany of that relation to that. But I feel like that's something that's inevitably going to be tied to that of recent history of like German scientists being Nazis is just like a stereotype, you know. But then when I realized, that guy actually is literally from Germany, I was kind of like, okay, well, that's a little different then, I guess. But I wondered what it was trying to say about that, and it didn't. And I was like, okay. And I still feel like there's something there that there should be, but also it's like, well, he's just from Germany, so that's kind of the answer to the question. But one random thing about it, I felt like it could have been longer.
Yeah.
And had just a little more time to explain itself.
So it would end up being 103 minutes.
But yeah, whatever. It was a good little time. I mean, it's not a movie I'm gonna rank highly on my list or anything.
Out of a 5-star scale, just for reference, I would give like Trap like 3.5 out of 5. I would give this 2.5. But that's not a very harsh 2.5. I don't think it's just like, okay,
well, it's still average.
And even with Trap, like, that whole movie is part of this larger conversation about Shyamalan and about auteurs in Hollywood, and like there's just all this import that comes with instantly talking about that. This is a movie that just came and went. It's another kind of neon horror movie. I think this is a good thing. It doesn't have to have a lot of import. It's just
but just to be
comes and goes.
Just to be on the record, you prefer Longlegs to this.
Yes, I think I marginally would, not by much. And a lot of that, for Longlegs' problems, I did genuinely, especially early on, like the atmosphere that movie created. I do think that was something that was like to that movie's strength. And this movie's fine. It's well made. It's got a certain sense of style to itself. I do think the one sequence was really good where early on where she's riding the bike and she's listening to music. And then, like, she's seeing things from afar, and then we see a shadow getting closer. I think that's, like, the scene of the movie to me. But, yeah, I would say, for all the griping I had about Longlegs, I would still rank that slightly higher than this for me.
Because for me, I like this better and think it is better. But yeah, I'd give both of these 3.5 probably, or 3. I might give this 3. I don't know. I haven't decided. I haven't written my review about it yet, so I usually have to write about it. And
this just really more than anything felt like a first draft of a promising little screenplay that could have just used a little bit more of like trying to, because there's part of me that likes when things are left up to the audience, but this tries to create its own mythology and yet doesn't exactly totally explain itself to my satisfaction. So it either needed to have even less than it did or more than it did.
One little problem with this movie, too, didn't you feel, was the French woman in the movie? Mm-hmm. That's like such a stereotype. Oh, she's French and she's a lesbian.
And she's smoking.
And she's a smoker.
Yeah.
And it's like, and they're going to run away together.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, whatever. But
was this movie a period piece?
No,
like
it was set in. No, it was in the modern day, I think.
Okay,
because she had a cell phone in it.
Oh, that's right.
Because I was wondering about that too. Because I was like,
I don't mean that long ago,
right.
but like even like 20-ish years ago or something. But I think you're right. I think it was supposed to be modern day.
That's what I kind of liked about it, was that it felt like it was older. And
by the way, for a movie that is relatively short, it is. Just look how long the plot summary is.
It's pretty nuts.
Yeah. So, what do we think too of Hunter Schafer as a lead of a movie like this? I think she's a pretty good like horror movie. She's not exactly a traditional scream queen, but like I think I think she did good.
And that's not exactly what she's expected to do in something like Euphoria either, but I feel like she's good at this. So
because I mean, again, I think
she was just in Kinds of Kindness, but she was barely in that. So.
Right, Euphoria has randomly turned out to be one of the biggest launching pads for careers in modern years. I think modern days, just a few days, but modern years in terms of course, Zendaya.
These are the 10 days that shook the world right now.
Sydney Sweeney, Jacob Elordi, and now Hunter Schafer. So
I feel like it was going to do that with that guy that passed away too, but because he was in Abigail as well.
Abigail, yeah.
But So, and obviously, like, Zendaya was already becoming a thing, but I feel like she's been bigger off of that too.
But, well, because between the Spider-Man movies and that, it kind of confirms she can do stuff that's more immediately family-friendly and big, but then can do stuff that's a little more adult.
And then something like Dune, which is in the
middle. And then Dune is kind of like that thing that's the bridge in the middle. And then Challengers, of course, represented something even more adult and promising for her, I feel like. So, again, a fine little movie. I'm not particularly mad or offended in any way by it. It was just fine. Yeah. And that's actually this whole divide between it and Longlegs, at least as far as my own opinions about them concerned, is a good idea of like, or a good distinction, I should say, of like something that like you technically like a little more, but weirdly you find more problems with and like are more disappointed by, as opposed to something that you don't feel quite as passionately about, but you also don't think is quite as good. That all happens to all of us with certain things. But I guess really, and we'll talk about this next time, we're really at the end of the movie summer season, summer movie season.
Alien
Romulus is really the last thing that's kind of awaiting us. And then you got like Beetlejuice is kind of a bridge between the summer movie season and what the fall movie season is going to be.
Yeah.
Any overall impressions of what this summer movie slate has been? I think it started off stronger than that's usually the case.
Right. Well, I feel like we actually had a lot of great movies in the kind of the late winter or early spring, and so the summer's been whatever. I mean, we've been so in and out of it because we've been traveling so much that like there were some great movies that came out. Obviously, Bike Riders, Kinds of Kindness. And some stuff we really loved, and then other than that, it's just been a lot of,
stuff that I know I had just seen, like Fly Me to the Moon, which is perfectly fine. Twisters, good, fine enough.
Scared of nothing, and I'm scared.
We didn't really talk about it on this podcast, but Inside Out 2 has honestly been the biggest success financially this summer, which that's not all that surprising. But I think like the kind of semi-disappointment with Furiosa kind of
Horizon I like
kicked off like a summer of like and I know you're not as big a fan of it, but like there was no like Top Gun Maverick for the summer where it was like something that was as successful as that and that was beloved by critics and
then also I saw the TV Glow's another one.
Well, I love
that. And In a Violent Nature was fine. Maxine was whatever.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes we talked about way back.
Well, that was a little early. That was like spring, wasn't it?
Well, it was early May. Early to mid-May-ish.
I'm looking here. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, which that was even before Furiosa, but
we've already talked about Maxine also.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's been fine, but
I mean I don't think it's especially bad thing exactly. I'm just saying this was always known to be kind of this was going to be a weird year coming out of the strikes in terms of some of the stuff that was coming out.
Even though I think it's better, but then
next year, as we've said, is I think going to be pretty promising, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll diagnose that when we get there. Last thing we want to talk about is the trailer for Saturday Night,
which I haven't seen, so it's funny that we're talking about it actually because I haven't seen the trailer.
We're going to take just a very, very, very brief break.
I have a lot of thoughts about the media coverage of it.
Yeah. You're hardly even going to know that like Levi is going to seen this trailer on the other side.
It's going to be like magic. Watch this.
And can you believe it? He's already seen it.
All right.
So just to go over some details about this is coming out in October 11th. Being put out by Columbia.
I saw J.K. Sims' name. I thought it said J.D. Salinger. I'm not even kidding.
But then also it says that it's being put out by SNL Studios, which is a production company founded in 1997 as a joint venture between Saturday Night Live creator and producer Warren Michaels, NBC Studios, and Paramount Pictures. So this whole thing, it's like I would think Universal would be putting this out because of the SNL connection, but I don't know exactly how all that's going to work out. But again, Jason Reitman directing this movie, written by, it said that under the directed by Jill Keenan and Reitman. As the trailer or the poster, says, the writers are inebriated, the set is on fire, the sound system is wrecked, the actors are physically assaulting each other, the crew is in open revolt. They have 90 minutes to figure it all out, or the network is pulling the plug. Of course, about the very first airing of the first episode of Saturday Night Live.
Was it actually that chaotic?
I don't know about all that history, so
yeah.
I would imagine it's a combination of yes and no to that question.
Yeah. There's
imagine.
That really famous book that Live from New York that's like a
oral history.
I've always kind of wanted to read. I don't know what are your feelings about Saturday Night Live. First of all, maybe this is a weird place to start because I'll say for me, I guess my impression of Saturday Night Live. Well, first of all, it's such a
it's an institution.
It's an institution to the point where what I feel about it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, it's a great thing it exists because of all the talent that has come out of that. Yeah. And it's been individually really fun.
And in its form, it undeniably changed comedy, specifically American comedy on television.
But don't you also feel, and I think that this is, I'll kind of say this and then I guess ask what your opinion is of Saturday Night Live in general, but don't you also feel that not only is it totally irrelevant now, but also that this is playing into this whole belief surrounding Saturday Night Live, which is that this is the greatest thing ever. Yeah. And the trailer's like F-bombs left and right. This is just a effing train wreck. And it's just like comedy is so effing vulgar.
Yeah.
And it's just like, so two questions. Isn't that ridiculous? And what do you think of Saturday Night Live?
The answer to the first one is yes. I think like,
and very tiresome.
Because like we've said, like, I mean, literally, we're getting ready to have the 50th season of Saturday Night Live. I think literally coming up. I remember when it was the 40th season.
That's probably why this is coming out now, as a matter of fact. But
I remember when it was the 40th anniversary and watching that anniversary show, and it was kind of a parade of not only like big SNL cast members, but even also like people that have some relationship to the show or are celebrities who were maybe guest hosted here or there. I remember Seinfeld, like, I remember one of the funniest things to me was, like, when Seinfeld had a little segment he had on that 40th anniversary show where he was talking about what the show meant, this and that, and then, like, Larry David happened to be in the audience or what it happened to be, another NBC comedy stalwart.
He wrote on SNL.
Wrote on SNL, of course, co-created Seinfeld with Seinfeld. And I remember there was a little moment in that where, like, Seinfeld was like, remember when we created like that show? Remember how great that was? And there was like a little moment, oh yeah, Seinfeld's great. Like, and I kind of, this might sound like a totally unrelated thing, but that was my own version of like, oh, that's what my comedy, that's what our comedy vocabulary and grammar comes from. And undeniably, Seinfeld and Cheers and so many of these like great sitcoms that still are seen today, like, you know, some of that stuff only exists either because A, the talent either came out of Saturday Night Live, or B, like those types of comedy becoming a little bit more irreverent on television obviously led to some of those things being around.
Yeah, and I mean, like, with Seinfeld as an example, like, Larry David came from SNL as a writer, but also, you know, like, Jerry Seinfeld just was a comedian. Jason Alexander and Julie Louis-Dreyfus just kind of came from wherever. I'm not really sure.
Julie Louis
She
Dreyfus
was on
a
SNL,
single
wasn't she?
season,
Yeah.
I think.
And then Michael Richards was on Fridays,
which
was a version of that.
Which also Larry David worked on for a time. So
and that, of course, had the whole Andy Kaufman thing happen.
I think another thing, too, about SNL as an institution is that everybody has their version of SNL.
Yeah.
Very few people have watched all 50 seasons. And I would imagine, unless you're just... Because there's part of me that would be genuinely interested in trying to do such a project, even though I know there are going to be whole years I'm like, this is not good, this is not funny. Me, personally, when I most watch SNL, and I didn't even watch it week to week all the time live, but like my SNL was like Fred Armisen, Bill Hader, Jason Sudeikis, Kristen Wiig, like a little bit of very later Maya Rudolph, a little bit after Tina Fey, also like some, you know, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler. So like even like all those people, like those are some of the best comedic voices, and then a lot of stuff written by John Mulaney that have been around over the last like 15, 20 years. So like and then, you know, you have obviously, you know, stars like Eddie Murphy that start off on there, of course Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, going back even further. Mm-hmm. So like everybody has, and then in the 90s, of course you had like Adam Sandler,
Will Ferrell.
I mean, you know, so literally every single major American comedy star and Canadian stars especially, like also like have some relationship either because they got on or didn't get on. Like Jim Carrey is almost famous for being one of the biggest people that never got on there officially as a cast member. He's, of course, hosted it and stuff.
And was on In Living Color, and that's how he got his start. And that was its own version of that.
It's kind of similar to what you said. Like, my opinion of the institution of Saturday Night Live is that has no real consequence because it is undeniably a massive imprint.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree SNL, this current state of SNL now, is not at the best place, mostly because... And this is something that one of SNL's greatest writers ever, Seth Meyers, who of course has his own successful talk show. I think him and Seinfeld have randomly talked about this on his show, Meyers' show.
Seth Meyers.
And I think a lot of Seth Meyers. I actually like him a lot.
What network is he on again?
NBC. He's like he's kind of has a semi still working relationship with Saturday Night Live, of appealing to what's called clapter, where it's like it's not exactly actually going for the pure joke, it's instead going for, and again Myers has talked about this like as a problem, like even that it's more about making the audience happy than it is, and like, oh, I agree with that, and like specifically appealing to a more politically liberal
that's what I was going to say, is
sensibility,
it's become so politicized,
that like it's not actually going for anything that's actually truly irreverent. And I think undeniably when Saturday Night Live came on, what you see of those first few seasons, it was irreverent. It was very much like, and I feel like this movie's trying to traffic
Samurai Night Fever, literally.
Yeah, trying to traffic in the irreverency factor. And so this movie's like, remember back in the day when this was real comedy. But it's like, and I say this as someone who generally has a lot of tastes that are shared with boomers. This is one of the first instances I can think of, like, wow, this is the most boomer SHIT I've ever seen in my life, where it's just like appealing to all those back in the day when it was the real thing, and like, and as much as while the earlier seasons of Saturday Night Live would probably be obviously superior to current seasons of Saturday Night Live, that just over celebration of a certain period in time and the irreverency of it, and we're gonna recreate that. Why? Again, this is being directed by Jason Reitman, who has a very up and down film career, someone that I more defend than not. But obviously, I would imagine his own dad has some relationship to this. Of course, is
Yeah.
Ivan Reitman directing
Yep.
Ghostbusters and certain like comedies that obviously these talents have came and have a relationship to in some ways. But anyways, what were you?
Well, this is kind of going back on what we said, is that Saturday Night Live used to be so important because literally it was like comedy college. It's like if you can get through that and then people see you and you become a star, like, while
I
also
think
being
Chevy
funny.
Chase was honestly, I think, the first person that really was on it for like only a season or two and then immediately went into movies.
Aykroyd, it took a little longer, and John Belushi sadly never got much of a career based on his own, life choices. But I mean,
that seems to toss him out as the monkey in this trailer to be, do the John Belushi thing, and we play into all those stereotypes that exist of him, most of which seem to be true.
But he was just so he really was funny.
Yes,
though,
he
too.
was.
That's the
He
thing
was,
and he's somebody that, like you see with like Chris Farley, was another version of that was the exact same thing, and it was like, and I don't want to be negative towards Chris Farley because he had a very similar career. But somebody who just wasn't as funny as that. Like, John Belushi kind of was that, but he also was like, wow, you really are that funny. Like, this really is kind of genius in a way of how dumb it is. Yeah. Like, whereas Chris Farley was just, frankly, his comedy is just kind of dumb. And so, but so, like, there are good versions of that and there are bad versions of that. But, like you said, this is playing in the stereotype of that. I mean, I was surprised to see that it literally was, this is Saturday Night Live. This is the first episode of Saturday Night Live. Like, rather than being a whole like first season of Saturday Night Live. That's what I thought it was going to be. It just looks like a very self-congratulatory, nonsensical patch of BS. Like, I mean, and that's kind of what all stuff. I mean, it was like that. There was that show I remember years ago. I think it was around the time that Twin Peaks: The Return was on, because we used to see stuff about it on Showtime. That show, I'm Dying Up Here.
Yeah, I think Jim Carrey was an executive producer on that.
And then he did Kidding on there, which was really actually kind of good show that I lost track of. I have no clue what's going on with that, but I guess it's over.
I think it's over. It only lasted 2 seasons, I think.
Yeah, because we watched like the first season, and we're like, oh, okay. And then the second season we just didn't do. But anyway, I remember when that show was the thing we were talking about this years ago. It's like how comedians have this whole chip on their shoulder about, we're just so, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, I guess, with Robin Williams as well, but that they have this chip on their shoulder where they're like, oh, poor me, I'm the guy who everybody loves, and I'm funny, but like, I say the things that get in trouble, and we're so marginalized, and a lot of that's just getting in trouble for saying racist, misogynistic crap. Not even that's the case here, exactly, even. I'm not saying that's what it was with the original SNL. But it's like about
that is semi-connected, though, because it's like the drama behind the comedy. It's like that whole, there's like a thin line between, it's a lot of hard work to make people laugh. Like that sanctimonious, self-congratulatory, as you said, like, look at all the work that went into this, and we're paying homage to all these people and things. Like, I'm not even a big Chevy Chase fan, but the guy playing Chevy Chase is so clearly like, I'm doing the Chevy Chase impression, and like, so what? I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know what to say. It's just like, I'm actually, all that being said, I'm probably going to see this because I'm oddly like, well, if it comes at the right place, the right time, and I'm free, I might actually
depends on
see
the weekend, what's going on, but I'd definitely go see it. I mean, but yeah, it's just a.
I will say I'm intrigued by Nicholas Braun is playing both Andy Kaufman and Jim Henson.
Yeah.
So
and also about Andy Kaufman, because I was thinking about this. He, I think, also represents a lot about this era of being somebody who was, I think, truly in his own way a genius. Mm-hmm. However, there's some of his comedy that I don't think's funny. Mm-hmm. I am not into this, and like the whole Mighty Mouse thing, which is what I'm assuming he's doing in this, because that was kind of the first. That was on the first SNL, I guess. I've never thought that's funny. I don't get what this is or why this is. I mean, it's a version of Pee Wee Herman in its own way, and I know Pee Wee Herman kind of came. Well, that was kind of a thing around the same time, but the Andy Kaufman stuff. You see, that's what pro wrestling does to people. Is like Andy Kaufman became really funny when he was doing wrestling stuff.
Yeah,
and it was like, oh, this actually is kind of
that was right around the time
hilarious,
pro wrestling was starting to get more media attention.
But in general, I'm not the biggest Andy Kaufman fan, and Man on the Moon is a movie that I'm like, okay, this is fine. The documentary's great about it.
That's actually I weirdly feel like cosmically the whole that movie was made so the documentary could be made about the movie, because I feel like that actually
about
gets to
Jim
the heart
Carrey playing
of Andy
Andy
Kaufman and Jim Carrey more than the movie itself does.
And so anyway, point is, the funniest thing Andy Kaufman ever did is that video of him wrestling that woman. It's so funny. See, that's the kind of, and that is like very influential about the idea of making it feel like this is that, and it's clearly not real. We know now all this is fake and it's all a joke, and but like even banging her head, and the guy's like, "You're hurting her, you're hurting," and it's acting like it's real. Mm-hmm. Like at the time, that was like something that was like, what is this? Like and even when he went and like read all of The Great Gatsby, is like I said, for him, he was like he said, call himself the anti-comic, and he was an experimental comic, and I respect that, but I don't always think that's very funny. You know what I mean? And it's like. So, anyway, that's just to say that I think is, and I bring all that up because that's kind of this time period has been lionized as like, it's funny, but it's so genius. And it's like, I could literally turn on the TV tomorrow night and watch America's Funniest Home Videos and laugh, and it'd be the same thing. You know what I mean? Not that, like, laughter is going to be the same no matter what. And comedy and humor is a very complicated thing. But, I don't know. It just seems that this is kind of nonsensical to me, and seeing the trailer made it even more so.
Something about this also reminded me of A Futile and Stupid Gesture, which was a movie about Douglas
National
Kenny,
Lampoon,
who created National Lampoon. That was directed by David Wayne, who's obviously made some genuinely hilarious. He's weirdly one of the more fascinating directors.
You randomly called him out on Twitter once, and he never said anything back. Not in a bad way.
Oh, you know what? I do like David Wayne a lot, mostly because of Wet Hot, but I think I was weirdly thinking about, what's his name? Michael Showalter, who's like directed a random amount of movies that have kind of fallen through the cracks. Like The Big Sick, I actually thought was pretty good.
Yeah.
Then some things I've not seen, like The Lovebirds, The Eyes of Tammy Faye, which I forgot he made.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that spoiler alert movie, I know we said was basically looked like the better version of Bros.
Yes.
So that movie actually looked like a movie. Wait, he directed that? Are you serious?
The Idea of You.
The Identity of You.
He's doing a new Christmas comedy.
Oh, what
coming,
fun.
Oh, what fun. Michelle Pfeiffer,
what? This
Chloe
is
Grace
nuts.
Moretz, Dominic Sisa, Felicity Jones, Dennis Leary, Jason Schwartzman, who's having a bit of a moment, Eva Longoria, and Danielle Brooks.
Okay.
Anyways, we're not talking about Saturday Night, I guess. Yeah, again, I'm like, okay.
There's been a lot of movies. What your point is, I think, what you're making to that feel stupid gesture is like, there's been a lot of that over the last so many years. Like, comedy's really serious and really complicated. Like, seeing something like that, like, I would be far more interested in seeing a movie about, like, dig this, okay? So you make a movie about EC Comics and William Gaines, and you make it about that. You don't try to make it real vulgar and funny necessarily. You just make, okay, like, what's the story? Because, I mean, that's a big deal. You know, those comics were a big deal. But then you also make animated, like, interstitials of the, like, trying to reimagine the imagery of that, you know. Right. That'd be a really good movie. It's because I came up with it. No, but I'm just kidding. But, like, you know, that's something I'd be interested in. But as far as this, like, oh, I want to read about I want to hear about National Lampoon, or I want to see a thing about Saturday Night Live. I don't care. Like, you know.
There's a certain cult that's became more and more ridiculous about Lorne Michaels is just like
Dr. Evil.
He's just he's just like this. Yeah. He's the mastermind that put it all together, and it's just like, I don't know. And I know he is super influential and important, but there's just I don't know. Again, this happens with a lot of older / boomer figures where it's just like they become.
Well, people kind of said about Jan Winter too for a long time, and then you know.
Lorne Michaels is being played by Gabriel LaBelle, who of course was the star of The Fabelmans, who we liked a lot.
Oh yeah,
and he's really good in that, playing another Jewish icon. in that case, he was playing.
Honestly,
basically a
I'm
version
not
of
even
Spielberg,
kidding. Like,
you know.
I would see this movie if for nothing else to try to validate his career. Like, because he is that good, I think. In
Also,
that movie, but...
Cooper Hoffman's in it.
Yeah.
Who we like a lot.
That's
He
who?
was Dick Ebersol.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Television executive. Dylan O'Brien from the Maze Runner movies is playing Dan Aykroyd, your boy. So there's that.
Should I just be silent and act like you didn't say that? What should I do?
Let me clear, Levi.
Is a massive fan of Dan Aykroyd. No, I hate him.
Like Dan Aykroyd.
Even more than Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
In his own way.
Yeah. But again, it's like, okay, we'll see how it turns out. Maybe it's going to be good. I do like that it's like kind of not over a course of time. It's like seeming as though it's like being told in real time. So
this is the real Late Night with the Devil, basically.
Yeah.
What if that happens in the middle of everything? Like, oh, by the way,
this does have a slight modern Aaron Sorkin quality where I'm like, this could really go wrong. I really want to see how it goes. It's like, you know what I mean? Because we never did see it or talk about it, but that whole Ricardo's movie he did,
oh my gosh,
got some of the worst reviews of his career, and it looks like one of the most like bury my head in the sand, embarrassing things ever made in recent times.
Lucille Ball,
and that's an
Desi Arnaz.
That's an even older icon. You know, is like Lucy and Desi.
Let's go back to Al Jolson, see how that works out.
And also just the pairing of, what was it, Nicole Kidman and
Javier Bardem.
Javier Bardem in those roles is very like head scratching.
I'm going to say it again because I feel like you missed it. Let's go back and do Al Jolson, see how that works out. I'm sure there's no skeletons in that closet. Literally out in the open, by the way.
Yeah. And I bet there's going to even be some, like, pulling the punches even within this about how racist or sexist some of this stuff was.
I do wonder, yeah.
So we'll see about that. Again, I'm actually, for all the criticisms, I'm vaguely interested to see how this turns out. Again, I'm a random watcher and appreciator.
Labor Day fan.
Whatever the career of Jason Reitman is. I mean, also, he just spent years doing these stupid Ghostbusters
You are
movies.
literally the only person I know that wait, he's been doing all of these Ghostbusters
well,
movies?
he at least did one, if not two of them. Let me see of the newer
I was gonna say I didn't know he'd been doing all of them.
Ghostbusters Afterlife and Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. So he's been directing those.
I didn't know that. That's where he's been. I've been wondering what he's been up to.
Yeah, because before
the
that,
Runner. That movie.
Front Runner
Didn't you see that?
Yeah,
yeah. Of course you do. You see all these.
Saw Tully.
Oh, he didn't. Wait. He didn't direct Frozen Empire, I don't think.
Oh, that's
he
right.
Just directed Afterlife.
He wrote it and produced it, but he did not direct it.
Yeah.
So
anyway, you are the only person I know that has seen the film Labor Day.
Jill Keenan is the guy who directed.
Oh my gosh!
Like that, and now he's doing that, writing that movie.
Okay.
There is a random Labor Day. I don't know if hive is the word or people that are like, isn't that something special? Like,
really?
Yeah. Now, Men, Women, and Children is one of the most baffling things I've
seen
ever
scenes from that, and that's wild.
Wow. It's like, wow. We should.
Doesn't it have a scene where it's like Ansel Elgort and Timothy Chalamet are fighting or something?
Yeah, I think they're both in there. In that, let me see.
I know Ansel Elgort fights somebody, isn't it? Timothy Chalamet, maybe, or maybe not.
Let's see real quick. Ansel Elgort is in it.
I guess it's not Chalamet. Not in it.
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet is in it. I can't quite remember that, but that probably does happen though. So.
There's a video you sent me one time of two people.
Don't you just? By the way, like, just like, not even reading all the plot for Men, Women, and Children, but just seeing the things that are highlighted.
Yes.
Ashley Madison, which is the social media website.
Okay.
Addicted to porn. MMORPG.
Wow.
Tumblr.
Yep.
Antidepressants. Starving herself.
God.
And ectopic pregnancy. So that kind of sums up what the movie's about, is all those things, like, as a
that sounds like
$16
$16
million budget, $2.2 million it made.
Yep.
Paramount Pictures.
Anyway, time to talk about AI. That was going to kill us all.
Human fallacy. That's a common theme both in the films and within the between the lines of Jason Reitman's career.
Between the Lions, the show,
maybe,
but not Lion-Hearted, the second dweeb. What's his name?
Anyways, here's the trailer for 1999's Bicentennial Man.
Everybody downstairs. Come on, you guys, I got a surprise for you.
What is it, Daddy?
Wait.
By the year 2005,
Are you one's family? I guess so.
every home will have an NDR 114.
Andrew, this is very good. Thank you, sir.
I think it sucks.
Sucks. Chickens do not have lips.
He was designed to serve humans.
Would you please open the window?
One is glad to be of use.
Now jump. No! Out the window.
But there was something different about Andrew.
Two cannibals were eating a clown. One turns to the other and says, "Does this taste funny to you? How do you make a hanky dance? Put a little boogie in it."
What exactly is it doing? He shows a number of characteristics like creativity, curiosity, friendship. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, Andrew.
It is a household appliance, and yet you act like it is a man. You're unique. I feel a responsibility to help you become whatever you're able to be.
This Christmas, witness one robot's extraordinary 200-year journey
He learns and grows all the time.
to become
This is an external physical upgrade only.
an ordinary man.
The secret to all this is imperfection. That's what makes us unique. Like the shape of your head. It's huge.
This looks wonderful. Take the next step. Complete your destiny.
From the director of Mrs. Doubtfire comes an epic story
I saw the inner me.
that will bridge the gap between man and machine.
It works! What the hell's going on?
I am the proud owner of a central nervous system.
You can feel.
Will you perform an experiment just for the sake of science?
All right.
Kiss me.
It's everything they say it is.
Bicentennial Man.
Look what I'm doing here. I am trying to make something of myself. I am trying to fulfill my destiny. Does she notice?
Could we talk about this another time?
And here we are, we're back. I feel so stupid. I didn't think at all about Chris Columbus being the director of Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah.
Because I won't say in a significant way, but it kind of made me rethink about Bicentennial Man very quickly. And I was like, oh, it's kind of a sci-fi Mr. Doubtfire. Mr. Bicentennial Man. But there's a lot of similarities to be found, which we'll talk about here in a moment. So, Bicentennial Man is a 1999 American science fiction comedy drama starring Robin Williams, Sam Neill, Emmett Davids, Emmett Davids. I'm not. Yeah,
Davids.
Davids. I'm not sure.
She was in
a dual role.
Wasn't she in Matilda? Or am I wrong about that?
Yes, she
Okay.
was. I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I was watching the whole movie thinking I've seen her in something, and then it just came to me like an hour after we had finished it. I was like, oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So.
Wendy Crewson and Oliver Platt, based on the 1992 novel, The Postrionic Man by Isaac Asimov and Robert Silverberg, which is itself based on Asimov's original 1967 novelette, The Bicentennial Man.
Anything else?
I think we're done there. The plot explores issues of humanity, slavery, prejudice, maturity, intellectual freedom, conformity, sex, love, mortality, and immortality. Title derives from the main character existing to the age, of course, of 200 years, which is, of course, where the title comes from. This was a Christmas release, right around Christmas of '99, so this snuck in at the very end of the 20th century.
That's kind of funny to think, actually, because I hadn't thought about this as a Y2K movie either, which is interesting. Because, like I said, literally, because we think about these other movies like The Matrix, even a movie like Strange Days, which is literally about Y2K.
Well, also like Terminator 2
made way before that. But yeah, even like 1999 movies, people look out as, oh, that's such a Y2K movie. This literally got almost as late of a release as you could possibly get to be a Y2K movie, and so it's kind of interesting that.
And we've talked about the year of 1999 cinematically and its legacy and whatnot. I would say mostly rightfully so. In terms of the quality of the movie, not necessarily in the content or the themes of the movie, this is never mentioned as a even semi-important movie from this year. And I would agree that it's not substantially important. However, it is has some interesting things to say. Of course, we're going to talk about. It had a $90 to $100 million budget. It grossed $87.4 million.
So just underperformed.
Yeah, not in a significant way, but. This was put out by Disney by way of Buena Vista Pictures.
I wonder what some of the Christmas releases were of '99. I'm curious about that.
Let's look that up real quick, actually. So, this would have been right before that. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, there is a release schedule here. I want to go back even to November and look here. Let's see. Yeah, so American Movie actually came out. Then The Bachelor, which I've never heard of this movie. It's Chris O'Donnell, Renee Zellweger rom-com. The Bone Collector.
I've always heard of that.
The Insider, of course, the Michael Mann movie. Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas. Light It Up, Pokemon the first movie. Again, we're talking about November here.
Yeah.
Anywhere But Here, Dogma, yeah. Felicia's Journey. Never heard of this.
What is that? Bob Hoskins?
I think so. Yeah.
He was only 16.
The Messenger, The Story of Joan of Arc, Liberty Heights, Sleepy Hollow actually came out. November 19th. I would have suspected that would have been an October movie, but it actually came out earlier. The World Is Not Enough, James Bond. RKO 281, which is the making of Citizen Kane.
Wait, that's a
movie
thing?
that Liev Schreiber, I think, plays Orson Welles.
I've never even heard of that ever. Okay.
End of Days. Flawless.
That movie we were talking about.
Yeah. Mansfield Park. Ride with the Devil. Toy Story 2. That
now
probably
that
had a lot of.
Also was the highest grossing movie of December I saw. So
okay. This was the year of episode 1 earlier in the year, so that would have been the highest grossing.
That was like number 2 or 3, though, behind it.
Yeah. The End of an Affair. All right, now we're in December. The End of the Affair. Agnes Brown. Never heard of that. Angelica Houston directed it. Holy Smoke! ! A Map of the World.
I've heard of that.
Sweet and Low Down.
Okay.
It was a Woody Allen movie.
Interesting.
The Cider House Rules. That would have very likely tried to be an Oscar movie.
Yeah.
Cradle Will Rock. Look at the cast for that, by the way. Just all the names.
And then Tim Robbins directed it?
Yeah. And then also up in the same weekend is Deuce Bigelow, European or male gigolo.
Excuse
the
me.
Green Mile, I would imagine that was obviously pretty big.
Yeah.
Miss Julie, Witness Protection.
Yeah.
Topsy Turvy, the Mike Lee movie.
That wouldn't have made a whole lot.
Anna and the King. Of course, Bicentennial Man coming out the same weekend as
Fantasia 2000. That's what,
Magnolia was also that same weekend. Stuart Little.
That's randomly a massive weekend right there, actually.
Girl Interrupted. I had no idea that James Mangold directed that, actually. Wacko's Wish.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Any Given Sunday.
Any Given Sunday. So these are the Christmas movies, more specifically.
Man on the Moon.
Any Given Sunday, Man on the Moon, Snow Falling on Cedars. That's a good book. I've never seen the movie. The Big T's, and then Christmas Day movies, Angela's Ashes. It's always had a really scary-looking poster almost. I've been like, what was that? Galaxy Quest, The Talented Mr. Ripley, Titus, which always has one of the funniest posters ever to me, and The Hurricane.
On the 29th. That's a lot of movies.
That's actually jam-packed. I mean, Magnolia, of course, is
right.
So in the middle of there.
Notably, if you're looking at though, family films, Toy Story totally ruled that.
Even a month out at that point.
So
would have,
but I was just curious about what some of the other draws were. Anyway, sorry about the digression there, but not really. This is our podcast,
So again, directed by Chris Columbus, starring Robin Williams. So that right there has your Mrs. Doubtfireness of it all. As we dive into talking about this movie, Levi mentioned The Matrix earlier, and I think, like, and we're going to talk about this also with AI, like, obviously over the course of the 90s and even before that, with the Terminator movies and whatnot, like, our conception of robots or artificial intelligence was almost universally negative in the cinematic space at this point. I think The Matrix really has been the most influential because it's typified like a lot of our modern fears about it, and it was both of the contemporary moment, but also was of course ahead of its time in terms of our understandings of such things. Both this Bicentennial Man and AI, artificial intelligence, is trying to present more benevolent views of technology. Even, and these movies have very different tones for one thing, and in the gravity of which they're both in different spaces, but they're both naturally trying to present more of a positive view of the possibilities, the fears, the anxieties that come with these technologies. To get into Bicentennial Man first, obviously, the trailer itself kind of is a little bit of a pointer towards what this movie was trying to sell itself as. Yeah. And I do think, while this is a movie that I liked, I'll go ahead and say that, I do think the tone is something that is very hard to get more with this movie. Naturally speaking, because for all of Chris Columbus's strengths, like, working in a tone this murky is not something that he's as accustomed to as Steven Spielberg is with AI, because AI, which we'll talk about, has a very consistent tone and through line to it that I think speaks well of what that movie, one of the reasons it's so successful is because it maintains that tone. Mm-hmm. This is very much a little bit more wobbly. You do have like Robin Williams, who we can talk a little bit about here in his performance as the robot, the titular Bicentennial Man, is very much like doing. I mean, it's very much a role that's crafted around Robin Williams, and that there's a lot of like funny fish out of water stuff he's allowed to do, and then also you have the more serious elements of the movie. All this is just kind of, I know there's a lot of pretext leading to this question, Levi. How successful do you think this movie is in terms of realizing and questioning through its tonal nature and its structure these questions about, well, in 6 years, because the beginning of this movie is set in 2005, we're going to all have these robots in our kitchens and living with us. Like, how successful do you think this movie is overall at trying to answer those questions?
I actually like this movie too, so let me be clear by saying that you're going to forget that I said that over the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, because I was very curious, because when we showed the clip last time, Levi was like, what? We're going to be watching this? But then you overall had a more positive view than not of the movie.
So know that, because you're going to forget that I said I liked it over the next 5 minutes, and then we'll push back against that. I don't think it approaches that really all that well at all, with what your question about, because with AI, and we're going to talk about that in a little while, so I don't want to totally talk about that. AI, what's so genius about it is, like, even while it is, asking us to recognize this robot as a person in a way, or an intelligence with emotions. Part of the whole point of that movie, I think, is to also say, and that was caused by human beings. Wow, what an amount of torture we're putting on this thing that obviously doesn't exist really, but like does exist. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's complicated. And that movie is fine with trying to figure out those complications. This movie's very uncomplicated, which makes it even more complicated as in Bicentennial Man.
Because obviously AI has a level of caution to it about what it is.
This I feel like
jumping right into.
This never answers the question or even cares about the question as to whether this is all good or not. It's like, well, this is just the way it is, and robots are being made, and can they be recognized as human beings? Nobody in the movie ever asks the question about whether, or even not rather ask the question, but nobody even ever says it's bad inherently. This is even a question. You know what I mean? It's like, everybody's like, well, I don't know. Is he really a person? Because is he mostly human or not? Like, and that by the end they determine him, and spoiler, they determine him as human by the end, by the nature that he is no longer immortal and mostly a human in flesh, literally.
Wouldn't you agree also, not to get too much into AI, part of that movie from the outset works from the tragedy that we know David will never be a human boy.
Yeah.
And so it's all about trying to comfort him and, no, you cannot be that. And then obviously by the very end of the movie, but we're going to give you this artificial comfort for an artificial being. You know what I mean? And that movie's kind of inherently wrestling with the tragedy that we know he cannot become human.
And so in this case, with Bicentennial Man, it's literally the opposite of that. It's like, no, you can become human, apparently, if you're a robot, which, other than the fact that that is impossible, and some people are like, well, I don't know, is it? Well, it's like, well, yeah, in my opinion, because it's not a human being. But other than that, it's just really...
One thing you really objected to was the equating with civil rights issues that this movie tries to do with robotic.
Well, and even before that, I was looking back on my review, trying to remember what one of the major problem was, because I was going to start focusing on that. It talks a lot about freedom in the movie, and it's like, well, I want freedom, and it's like he's allowed that, and it's like, okay, well, most human beings in their lives are not allowed freedom, so why does this freaking robot deserve that?
Even though it's implied that all the humans in this movie have it, when that's not actually, as we know, true in reality.
So the whole movie basically doesn't even regard normal life as interesting or relevant, which is immediately a problem, obviously. So that was one thing I immediately chafed at, is like, I want freedom. It's like, yeah, so does everybody else. So you're not even a person. Who cares what you want? Like, And if it sounds like I'm being really mean towards this whole character conceit of artificial intelligence, it's because it's not real, and it's made by a human being, and it doesn't exist, basically. It's literally, I feel like what people say in zombie movies you always hear, where it's like, it's not really them. When somebody's like, oh, it's my wife, and they walk over and then it eats them, or whatever. It's the same thing. It's like, that's not real, though. So don't even like delude yourself into thinking a certain way, which is kind of where it gets complicated about AI, because I actually do feel that way about that. But it's because it's actually dealing with that fact. This never even does that at all, and pretty much says, yep, these robots, it's the wave of the future, and this is the way it's going to be, and yep, he's a person by the end. And then the big thing that you kind of just mentioned is it's equating of that with civil rights, of like, he literally goes to like a world congress and is like, can I be a human being? And like, you feel that it's like...
And at first we're like presented with an old white guy who's coded as the establishment, the established order, and then he comes back some years later and it's literally coded and on screen as a more like feminine / multicultural decision that allows him to do that. I mean, implying that progress in our society is the equating with these things as human life.
And literally, the moment happens where he gives his piece, and then they literally cut from him to 4 different individuals, 3 of whom are people of color. Like, it's saying, oh, we understand.
Yeah, right.
That is so... I'm not even going to say it's racist, because it's not exactly to that level, but that is so tone-deaf and irresponsible to link the struggle of real people, being victims of prejudice, with a robot saying, can I really be a human? Like, are you effing kidding me? That's so ridiculous.
Do you think like this in any way is...
But I like the movie, by the way.
is indicative of like a Clinton era, like colorblind, we're all one, but like we're gonna like do the like due diligence of showing people of color while not getting into their own issues or problems.
I mean, and obviously this is far more liberal
in a way that if this movie was made 15 years later, would be not exactly like as tone deaf racially.
No,
with that.
Yeah, it would be more complicated, right? But it's not like it's Planet of the Apes here, where it's like really dealing with these like religious questions and race questions, because that's a whole component that works about Planet of the Apes, is it links it to religion and culture. And it's like, it's not literally saying, obviously, that, you know, African American people are apes, but they are treated as that in that time period. That was the, you know, the belief and the reality of that was the treatment, right? But this, it's like totally removing that from it and just saying, I don't know, are you really a person? Like, there aren't a bunch of scenes of him going out in public and people being like, oh, there's a robot, let's beat him up, like, you know, or like, it's just not at all an equation, you know. There's not like a prejudice there. I mean, there are in different points. Now, there's more of that in daggum AI, and that's not even the point of that movie.
Because we'll get to it later. I think AI actually is dealing with a little bit of religious imagery and questions that are more fundamental.
And even like, you know, ethnicity questions, even in a, not directly, but it does that even more successfully when not even really caring about that than this does by like being like, oh yeah, this is just like that. And that, I think, is the most harmful thing about the whole movie, is by first of all saying, oh, he deserves freedom, and, you know, he's a human too. It's like, no, neither of those things are true.
Yeah, and we can talk about this too. You know, one of the strengths you said about, or things you liked about the movie, is, you know, it takes place over several generations, and it allows him to age and grow older.
And you get to feel his
evolution, and obviously the part of the background of the movie is saying that, well, over all these years he's read and studied humankind and history and ethics and morality and religion, and that he feels a certain sense of he wants to gain autonomy over time, yet remains loyal to his family. And I think weirdly that kind of doesn't have enough conflict. I mean, you do have Sam Neill's character, who's like the one who's the dad who brings him into the family.
And even though he's like wanting him to have more freedom, when he definitely asks for it, he's like, definitely not. It's like, are you even the same character? What are you talking about? Yeah, so
but then like feels as though he is like a son to him, and he's there at his deathbed when he dies or whatnot. But I felt like weirdly that should have been a bigger like conflict, because I think it kind of falls flat, and it's like the movie has other things later on it wants to get to, so it doesn't really dive into the sense of perverse loyalty yet like wanting freedom that he has. I just feel like that's kind of a wasted time or opportunity, and that could have been its all more. The movie really could have been all about that.
And really, by the end, what the movie should be, because the movie's all about, isn't it great being human? And it's like, but he's not one, though. You know, and so part of the whole point of the movie, I feel like by the end, would be for him to realize, because that's what it is for David in AI, is he just wants to be real. You know,
he wants his mother's love, right? What he fundamentally wants,
and that's really the only reason he wants to be real.
Yeah,
but there's still more to that. Here, it's just, I want to be real because I really want to be a human. Like, you know, but would have been a better movie is if by the end he's like, man, it really would be great to be a human, and that the movie is in itself a celebration of humanity over machines.
Yeah.
Which is especially dire after all the, you know, after the 2 Terminator movies that have been made, and another one coming slow, you know, not too soon after this.
Matrix.
And the Matrix. It's like, literally, I feel like we really needed a Y2K movie to be like, oh, isn't it great to be a human and not a machine, rather than this machine can become human. You know, that just totally misses the point, I think, of what the movie is even trying to actually say, which is, oh, it's so great to be human, but it's like, but this thing is literally incapable of doing that, except for the fact that it just does, I guess.
Well, I guess it's implying that it's a celebration of humanity because a robot would want to become human.
Yeah.
Is like what it's trying to
That's what I'm saying. It would be better if it couldn't, and it's like, gosh, I wish I could.
Yeah.
And that would be a far more interesting kind of downer ending in its own way. And that he just says, yeah, you know what, even though I'm in love with this woman, and even though that can't be, I'm just going to keep living on and keep meeting new people and doing new things because life is just so great, you know, and blah, blah, blah. And that a lot of people think that's corny, but dang, if this ain't.
And I hate to keep invoking the AI in comparisons to this because we're going to talk more about that here soon. But AI also, in comparison, has a central quest at the center of it.
Yeah.
David on a journey to go and, if not find his mother's love and become human, to like discover his origins. Even that's like a straightforward quest. This is like about this character's existence over 200 years, so there's like just naturally a less narrative through line and clarity about like, it honestly feels more like a series of chapters about this character's life instead of this like direct journey of
which I like that about it too. I mean, and that's what I said about
the sort.
Right, and that's what I said about it, is that if you want to make a movie even marginally successful, and why this movie is as successful as it even is as a 3-star movie, is to make it take place over a long period of time. We've talked about that with The Place Beyond the Pines, about one of the easiest things you can do to inspire immediate baked-in drama is to make a generational epic in its own way, and to say, let's put either this one person or multiple people in these situations. I mean, you know, Benjamin Button is that way in its own way too. Yeah. Now, I haven't seen that still randomly, but movies that, and that's different because it's one person going backwards, right? But and I've always wondered about what it must look like at the end of that movie, and don't spoil it for me, of like, because at the beginning he's a little baby that's old, and then I've always wondered, well, what's the opposite of that? And I've never had that spoiled for me ever, so I don't know what that'll be. But anyway, it just feels like that's a really easy way to make a movie dramatic. And so that honestly writes itself in its own way, and you have to work overtime to make it fail. They got kind of close, I'll admit, to like making it go off the cliff. And I think morally, this movie is a total mess and a fabrication and nonsense.
I think some people could even be weirded out by the Embeth David's character about like her, because she's playing a character that at the very beginning of the movie is a child. And then she grows up, and Andrew's the name of the Robin Williams robot in this. He like is her caretaker, but then he like kind of, I'm talking about the original girl, kind of falls in love with her, but then they're not together, and so then later on she plays her granddaughter. Then like in her later stages as we move forward in time. Again, I think if this were to come out now, there would be a lot more conversations about like an age gap discourse, but even more complicated when it comes to that relationship. Before we can even talk about that more specifically, I think a lot of this movie works because of Robin Williams playing this part. I think we talked about him a little bit in the preview last time. Levi's not necessarily the biggest fan of him, but I think about why in a minute. He does comedy and drama and that thin line really well, and I think that's obviously this movie's playing. And I think, again, one of the problems fundamentally with the movie is like not exactly knowing what tone to go for. And again, it's very challenging because it's like you don't want to go down because this movie is ostensibly made to be a pretty commercial, successful thing, and so it's not wanting to go too dark. But it's still unnaturally by virtue of aging and life and death and some pretty serious things. And I think he manages to act this out really well. And again, I think more of the movie early on when he's more robotic, and because he gets upgrades and implants and things that make him a little bit more human as far as his personality goes, is the comedy comes out of that fish out of water, like, trying to make sense of the ethics of...
The moment that was in the trailer where she's like, I think it sucks, which is a hilarious way to say that, and he's like, how could it suck? Chicken don't have lips, or whatever.
And it's like, it sounds a lot like Robin Williams' own stand-up, and then that whole... like where he learns to tell jokes and like some of the things he says.
Two cannibals are eating a man. Does this taste or eating a clown? Does this taste funny to you? Yeah, it's like,
and it sounds very Robin Williams, like kind of sense of humor, but done in that voice. And I remember the moment where he finally it's just Robin Williams on screen and you see his face finally. I remember Levi was like finally relieved to like now just be looking at Robin Williams as opposed to him in a suit or whatnot, And
I say this is not even a big Robin Williams fan. And can I talk about that a little bit? So I've always, ever since I was a kid, I've never really been the biggest fan of Robin Williams. I know this is going to make a lot of people angry or offend them. It's nothing personal towards him. I just have not ever been the biggest fan of him. I think that he can be funny, and I've enjoyed him in certain things. But I want to talk a little bit about Mrs. Doubtfire, because that's one of the... I've never actually seen that whole movie, but I've seen, like, big portions of it.
It's a very popular cable movie.
Yeah,
for many
and
years,
so I actually used to see parts of the VHS that our Aunt Sarah used to have. I probably have seen the whole thing, but it's been so long ago.
But it plays on TV a lot, so you catch moments of it.
By the way, that was the first time I ever saw San Francisco on screen in a very, like,
for me, it was either that or Homeward Bound 2.
Well, I was going to say Homeward Bound 2, Lost in San Francisco is another version of that. And it's always literally like Lost in New York. It's like, wow, you really just called it that.
Yeah.
Like, another Chris Columbus film.
Home Alone 2.
But, right, Lost in New York.
In 45? In Precinct 45?
No. But that movie was randomly, the first time I ever saw what San Francisco looked like. Either one of those, but probably Mrs. Doubtfire. I was about to say Mount Doubtfire. Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore, but Mrs. Doubtfire. So I had, and I was like, oh wow, and like looking at the city, and I was like, this doesn't look like anywhere else.
Yeah,
right. Like, Anyway, so what I really remember from that, though, I remember seeing some of it on TV. There's that scene, I don't even remember what the context is, where he's like by himself in like a big operating theater or like a classroom, and he's like playing around with all this stuff, doing all these voices, and this man walks in and he's standing there watching him.
Yeah.
And then it's one of those like, how long have you been standing there kind of things, where he's like running around and the guy's just staring and watching him. I'm really not just saying this to be metaphorical. I feel like that's been me towards his entire career. Is he runs around and does all this nonsense, like, wow, and I'm just looking like, what is this?
Yeah.
And a lot of that goes into kind of what we were saying earlier about the way that people look at comedy.
Yeah.
Is very complex, and comedy is very subjective too.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of reasons why you can explain why something is funny or not funny, and it makes it not funny, no matter if it's funny or not.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Marx Brothers are hilarious. I don't like the Three Stooges at all. I can tell you why, very definitively, is that the Marx Brothers are more of a heady, wittier comedy than I'm going to hit you with a chicken across the face. Like, and that's funny to a point, but like,
a lot of theirs too is specifically about mixing the high and the low brow,
right,
and settings that kind of inherently invite that.
And so I can say that I can't really say exactly why I've never been a big fan of Robin Williams. I just find his energy to be, first of all, too much for me to like. I feel like I can't take a breath when I'm watching him, not because I'm laughing, just because I'm like anxious when I watch him do things. But also, I find, and this is especially in the case of his dramatic work, which is his best work, by the way.
As I said last week, I think one of the reasons the Fisher King is his best thing to me is because it allows him to do both modes. And that character is so inherently tragic that even when he's making you laugh, you're thinking about why the behind all it, and it's a deep, raw, emotional place. And let me say,
we just watched Tucker, A Man in His Dreams last night, which is the first time I'd ever seen that. Good, really pretty good movie, by the way. But Jeff Bridges in that, and I bring that up because Jeff Bridges in Fisher King. Wow. Just what a performance that was. But anyway,
there's a whole other thing, but the more Jeff Bridges movies I see, the more I forget about The Big Lebowski, because that was my introduction to him formally. Yeah. And I see more and more stuff from him. We talked about him. We praised his, gave him all the hosannas in the world for Fearless.
Yeah.
But every new thing I see from him of a certain era, I'm like, wow.
I was thinking about Fearless a lot watching that movie last night, and very totally
different movie.
Oh yeah, but like just that era.
Well, also
of him.
The range he had.
Yeah,
but
anyway, so
he was definitely more of a dramatic actor who could do comedy as opposed to Robin Williams was the opposite.
Yeah,
where he's like somebody who's a comedian who can do drama.
And I feel like, and he's done great. He's been great as a dramatic actor too. I think he's really good in this. I think this is one of my favorite roles.
I was going to ask, what about him do you think works for this?
Because I don't know. I think it was just he was more level.
Yeah,
like I felt like even his.
Do you think part of that is literally what he's wearing? like the costume.
Well, that and then
itself
even
is
when
like,
he's himself, and the reason I said that too is
you mean when you see his skin?
Yeah,
and like,
is because I'm like, finally a human being.
Yeah,
and I think he's just way more level, and I appreciate that. Like, he was funny, but he didn't feel like he had to go overboard.
Well, I guess that was
to make a laugh.
He's playing a robot,
right.
so he's playing a more robotic.
And so
register.
I enjoyed that, and I thought it was funny. It wasn't that I was like, "Oh, finally he's not funny." It was still funny, but it was just not like he felt like he had to jump through all these hoops all the time, like he does in every other movie he's in.
Weirdly, there's a lot more comedy with the. Oh gosh, what's her name? The Kirsten Warren Galata in NDR or Android Servant, and she also serves Martin Freeman. She's a lot more over the top and has been adjusted to be more naturally spontaneous.
So like that's all just to say that like for example, the Fisher King I think works more because he's literally schizophrenic. And so, like,
it has this trauma,
right? And so it makes sense he would act that out of bounds.
Yeah.
Because, and this is going to be really controversial, and you're not going to agree with this either. I was rewatching Aladdin a couple years ago, and I was really just enjoying it the whole time.
Okay.
And then Robin Williams came in the movie,
took it over,
and I was like, oh, yeah. And was like, I was really liking this, and then this happened. And he is good enough in that movie. But like, I can't not admit I liked it less when he was in it. Like the first, half hour, 45 minutes, I was like, because he's not even in that whole section, until later.
Now, while it doesn't work for you in general,
yes,
would you agree that one of his appeals, at least hypothetically for other people, is he's just this manic?
Yeah, no, I get it.
Fresh air
I get it. I get why people are into it. I'm just saying it's just not a thing for me. But yet another thing on top of all this, because I didn't even as a kid, I wasn't into these things. Like I said, even in that moment when I was watching Mrs. Doubtfire on my great aunt's bedroom TV in their second house, just to tell you exactly where that was.
Yeah.
And saw him like, and this guy just staring watching him, and I feel like that right now. No, literally, I felt that way as a child. I was like, I don't get this, and this is crazy. But it's not even like it's Sam Kinison where I'm like years later, like, oh, this is funny because it's so vulgar and insane. Like, like I felt that way towards him at a certain age just because I was so shocked by it, what it was.
Right.
But that's all to say that even though I felt that way then, like especially after he died,
2014.
Yeah, ever since then, because I realize it's been literally 10 years.
This is right around the time Ferguson happened, which is the 10-year anniversary of that.
Yeah,
I remember is right around the same time.
And so I don't know. It's just ever since then I've had this really it's tragic for me to even watch him because. Like I said, you have these movies that are like about these sad clowns and it's so hard being a comedian and I have to make people laugh or I don't feel worthy. And as much as I chafe at that feeling and find it totally ridiculous, that's still a feeling he lived with all the time. So it's like I don't want to be too judgmental over that because I can tell how much pain he was in literally all the time. And so that's all just to say that I find watching him incredibly uncomfortable in so many ways.
Yeah.
And so that's all maybe an explanation of that. I don't know. But the point is that I felt like he really worked in this because it was more level.
Yeah.
Which I would feel probably something like Good Will Hunting would even Dead Poet Society would be a version of.
Those are definitely,
but because I haven't seen those,
at a more lower register, and him doing something more straightforward, dramatic. Because I've not seen Good Will Hunting a whole lot. I know for a lot of people that's like this very important signature movie. I've seen it I think the whole thing only maybe once, but there are some scenes between him and Matt Damon in that movie that you watch him and you're like, this is the reason why he won the Oscar is because of scenes like this, I mentioned this probably before. But there's a scene in particular in World's Greatest Dad, which is he made some of those towards the end of his life, those Bobcat Goldthwait movies, which are pretty funny.
Bobcat Goldthwait is definitely his own guy, by the way, and I respect him a lot for his own nonsense.
That you know, one of the World's Greatest Dad's about his son accidentally committing suicide, like, and that, but it's looked like he did it because he was depressed or sad, and the kind of the very, very, very darkly comic like aspect of all that.
Yeah.
And there's a scene towards the end of that where he looks directly at the camera because he's being interviewed for a TV show in the movie or whatever. And he looks at the camera and talks about the need to contact people if you're feeling suicidal thoughts and this and that. And it's one of the most chilling moments I've ever had watching a movie because I'm literally thinking about this man committed suicide and here he is.
And of course,
saying
there's
that
the
on
whole,
screen,
there's
like,
the whole,
very disturbing.
yeah,
honestly.
and there's the whole aspect of that too that was that he literally had dementia and like that's probably why he did
Goldthwait
it.
has even talked about, because he was very, very close friends with him, that like some of the medication he was on was like so severe that like sure he was a guy who battled depression and was a sad man, but it literally drove him to the very abnormal place outside of the bounds of his own normal problems to do what he did.
And that's always been this qualification on that story, I know, but at the same time,
because I think he said he kind of resents that this become the sad clown caricature of what he says of him in general, that he says he don't think is fair to Williams' whole career
and so he knows
legacy.
a whole lot more about that than me, so I admit, but like I said, that still doesn't alleviate
that definitely
the
is the
tragedy
prevailing cinematic legacy now of him, though, unfortunately.
And there's other people that it's that way too. I mean, Jim Carrey has become a whole version of that, and I'm a big Jim Carrey fan. Well, pretty big. I mean, I'm not going to say he's not my favorite person ever. Just to not like
point fingers at you, but like, what about Jim Carrey works for you that Williams maybe doesn't?
Well, yeah, because it's very similar.
Because Williams was a little older than him. He kind of was in existence a little bit.
Well, I think honestly, I didn't really grow up with Robin Williams either. I came to him slightly later in my adolescence. I grew up with Jim Carrey. But I always thought his movies also had a certain wit to them.
Well, also, like some of the ones we grew up with, like, say, The Mask.
Yeah.
Like, or Liar, Liar. The Mask or Liar, Liar are like, things are provoking him to act this way. Dumb and Dumber, obviously, is arguably, you know, one of his best movies because it's like, it's just that character.
Yeah, like I guess it's
the
just
relationship between him and Jeff Daniels. Now, something like Ace Ventura, he is playing from the beginning, and over the top character.
And I think it's maybe
patently absurd.
An admittance of absurdity and stupidity of saying this is what a lot of people are like. I'm not saying it's some David Lynchian like reflection of real people or reality, but I feel like that's more of the case than Robin Williams just like, I just want to make people laugh and I'm going to do whatever I need to do that. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a cop-out, but I just feel that Jim Carrey's comedy is a little more complex as far as just about what, not even literally what it is, but the way it's used and what it says about the characters themselves.
Well, I think it's not out of bounds to say Jim Carrey's comedy, for the most part, comes from a more, this is a strange term to use, but like a more sophisticatedly physical place.
Yeah, right.
Williams is, for the most part, all about the verbal wit and the where am I going to go now, and obviously there's a component of that in Jim Carrey, but Jim Carrey in some ways is like a more successful version of like what Michael Richards' comedy is with Kramer, you know what I mean?
Sorry, I was literally about to burst out laughing because I was thinking of the Ace Ventura When Nature Calls of him getting crapped out of the rhino.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's its own way to qualify that, is it's like, it's just so funny. Like, but the whole situation and his mannerisms and, like you said, maybe it's the physicalness, the physicality of it that I like.
Because I've been rewatching, Michael Richards, I'm not talking about here, but I've been rewatching Seinfeld for a little while now. And I always knew always knew Kramer was funny. I always knew that growing up. Oh, that's a crazy guy. But like rewatching it, you really start to see the genuine genius physical comedy of Michael Richards as you rewatch that show. And I was just watching the episode the other day about like, you know, the whole where Kramer like gets Elaine's back sorted out, her neck sorted out, and she had in jest like said, I would give this bicycle to anybody who could do that. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll do it. And then remembers that and wants the bike. And then there's this scene where he's riding around Jerry's apartment.
Yeah, he's like, you enjoy your ride?
And then like Julia Louis-Dreyfus like right as he's about to go out the door, slams the door shut, and he runs into the, in the door, and the way he's like flipping around.
Yeah.
And just like, I mean, it's funny, but like when you really watch and see the mechanics of how all that has to work, and you see that time and time again with Michael Richards, and obviously Jim Carrey's a version of that school of comedy. And I think that was very novel to see in the 90s, which was why Carrey's career was obviously so successful.
Yeah.
And because it is genuinely funny.
And maybe
that's
maybe that's part of it too, is, you know, that Robin Williams got so known from being on Happy Days and Nanu Nanu and Mork and Mindy and all that, like, that he came to us as this, like, already alien, and he's like, aliens talk like the way he talks. Yeah. And so to me, I've always been, I'm more sometimes into... It's weird, though, because then I say I'm not as into the Three Stooges, but then I love the Marx Brothers, but then in this situation, I'm like, well, I'm not as into the verbal, I want to see a little more of the physical, and so it's just a difference in sensibility, I guess. I don't really know how to explain it, but I don't know, and I think it's, like I said, it is also as simple as I grew up with some of those Jim Carrey movies, and I don't know. I think it's as simple as how you perceive something when you're a child. And Robin Williams always scared me as a child to a certain way, because he literally felt like he would not stop talking. And I know that I also don't do that in life, because also I'm a teacher now, so I don't stop talking.
And, and you hate to bring this into it, but as you said, years later after his passing, 10 years now, you can't help but see any moment of him, and deep down in the back of your head be thinking about how it ends. And
and so I respect, and like
extent,
I said, I
really
respect him as a person, and that people love him. That's just not something I'm
one of the most pleasant surprises of this year was realizing that his daughter directed Lisa Frankenstein, Zelda.
Yeah, that
Williams.
was good.
Because, I mean, I don't think we even really understood or knew that until we were literally talking about that on the show, and we realized, oh, wait a minute, that's his daughter.
And to speak briefly about Jim Carrey before we get back to this movie, because we're kind of going... I mean, I feel like this is relevant. Relevant?
No, this is relevant.
It is relevant to talk about. But with Jim Carrey, also, he then did a later version of, I'm going to be in the serious movies now. Truman Show, I don't like. I think is ridiculous. It was one of the most ridiculous. Literally, and I could talk about that movie probably for a couple hours, and I'm a big Peter Weir fan. So
let me just say for the record, I like the movie, but think it is randomly overrated at this point.
But the fact that there would ever be a movie that's like, we love Truman, and that you feel like, it's like a Forrest Gump kind of thing, where it's like, I'm so interesting, people have follow me around. It's just so, man, it's just such a burden. Like, that's so other than
the Jim and Andy documentary, which we talked about earlier. Like, I think he said that movie kind of broke his brain a little bit, and that a lot of the stuff for the next 10, 15 years were him trying to pick up the pieces of that subconscious splatter that happened to him.
And I know he had what was it, an ex-girlfriend that died or committed suicide or something? What was the situation with that?
Yeah, and I want to be very careful how I say this. There are some rumors that he got her into certain drugs and whatnot, and actually led to her either OD or suicide.
Yeah.
And that there was a letter that was written that she wrote in her final hours that was blaming him for everything that he had got her into, which is... I don't even really want to go down that road right now. Just time talking about that. So, but very disturbing stuff.
But so honestly. He's had his own... obviously his own problems with mental health and all that, and I feel like he's somebody that thankfully finally kind of has figured himself out and is to a place where he needs to be over the last so many years. Which is good, even if I don't see him as much, which makes me sad, but it's like, well, whatever needs to work for you.
There's always going to be those movies you can go back and
watch. And I know that is a whole aspect of that story also, is that whole part of it. But also, I remember seeing him in the Jim and Andy documentary, and he talked about making Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind with Michelle Gondry.
Which I think, all told, is the best thing he's ever been involved with. I think, all told, for me.
Probably, yeah.
Because I think that is amazing.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite as great as other people do, but it is really...
And a lot of that has to do with the confluence of people working on that,
But I remember that Michelle Gondry once told him, he said this in the Jim and Andy documentary when they were making that, and then he later worked with him on Kidding, like we were saying earlier, so whatever. But he said, I love you, you're just such I look at you and you just have so much sadness. and that somebody said this to him, and and then I'm like, he's like, yeah, but I'll work with him again, and I'm like, okay, but like he said that like that really affected him in a certain way, and this was also when he was kind of trying to come out of that whole slump and problems he had, and so all that to say that I think ultimately, and I think Man on the Moon's fine, so don't get me wrong, but I feel like Robin Williams has had better dramatic performances than Jim Carrey. I think that's what works about that. Is for me, Robin Williams works better when he's in that really more serious mode, and Jim Carrey works better when he's in the more manic mode.
And this kind of splits the difference because, like we said, it's like him doing more comedy, but it's at a lower register.
And I'm fine with that.
And it's more comes from that fish out of water place.
But anyway, that's just to say I did appreciate him in this because it was the things I like more about him that came through that was more like, oh, it's just fun to see Ron Williams not have to feel like he has to overdo it every second, you know.
Yeah.
And so obviously he'd been in Hamlet before this, in like a couple years before this. Very small role, and had been in other stuff, but obviously was in the midst of that kind of era of making more serious work.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, that was kind of a long way to get there.
We can maybe talk a little bit too about the Christopher Columbus of this, all this. Up to this point, he had directed. He got his start writing Gremlins. That was the thing that really broke him through. Reckless also came out in '84.
And then the Goonies.
Yeah, the Goonies also, and those kind of Joe Dante, Steven Spielberg,
the Amblin,
Richard
stuff.
Donner Amblin base. His first movie he directed was Adventures in Babysitting in 1987.
I always thought.
Heartbreak Hotel in 1988. I've not really heard or seen much about that movie. Home Alone. We've talked about that before. That's obviously one of the great successes of his career.
Wait. He wrote a version of Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland at one point. I didn't know that. Are they making a movie of that finally? I've been hearing about for so many years now.
Perhaps. I'm not seeing anything about it.
Anyway, I've heard about that they're trying to make that. But
Only the Lonely was. Never really heard of that. It was in the middle of starring John Candy. In between the Home Alone movies, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, Mrs. Doubtfire, 9 Months in 1995, Stepmom in 1998, and Bicentennial Man in 1999.
And then he got briefly, I don't want to say trapped, but caught in the Harry Potter web.
Well, no, because we would agree that that was a great start to that franchise.
Yeah, I mean, those are arguably his best movies, too, so, yeah. So,
if I say Chris Columbus's name to you, Levi, what comes to mind? Like, what's the Chris Columbus aesthetic, if there is one?
Well, it's interesting because it's not quite Steven Spielberg, but it's not quite John Hughes. It's somewhere in between.
And that's a good way to put it,
I feel like he's somewhere in between that, where he's like, he likes these high concept, movies about young people.
A lot about families
or young people or families in some way. And he likes to make these adventure movies in some form, but then also really tries to populate them with characters that are more like John Hughes characters rather than Spielberg characters, which
because you
is
think about
neither a good or bad thing.
And I say this as a huge fan of Gremlins, but that's very much written by a young, clever, slightly angry
Same thing with
man.
the Goonies, in a way.
Then like you look at Home Alone, it's like, no, but family is important, and obviously John Hughes. Because a lot of the John Hughes movies of the 80s that we love and celebrate are like, I'm young and I don't really like authority, but deep down things recenter themselves, whether it be like Breakfast Club or people who don't like each other.
Yeah.
But we're going to come together and set aside our differences.
Yeah. Or that the Goonies is like, only these children can solve this problem of that adults are not like incapable of doing, but don't have the energy to do anymore. And in a way, it's kind of charming. I think that movie is good, but kind of overrated. I know you feel even more that way than me.
What, the Gremlins?
No, the Goonies.
Oh, Goonies.
No, I like Gremlins just fine. I don't have any problem with Gremlins, but the Goonies is good, but okay. And I think that's a very charming idea of a movie, is to say, but Yeah, so I think that's kind of what it is. I think it's like this in between of like making these high concept movies, but also trying to make them more funny or comedic characters, rather than I feel like Spielberg has better. Maybe not like I don't think this is weird. I think Spielberg's characters are great, but they're maybe not as like developed or complex in a way that some of Hughes or Columbus's characters are, but they're better characters when
I would agree with
when
that.
Spielberg does them.
Yeah.
It's weird, but it's
By the way, I just look. He's apparently producing Nosferatu this year.
All right,
Christmas. They're like, we need a Christmas guy,
and he's like, let's do it. Yeah. Yeah.
We had talked about this. I had forgotten it back when we talked about Jingle All the Way, but he also was a producer on that. So, like, producer of Home Alone.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I mean, yeah. So, like he's
trying to get
produced
in.
and then was like a producer, I believe, on Christmas with the Cranks. We were just talking about. So,
He actually
he's
wrote
kind of
that,
he's been.
too.
Oh, he wrote it. Okay. So
And
he
produced it.
So he has been associated with the Christmas and family movie aesthetic for a long time, either writing it or
I
directing
think this is
it or
definitely
not.
like something trying to be a little more ambitious, and for Bicentennial Man, that is.
And then he did direct that Christmas Chronicles movie,
Christmas Chronicles 2.
which we saw the first one. I remember we got like 30 minutes into the second one, and Mom was like, I can't watch this. And when Mom is like, I'm done, it's bad.
Yeah.
Because I remember we went to see
Oz the Great and Powerful.
Oz the Great and Powerful, and she looked at us halfway through, and she's like, this is so bad.
Yeah.
Because her mom does have taste, for sure.
Yeah.
So, but it's funny that
I mean,
she's
I think
like,
we would
we'll go do
agree
that.
that,
And
like, the overall quality of his movies have dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Like, since
Like,
Chamber of Secrets, really.
Yeah, what's his newest one? What is that? The Thursday Movie Club?
Murder Club.
Oh, the Thursday.
Some British movie is coming out next year on Netflix.
Who else in it?
Amblin Entertainment's doing it. Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, Ben Kingsley, Jonathan Pryce. Says it's
all those right foul gets.
I don't know how to say that. Septuagenarian amateur sleuths attempt to solve a murder. One was a spy, one was a nurse, one was a trade union official, and one was a psychiatrist. Sounds like Clue or something.
Like people who are over 75.
Oh yeah,
I'm assuming.
That makes sense. I think it sounds like a version of Clue or something.
Right. But yeah,
wouldn't you agree though that this is definitely him swinging for the fences? I don't think this movie was exactly marketed as an Oscar movie, but I could see him thinking while making this, like, "Oh, this could be an Oscar push."
Yeah, and I should also say this movie is really well made. It was Norman Reynolds' last production design movie. I know he worked on the Star Wars movies and some other stuff in the Amblin orbit of sorts, or the Spielberg Lucas orbit.
Yeah.
And so I think this movie looks really good and is really well made. Yeah. I love those scenes on the beach. Oh my gosh, those look so good. The lighting is perfect. Like, so that's the thing is, like, this movie, it's weird because it's like it has all these strikes against it, but then it has all these strikes for it, and it really does become this balancing act of what wins out. And while I think that the overall morals of this movie are totally fraudulent.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, but it was a fun enough time.
Well, I feel like,
you know,
too, like,
whatever,
it definitely does this movie favors to see it before AI. If you're watching these, like, back-to-back or, like, around the time of each other.
Yeah, because I remember I looked at you after we watched AI later and was like, it's a good thing Bicentennial Man's first. Right. Yeah.
Because, I mean, this feels like, because I know Columbus and Spielberg obviously know each other because they've crossed paths and have worked together. I would imagine, like, not to put words or thoughts in his head or mouth, but I imagine him seeing this movie 2 years later, AI, and being like, wow. What did I do by even trying to wade in these waters?
Spielberg literally, like, pushed him over nicely and was like, get the F out of the way. Like, you know, it's like, let's do it. Like,
well, we're going to talk about this, too. Like, Harry Potter originally was in the hands of Steven Spielberg to do.
And then it was Williams briefly.
Because there was a period right around the time that AI was being made, he had the choice to do either AI, Harry Potter, or, which I think he thought about doing as an animated movie, or Minority Report. And he decided to go with AI, and then he followed up that with Minority Report. And
I think everything worked out better the way it did. It would be weird to think of Harry Potter movies as Spielberg movies. I just think that'd be strange.
And then you got John Williams doing the score. And that would have been something that would have probably been similar. But
I think that Columbus adds something else to those movies that's a little different. So But and also there's being British products too. That's its own whole other aspect.
Columbus isn't British either.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying like that mixed with him adds something else that I feel like with it would have just felt like a Spielberg movie if it would have been Spielberg,
right?
Even on top of that,
probably the closest thing we have to what that would have even kind of looked or felt like was Hook.
Yeah.
In terms of it being kind of a more fantasy-oriented story.
Oh, yeah, because
obviously he's mostly known as a sci-fi director. Listen, we all really want to talk about AI, so any final thoughts about Bicentennial Man before we end it? I was going to say, because deep down we want to get to talk about this other thing.
It's weird because it's a movie that's been forgotten, and it's kind of fine, but that's the
fact.
Like,
what do you think? How just, like, this movie just feels like a weird cultural artifact 25 years later. Is like a movie without a... home, so to speak, in terms of like it's not remembered in the same way that AI is or on the same pedestal, and it's like I think it's a valiant effort to try to tell a story like this and has some genuine emotion in it that maybe might not make you radically rethink what our relationship to technology is, but it starts the conversation maybe, or maybe I don't know anything else. Anyways, here's the trailer for 2001's AI, Artificial Intelligence.
When's your birthday? I never had a birthday.
His name is David.
I feel it. That's creepy. Whoa, feels so real.
In a distant future, in an age of intelligent machines, he is the first robotic child programmed to love and coexist as a member of a family. His is a tale of humanity and a journey to find his place among humans and machines.
I'm a boy.
You are a real boy. At least as real as I've ever made one.
Can you imagine if Robin Williams were in this movie too? Like,
turns out he is.
Oh yeah,
he's Dr. No.
Yeah, of course he
is.
is. I mean, that feels like more like what his deal is to be like, oh, I know everything, and I'm going to talk about So yeah, that's kind of his deal. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the trailer? It's very short.
Yeah, it's very short. I think they were like robots, Spielberg, date, go see. Just like that was just like all right, you're going to see it, so just go do it. Like summer release, obviously that's a little different than
right. June of 2001.
This is a wider conversation we're probably going to have about this movie. I'm very baffled that it was as successful exactly as it was. There was, and obviously his movies are still pretty successful. But a period in time where just putting Steven Spielberg's name on something was just instantly like box office. But the fact that this did get a summer release, you would think it would even try to make more of an Oscar play and put it more in the fall, more in the time that this would have Bicentennial Man would have came out. But instead, it was a summer release.
So I'm going to read a lot of information for this just to get through a lot of the big stuff here. AI, artificial intelligence, or simply AI, is a 2001 American science fiction film directed by Steven Spielberg. The screenplay by Spielberg and screen story by Ian Watson are loosely based on the 1969 short story Super Toys Last All Summer Long by Brian Aldiss. That's literally maybe the greatest name for anything of all time, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Set in a futuristic society, the film stars Haley Joel Osment as David, a childlike android uniquely programmed with the ability to love. Jude Law, Francis O'Connor, Brendan Gleeson, and William Hurt star in supporting roles. Development of AI originally began after producer and director Stanley Kubrick acquired the rights to Aldiss's story in the early 1970s. Kubrick hired a series of writers, including Brian Aldiss, Bob Shaw, Ian Watson, and Sarah Maitland, until the mid-1990s. The film languished in development hell for years, partly because Kubrick felt that the computer-generated imagery was not advanced enough to create the David character, but he believed no child actor could convincingly portray. In 1995, Kubrick handed AI to Spielberg, but the film did not gain momentum until Kubrick died in 1999. Spielberg remained close to Watson's treatment for the screenplay and dedicated the film to Kubrick. So to talk briefly, the movie was made for $90 to $100 million. It made $235.9 million. Made by Warner Brothers. And all the regular guys, Michael Kahn, Janice Uminski, John Williams, all working on this as well. But this is a very different, I think, kind of movie, in my mind.
Yeah.
For Spielberg, and we may talk about why that is later. But well, maybe we can talk about that now. So you're going to know a little more about this, and you can talk about it. But this started kind of as a Kubrick project.
Well, let me just ask you this. Like,
yes.
What are like some of the most iconic Kubrick characters in Kubrick's own filmography? One immediately just
Dr. Strangelove or
that
or Jack Torrance.
I would say HAL 9000
or HAL 9000.
HAL 9000. Like I mean, you could go through all the ones you just said, but like I think like as far as like cinematic origination,
or also R. Lee Ermey and Full Metal Jacket.
HAL 9000 is one of the most iconic film characters of all time, which is a strange thing to say because it's not a human being, or really represented by anything other than like a red eye. And again, I think 2001 is literally one of the top 5 greatest films ever.
Number 2 best.
I'd say 2 or 3 for me. And that it's often mentioned that that's the most human thing in the movie in terms of the human characters are themselves almost more robotic in some regards, or more removed or detached than the actual human characters are. Because there's certain people that Levi's kind of shaking his head that root, if not exactly root for HAL 9000.
Well, it's more verbose if that's what you mean. But
the characters' performances in the movie are intentionally more flat.
Oh yeah, no, they are
not,
definitely
like, expressive and like
for sure.
And HAL 9000 is ultimately like one of the villains of that movie. But like that is just an immediately iconic film character, and in some ways, the origin of this movie is rooted in his own and the after effects of 2001, as he was right after 2001 he was trying to do the Napoleon movie that never happened. Some of that enthusiasm and research was of course channeled into Barry Lyndon, and so this was something that he worked on off and on, as he did with multiple projects, as he did for a long, long time with what finally became Eyes Wide Shut, his final movie. And it was kind of like in the mid to late 90s, or really the early to mid 90s, I should say, as it really, there were 3 projects that like dominated his time and attention. It was the Aryan Papers, his Holocaust movie, which he oftentimes apparently called to people the Pinocchio. He referred to it a lot as Pinocchio, and obviously there's a lot of Pinocchio imagery and Pinocchio discussions in this movie. And then the project that became Eyes Wide Shut. And he was kind of like bouncing between the two. With Aryan Papers, I'm actually, after having read about that movie, glad it didn't happen. That would have probably been one of the most unwatchable things I can
I'm curious.
ever imagine.
Tell me a little bit more about that, because I've always heard about it, but I don't know a lot of details about it.
Well, he for years and years was fascinated, obviously in a historical sense, and as a Jew, and the Holocaust and what it was and what it meant. And the more he dove into it, he kept trying to, and he did this with other projects too. He scoured, like, always trying to find a book that was, like, recently being written or about to come out about all these various subject matters, and seeing if that could be... Because he was not primarily a writer, even though he wrote some of his movies. To channel his enthusiasms of that subject into these different subject matters. I mean, that's one of the reasons The Shining was made, was because he'd been wanting to make, like, a ghost story or a horror movie for a while, and The Shining was popular, and he kind of grabbed that and... obviously took and molded that into what he wanted it to be for that. So there were several books that he had had been looking at to do a Holocaust movie about, and the Aryan Papers ended up being the name of what he wanted to do. Again, some of the descriptions I don't even really want to say on this podcast about what that movie would have involved, and he knew that to make that movie, it would basically be unwatchable, not make all that much money. That was also right around the time Schindler's List was getting ready to be made, and he honestly was like, you know what, he kind of was weirdly relieved that the Schindler's List came out and was successful, because he's like, all right, this kind of takes pressure off me of having to do what that was going to be. So he was weirdly actually happy that he didn't have to make it. And again, reading some of the descriptions of what that movie would have had, I'm glad that it was not made.
Yeah, I've seen that Luca Guadagnino supposedly in only a few years ago hoped to direct it. Although Luca Guadagnino is almost like Guillermo del Toro, where he has this list of projects he announces, and then we never know what goes on there.
Yeah,
but
and so then it really came down between, for the most part, AI and what eventually become Eyes Wide Shut. And again, as Levi said, he spent a lot of time, especially after Jurassic Park, he was like really excited by the effects of that movie and thought, okay, maybe we can generate a real boy, because he didn't think a child actor would be able to withstand. He even joked he knew that all the stuff that goes into involving shooting a movie of his, he's like, the kid would have a beard by the time we were done with him. That he also just didn't want to put a kid through that kind of thing and thought it was not going to be a good idea. And he had always, really since the 70s, really liked Spielberg's movies before he even met him. And then, of course, he met him and they become great friends. And E.T. especially was a movie that he wanted to make his version of E.T. and he kind of thought AI could be his version of that. And, of course, he didn't have some kind of chronic illness, but he basically knew that he only maybe had one or maybe two more movies within him, and realized his time would better be, because Eyes Wide Shut's history goes back even further, like as far as his interest in doing that. So he essentially, there was a time, and I know there's a lot of prologue here about, don't worry, 1995, where he actually invited Kubrick invited Spielberg over to his home in England. They had, of course, met already. They talked on the phone a lot. And he literally said, he kind of showed him some project production design and art that had been done for it, concept art, and said, hey, I want to give you this movie, and I want you to take it over. It could be, imagine a Stanley Kubrick production of a Steven Spielberg film like that as a way to sell a movie alone. He's like, we could do that. And he was convinced, no, this is your story. You should do this. I'd love to see this movie. I just don't, it's more from your enthusiasms than mine. And then he's like, well, okay. And then they talked over the next so many years. Spielberg went and done kind of the stuff he did in the later 90s. And then upon Kubrick's death, Christiana Kubrick and Jan Harlan, who was Kubrick's brother-in-law and executive producer on a lot of his stuff, reapproached Spielberg and said, hey, do you think now would be the time to do it? And as I said, he basically had his choice between those three projects of that, Minority Report, or Harry Potter, and he decided, I want to pay homage to Stanley and make sure this gets made. And so and there's a lot, and that's the thing we can really get into this, of what is Kubrick about this and what is Spielberg about this, because it is a movie that very much, I think, pretty neatly fits into Spielberg's wheelhouse while having these Kubrickian elements. And so, when you think about this movie, Levi, in the abstract, what do you distinguish between those two things? Because for me, all the heart and the beauty of humanity, I naturally associate more with Spielberg than I do Kubrick. But those big, heady ideas and questions are not always present in the sci-fi of Steven Spielberg. Close Encounters is something that kind of is the closest medium between those two things, I'd say, before this. Something like E.T. is not remotely interested in, and I think that's fine, about, the questions of alien versus humanity. I mean, it's just it's a much more straightforward adventure story. This feels and this is the Kubrick, I guess, aspect of it, it is more inherently interested in these really big ideas in a way that is partially carried over into Minority Report also. Yeah. But what do you delineate between the Kubrickness of this movie and the Spielbergness of this movie?
Well, I think that's why it's one of Spielberg's best movies, is that it's the perfect marriage between the two. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to totally... because I think it's actually more on either end than we expect. Because knowing about how dictatorial that Stanley Kubrick was, and kind of low-key insane about making movies. And he knew this about himself. I mean, you know, like I said. So the fact that he would say that about, I don't want to put a child through that, kind of goes against what we try to put Kubrick in the box of, is that, he doesn't care. It's about the movie. It's about which is literally a Tucker, a Man in His Dream. Tucker, a Man in His Dream, I felt last night as a very, like, Ayn Randian, like, it only matters what the artist does. And it's kind of like, okay, Coppola, whatever. Yeah. Which we're going to see with Megalopolis, too. Not the sequel. They're not going to make that, don't worry. If nothing else, because he could be canceled before then.
Yeah.
That, I don't know, I feel like, and then I feel, you know, there's the whole story that Spielberg's like, I wanted to end it when they were in the ocean, and that was it. And it's like, it's not even an ending. I don't even know what that is. Like, you know, and that
about
Kubrick's
20 minutes
ending,
before when the movie
right,
ends,
and
loosely.
that Kubrick is wanted to do the ending that it is. And so I feel like it's somewhere in between, but I feel like what's so great about this is that it's a Spielberg movie, but it's like, and it's not darker in the sense that it's a rated R movie and it's like hyper violent and hyper sexual or anything, but it's really not that at all in a pretty major way. But it feels like it's unafraid to just, and it looks so good.
Yeah,
it's one of his best looking movies, and it's so dark, literally looking. I just love the look of that, because that's not normally Spielberg's decision making. But this movie has such a definitive world to itself that I think about, and there's a lot of interiors and darkness, and even when it's exteriors, it's like in woods or it's in the ocean or it's like places that are darker, and I think in its own way that's a reflection of the human soul in this universe by this point. It's just the way it feels to be a human being.
Well, it's also, and I'd kind of forgotten, because I've seen this movie maybe 4 times. This might have been the 4th time I've seen it, and I kind of forget the whole like climate change opening to it, where it's kind of like it's like loosely 200 years from when it was made,
something like that.
Something close to that. I can't remember, but it's like I had kind of forgotten the dire circumstances. I just kind of in my head, I think, remembered it being, it's kind of just like 200 years in the future or whatever. But like,
it kind of reminds me of Sam Neill's narration with "Until the End of the World," which William Hurt is also in.
Yeah,
you know, so
Sam Neill, of course, in Bicentennial Man.
Right, so it's just like, where am I?
That's another very millennial, Y2K era movie,
right? So I think also the gravity of him knowing I'm directing the Kubrick movie adds to this another level of seriousness.
Well, it's also
that I really appreciate.
This movie is science fiction in a very pure way, and because I think when a lot of us, maybe of our generations, we think of science fiction movie, we think of like Star Wars, and again, this doesn't take away from the genius of Star Wars. That's of course
either that or like a big hulking monster kaiju movie, or like science fiction.
This is science fiction in the more literary tradition of what science fiction is. I mean, even something like Star Trek is kind of a bridge to like more serious science fiction in literature into being like a more action oriented thing a little bit. That's kind of a bridge. And this is much more like hard science fiction.
Like Robert Heinlein or Harlan Ellison or
Ray
Phil K. Dick or
Bradbury,
Ray Bradbury. I mean, it's a lot more, like I said, a literary version of that. And I feel like that's what Kubrick's would have been and is with 2001 in its own way. Now that's
Arthur C. Clarke,
even more of a like, let's go to space and do this rather than like things that are happening on the Earth, you know.
Let's try to imagine the edge of existence itself.
Right,
which is what
and
that
so
movie
that's
is
a little,
about.
that's headier, but it does fit into more basic science fiction than some of these other movies do.
Yeah.
And so I think, approaching that from this lens, it immediately demands more seriousness to it.
Yeah.
Not that it's not a family movie also, but I think that's what's so successful is it literally is a marriage between both of these men at their best versions of themselves.
Yeah.
which should really make it the single greatest film ever made in its own way, even though it's not the greatest film that either of them ever made exactly, but it's pretty close for Spielberg.
And I would say this is almost close to being the best film of even 2001, but Mulholland Drive exists, and I think I would put that a little bit ahead of this. Obviously, very, very, very different movies.
Both emotionally devastating, although Mulholland Drive is emotionally devastating by just like, what did I even just see, more than that.
This is a random place to take this conversation. I think this was the movie that, as of this moment, definitively proved to me why Steven Spielberg is the greatest filmmaker ever. Because you said something about that in passing last week. I don't remember exactly what you said, but you said, or the preview, you said something along the lines of that's why he's the greatest director ever. And anytime you hear somebody say this person or that person, even if you kind of agree with it, you're like, well, what about Alfred Hitchcock? What about Charlie Chaplin?
What about even Kubrick?
What about Robert Altman? What about Stanley Kubrick? What about Martin Scorsese? Like there's those names, Mark Bergman, that that come to your mind of like, well, what about this? And seeing this again, because I was even thinking,
Rennie Harlan, everybody.
I was literally
Uwe Boll,
Uwe Boll,
yeah.
Was thinking about like how many pure classics has Spielberg made. I'm talking like movies that we would rank on like a 5-star level. And I think I loosely counted, and this is going to vary person to person, and we might even slightly disagree. I think I counted 10. And that's my own opinion. We'll go through these real quick. Jaws, Close Encounters, Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T., Jurassic Park, Schindler's List. Saving Private Ryan is like
it's
a marginal. Let's just go ahead and count it just for the sake of this.
Yeah.
Saving Private Ryan. This. Lincoln also
Close
on the
enough.
marginal level, and The Fabelmans. 10. I think we agree that those are 10.
Yeah.
But just for the like and then I went through other directors and I couldn't get to numbers that high. And now again, there's a whole debate to be had about, and this is very, very subjective, and what would make somebody the greatest filmmaker of all time? Is it purely the number of true 5-star classics that they made? Is it the impact visually on cinema that they've had?
Yeah, but then he checks all those boxes.
Yes,
so it's like,
and then I would say yes, sure.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
But then there's also like how they've changed as an artist over time. This is not the Spielberg in 75 or 7 that would have exactly made this movie. The movies he made in 75 and 77, by the way, are all-time great movies. So don't get it wrong. But like
maybe even better than this. Probably even as Jaws, I think, is. Close Encounters, he can go back and forth, I think.
But the fact that he can make
E.T. is better
great
than
movies
those,
across all this span of time, and we're just talking about the like top of the line with his career. What about The Bridge of Spies of the world, which I'm a random big fan of? Temple of Doom. What about like like something random like oh God, what was the Tom Hanks movie he made in the early 2000s?
The Terminal?
The Terminal, or certainly Catch Me If You Can, which is really...
I haven't seen
that. That is one of the most wickedly entertaining movies ever made.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it on the level of all those other ones exactly.
Empire of the Sun.
Empire of the Sun. I mean, he is just
Color
like...
Purple. Yeah.
And the fact that he's like has a voice, has a style. The Spielberg Wonder is something that we saw plenty of in this movie. Even something I don't even think about War of the Worlds all that much as a movie, but like anytime I watch it, I'm like,
is another one we didn't
and I think everybody's gonna have their own different. And I said this years ago. I remember in a conversation I had with our cousin Philip, and I certainly don't even know as much now exactly about movies as I even knew then. But I remember in passing saying I feel like when it's all said and done, he's going to be known as the greatest filmmaker ever. And there have been other directors that, of course, I like a little more than Spielberg that are, for me personally, appeal to me a little bit more. I say a little bit more, not dramatically more. But then when I just think of what the body of work is, how can that exactly be competed with? I mean, you got like a very small amount of people who could. Orson Welles was another name I didn't mention earlier, as far as people whose work had meant something in the history of cinema. And I've said this a little bit about, I think, maybe some other Spielberg movies. I think maybe when we talked about Jaws, as of this moment, his career has basically been over the second half of cinema's history, loosely speaking, and he's had the impact that he's had. And then, something that is as late as and strong as The Fabelmans. West Side Story was another movie that I think is like almost 5 stars. I really think a lot of that movie. I know that's been really well regarded by critics and fans and whatnot the last so many years.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's lead this conversation back to AI unless you have anything to add to all this. This is like the in the back of the pocket movie, because this is not even like one of his like, when I think of Spielberg, this wouldn't be one of the first 5 movies that I exactly think of. And then there's this, and it's as great as it is.
Yeah.
And his control over emotion in a way that in the moment, and I don't even think even after the fact for the best versions of it, that don't feel manipulative or maudlin or feel like you're, and there's critics of him that would say that some of these things are. And also his own interests have remained consistent but only gotten more depth to them. Again, I weirdly, this is among many other things thinking about this movie. I think this has convinced me that he, as of this moment in my head, and will probably remain so for a while, I think he is the greatest filmmaker who's ever lived. And he's still making movies, so we're not even done. Yeah. It was announced a while back that he's going to do a UFO movie. Who knows more about making movies about aliens than him? And he's got an idea for that at this point in his career, working with David Cope. I'm weirdly very excited. Like, what are you going to do now? Yeah, because he knows, like, he's done everything.
Right.
So, like, what is the new idea that gets him excited?
And it's always
about
impressive to see a director at this point where they know pretty much everything they can know about making movies. Take one last swing, like, and and that doesn't always work, but more often than not, it's going to, because it's like you already know.
We've been talking for a while about the whole phenomenon of him, Scorsese, David Lynch, some of our older directors, Clint Eastwood, even like. Specifically the first 3 of those, like, making some of their best work of their career at this stage of their career. Yeah. Like, all of them had made things you're like, wow, that is literally one of the best things that person's
like
ever
Richard
made.
Jewell probably isn't as great as Unforgiven. It's good, but, like...
Well, we've also literally never had somebody that old making movies, period.
Yeah,
whether they're good or bad or whatever, literally that's a new frontier of, like, wow, you're 90-some years old directing a movie.
Yeah.
Like, so, again, all that's to say, I know we kind of went off track there a little bit, but, like, the fact that he's going back to material that on its surface would be well-worn and deepening it and getting into darker, more murky waters, and you come out the other end and you're like, wow, that's one of his best movies in literally a career that already has most of the best movies ever made in it, do you have any thoughts or ideas based out of?
He is the best ever, and I think it's so easy to dismiss that for most people because they want to go, oh, whatever, and people want to see cinema in this purely intellectual bent cinephiles, and they want to stray from whatever the most popular thing is. Thankfully, Spielberg was not only the most popular and most successful filmmaker of all time, he also made the best movie, a handful of the best movies ever made. And like we've said before, there's nothing better than a movie that can appeal to everyone that actually is great, Because that never happens
in any era for what it's worth.
Yes,
we like to complain about things now, but that's true, really.
I can talk about how great I think that the movie Reds is.
Yeah.
But, like, most people are not gonna care, even remotely care about that, So the fact that, and that movie has some action in it, but it's not like Jaws, where it's like, oh, this is one of the best movies ever made, and it's really entertaining. I agree that
Spielberg's chief foremost strength is as an entertainer.
Yes.
That's like literally it goes back to the origin story as depicted in The Fabelmans. And that's another thing, too, of him to, like, all of his movies have had autobiographical tinges to them, but it's like, no, but this is actually, at this stage of my career, I'm finally ready to make something about my own life in a very...
I really did look like Greg Gutfeld as a child, no joke.
Yeah.
It's like, who looks nothing like the other kid, by the way, the older version.
Yeah.
But
literally his cinematic origin story, and he's told this a billion times, it's in the movie, is like, I want to see train hit. I'm going to set up and
that in its own way was him
you know,
trying to get rid of the fear that it caused in him too.
Right.
Is to like keep watching it over and over, and you know, this isn't the time to talk about Fabelmans, but you know, just that one moment, like when he's like filming his parents backing in the driveway, and he's like, come on, stop, and then it does that, you know, smash cut to years later as him as a Boy Scout telling him to stop so he can pick up that scorpion.
Yeah.
That's literally like cinematic splooge cruise level. Like, oh my God, you seriously just did that. Holy crap. Like, and he's still doing that now.
Well,
like,
and
you know, and
been talked
he
about
can do
a
that
lot.
with his own life in that way.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's been talked about a lot. It was honestly one of the most shocking moments I've seen in probably 10 years of new movies, was the moment of the parents arguing and him looking in the mirror. It's been talked about a lot, and him filming. And it's like, you literally feel like a knife going into your chest in that moment.
Right.
You're like, am I seeing something that I shouldn't be seeing? And him kind of, because he's not somebody that we exactly associate with making this autobiographical personal cinema that we celebrate with like European art filmmakers or whatnot. And then there's nothing wrong with any of that. I'm not saying, but like, he's not somebody we associate doing that mode of thing. And so literally at this stage, Spielberg the legend, Spielberg the great, jabbing the knife in us at this stage, you're like, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you were interesting in getting us in that way. So, I mean, he's still at the top of his game, which you can't say that very often about somebody who's as successful as he's been.
Yeah, because you've seen versions of that with E.T., which is the ultimate movie about divorce in its own way, I think.
Before Fabelmans, that was the biggest Rosetta Stone understanding.
But also, even Close Encounters about a father who is so wrapped up in something beyond normal life and average life in an intellectual sense, and watching him disintegrate in his own family is its own way, I feel like, about him and about his life and about his father's
kind of a little
pursuits.
bit, would you say that's like a younger man's a little bit more bitterness towards that, maybe a little bit?
Yeah.
And like that he said if he made that now, since he's a father, he wouldn't have had Richard Dreyfuss go into the ship.
Right.
But that at the same time, I think he admitted, but I'm glad I did it then, because that's how I would have felt about it then, even though now I
Even
don't.
though part of the metaphor is that the boy gets brought back and he has to leave, and that there's kind of a trade-off there. It's kind of weird, like an emotional trade-off, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Maybe going back to AI here, wouldn't you agree that so much of the emotional impact that this movie has is because he knows, and I think deep down we know, and it's a Steven Spielberg movie, it's going to have, if not exactly a happy ending, a satisfying conclusion to this whole very sad story, but that to get there we have to go through very sad, dark places in a way that we don't normally always associate with him on the surface. Anyways.
Yeah, and even that satisfaction comes as a realization of it being false and totally not real. And, you know, which is its own... I mean, and yes, and I think there's not one moment in this movie of any joy whatsoever when you really think about it. Because every single moment is...
It's a qualification.
One person might be happy, but the other person's not. And the very end is everybody's happy, but it's not real. It's like, if that isn't literally a reflection of life itself, I don't even know what it, you know, like, and it starts from the very beginning with rain in a dark boardroom.
Yeah, right.
And literally, it's like, that's the whole movie, is that feeling ultimately.
Well, to get into this movie more specifically, like the movie starts with William Hurt giving a presentation to these like scientists and maybe investors into like he's like trying to pitch the idea, and also how like advanced the technology has become, where they can create this. It's like they have like a adult woman mecha. They call the humanoid robots mechas in this movie. She seems indistinguishable from any of these other people.
Yeah.
That's also one of the best effects I've seen from this era, is literally
Yeah.
a totally human face and then her face splitting to reveal this obviously robot face under there. And it almost comes off like I'm a smart man, maybe I'm a mad scientist. It's like a parlor trick. But then later on, we're like, well, this is actually rooted in William Hurt's own trauma as a father who's lost his son, who is modeling the Haley Joel Osment character off of his own son.
And that's in its own way a statement on...
He's the Geppetto, effectively.
Right, but also that literally we then see what's going on with the family in the movie, and that their son is sick. That's shown literally right after that.
All of this is only coming out of trauma. Whether it be literally the real David's death or whatever happened to him, or like literally that, Henry and Monica, their son Martin, is in this suspended animation. It doesn't really say he's got some kind of rare disease where he's in almost looks like a medically induced coma,
and he's like kind of can't walk correctly.
Yeah, he's got some kind of problems with his limbs, it looks like. And so David only comes into their life because Martin, I think, he works for
Henry. You're talking about
Henry, excuse me. Henry works for the company that creates the mechas, and he's being, that he was found to be, you two, the Monica and Henry, are the ideal candidates to have this experiment happen. And again, that both of those things are only happening because of a loss or a trauma. I said this last time, and I feel like this still backs up. I think Haley Joel Osment's performance in this, of course, he got all the attention as he should have for
Sixth Sense.
The Sixth Sense, but I think this is something that's obviously going for even more depth.
Yeah.
And he's, of course, I think he does give the greatest child performance.
He should have won
ever.
an Oscar for this. I think. Was he even nominated at all?
That's a good question. I'm actually curious what all nominations this movie got. It only got 2: Best Original Music Score for John Williams and Best Visual Effects. Nominated for both, didn't win either.
Yeah. Well, notably also that it's a summer movie, and so it wasn't playing to that Oscar time frame. But,
it does look like Jude Law got some in certain places, Best Supporting Actor nominations and whatnot. Haley Joel Osment did get a Empire Award Best Supporting Actor or Best Actor nomination. Saturn Awards, which are specifically sci-fi oriented and genre oriented, did say this was the best science fiction film. So at least within that community,
and he won for that too.
Yeah. Haley Joel Osment, best performance by a younger actor, as it says here. So, what do you take away from Haley Joel Osment's performance in this, as far as what's... And again, he's being directed by Steven Spielberg, who's already been, directed some of the greatest child performances ever.
And maybe this is the place to talk about what this movie is saying about artificial intelligence, because I think that's important.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about AI a little bit briefly, or generally in a brief sense, is that artificial intelligence, obviously, at this point, we're at a very deep crossroads about where we're going with artificial intelligence. And the assumptions are all negative.
Including many that I myself have.
Yes.
I'll just say, yeah.
I mean, I was 10 years ago, and artificial intelligence has been a thing that has been relevant for a long time.
I mean, going
really
back even to like chess computers.
The completion,
which is mentioned in this.
Yeah,
and you can't help but think Kubrick obviously would have been into that.
Him and all his IBM manual reading.
Yeah.
But for me, about 10 years ago, it was, oh my gosh, virtual reality. That's going to be a disaster for humanity, like, blah, blah, blah. And I was so against it, even at that, I was like, it's literally like putting me in this experience that is not real. I mean, literally, I was telling you earlier that when you play this Alien Isolation game, literally, like, you can set it up where noise in your room or the way you move your head affects the game. I'm like, no, for multiple reasons. Number one, I don't want to be scared to death. I'm scared of nothing, but I'm scared to death. I'm like, no, this isn't real. Mm-hmm. It's on the other side of a screen. Like, this thing isn't real, so I'm not going to engage in that,
Mm-hmm.
now AI is kind of taken over as more of the problem.
And there's obviously an intersection between these things.
Right. And ultimately, I read a Harper's Magazine article about all this. I might be writing a little bit about this stuff in the future sometime soon, maybe. I don't know, so keep your eye out for that, because I have an idea for something I want to write that kind of has to do with these things. It's something about something a little different. But it kind of similar to that, saying we crave immortality and knowledge beyond our own.
And that obviously artificial intelligence has the capacity to be, and I say this in quotes, immortal in a way that human beings do not in an earthly
and that's
sense.
what Bicentennial Man was about.
Yeah.
It was that he was immortal and he couldn't die, and so that was why he wasn't a human being. I was thinking, I think the reason he's not a human being is because he's literally not.
And the only reason he died was because he
chose to die.
He chose to give up his... the machine,
and in that way, that's kind of what's forgivable about Bicentennial Man, is it saying he gives up immortality because he wants to be a human being that bad. Isn't being a human so great? And it's
I've seen
okay,
Wings of Desire,
yeah.
About, of course, Angel,
right? Yeah. But with this, or going back to AI quickly, just the concept of AI. It's weird to talk about this, about AI the movie and AI the thing, the actual concept. It's this whole idea. We were talking about this the other day about, like, I get so tired of hearing people discuss issues and problems with a shrug and say, well, it's already, this is the way it is. It's like, it's kind of like what James Baldwin once said, and I'm not going to equate this to race either, just to be clear. But James Baldwin once said about prejudice and racism, he says, these are not natural problems. They're created and lorded over by men. He said, so...
You can definitely apply that to non-racial ideas.
Yes,
also,
but I'm saying, and he was referring to that very definitively there, of saying this isn't just a natural law. These are things that come into existence by people who make these decisions and make assumptions about things. So I feel the same way about pretty much any issue. I mean, you can talk about, well, that's just not reality. It's like people used to talk about that, and you don't hear this quite as much anymore, but they're like, let's go to clean energy. Well, that's just not how it works. It's like, first of all, it doesn't have to work the way that you think it does, and second, it's going to work that way, or we're all going to die.
Well, so, also what you're scratching at is like these ideas that this is not viable, it's not financially viable, it's not corporately viable at all. Yeah. A lot of these, like, you can't do this or that, come down to financial interests.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, actually, that doesn't mean anything.
And again, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook, all these companies that are going into AI-oriented things, it's an arms race going on between these corporations, which is why you, quote, can't do that. It's like, well, actually, as Levi's saying, you can not do it. It's just, that company's doing it, so we got to get in that space, too.
And so I heard a guy, and I mean, he talked about it fine enough. I don't even remember the guy's name. He's from up north somewhere. No offense, but just, he wasn't from around here. That he gave this whole presentation to the Caldwell County schools about AI and trying to ways we can both prevent its use in the classroom and also use it for ourselves and what benefits it can be, about writing lesson plans. I'm like, I already did that. What more do you want from me? And he kept saying, it's already happening. There's no way to stop it. So you need to, and I'm a very realist person. I try to look at things in this realistic point of view. But I just was sitting there the whole time like, okay, but like, it doesn't have to be though. You know what I mean? Like, we can all stop this by just not participating. Now, I get it. We live in a society where like, everybody follows along with what goes on, and there's not a way that we really can stop it. Aside from terrorism, which I'm not advocating, by the way. I'm just being clear. But Terminator 2 had that ending for a reason, so I'm
because
not, like,
the actions of those characters would be naturally construed as domestic terrorism.
Yeah,
what they do in the movie.
And so,
even though they would argue, and I think the narrative would argue, it's for a higher purpose in that way. But,
and that gets, obviously, and I don't even want to get into the murkiness of what that means, so whatever. I'm not saying, but I'm saying that's the only way something like that could really be dealt with, although realistically other companies would come along and find some versions of that and do the same thing anyway. So I'm not having, let me just be clear, I'm not advocating terrorism, just to be clear. But that's like one of the only ways I can think of in the society in which we live is by force. is for enough people to rise up and say, no, you're not going to do this, you know, which obviously is not necessarily going to happen. But my point is that it gets frustrating because I myself am admitting, yeah, there's not really a whole lot we can do. But to just say, well, it's happening and there's nothing we can do. No, there are some things we can do. We just as a society, myself included, aren't willing to take the step to do that, I guess, to stop it from happening. But my point is that it can be stopped. It's just that everybody just shrugs and says, whatever, money has to be made. What a really defeatist way to live your life. Because for me, I'm going to do every single thing that I can to not use artificial intelligence as far as I can take it. To the point where I'm like, I don't care what that means, I'm not going to do it. Like, you know. And so that's my own way I can stop it, I guess, is to not participate. And a lot of people say, well, it doesn't matter anyway. But my point of saying all this is that I have a very low opinion and high, anxiety around this. One thing that does make me feel good, though, is that, like, you can say whatever you want about, well, these things can be immortal. It's like, yeah, well, but they still need human beings to run them. And then people can say, well, eventually...
which is what happens in this movie.
Right.
Eventually they can be these autonomous beings.
Right, and that they can control themselves. Yeah. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, they can be beyond human understanding, but if you're talking about systems that need to run, that's still something human beings are going to have to do. Yeah. And I know probably in 20 or 30 years, people are going to be laughing at me saying this and saying, oh, he's so naive. I get it. I don't know a whole lot about this. But common sense would tell me the human factor still must exist somewhere. At this stage, yes. Because we make them. That's the thing I want to be clear is we make the computers. They do not just exist, you know. And to make one think that is such a thing is insane in the sense of looking at oneself as God. And maybe that's the way to go back to this story, because I feel like there's a lot of religious concepts wrapped up in this about the idea of, God creating people with free will to choose whether he loves them or not in its own way. Is this not championing that idea of free choice and being a human, and not saying that one shouldn't love God, but saying that because he is programmed to love his mother. Now, while those feelings are real to him, they do not actually exist, really.
They're manufactured.
They're a which is not something... Love is not something that one... it may feel like it's manufactured, and I think there is a certain amount of the emotion of love attaches itself to people, and no matter what you do to try to fight that feeling, it's something that's going to continue itself.
Wouldn't you think, though, too, that this movie is a manifestation of the inherent irrationality of love, even among human beings?
Yes.
Because I think most people would look at certain relationships they've been in and say, it makes no logical sense why I would pursue or want to be with this person, and yet I love them anyways.
Right.
And that there's part of you watching this movie, at least speaking for myself, that David is really pursuing this, and I'm like, you need to evolve, David. You need to David. You need to.
That's a reference to a book.
It is actually better for you to not be caught up in this, and yet he is. In the same way that humans are irrational beings who love beyond whether they should or not, David, made by humans, is himself a manifestation of the irrationality of love.
Right.
And that you notice at the beginning it says, if you don't like them, you got to bring them back and we got to destroy them. We can't.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, we can't change the programming where they don't love anymore. Like they're either these manufactured loving beings or they're destroyed. There's no middle ground. Which there's part of me that thinks that's more of a, I don't say it's really much of a criticism, more of a plot contrivance than anything else to keep this narrative going.
And I mean, I think that's and then in that way, David represents, they said, like you said, that irrationality of love and that need for loving someone else, because he's literally created out of the grief of others, like you said earlier, is that, and also the whole point of the movie is almost the grief of others, manufacturing a being who then must go through grief because he is not loved and they wanted to be loved, is the whole point of saying, isn't this all a bad thing of like what the grief that we have does to other people, even though that person's not
and
real?
How,
like
anything we naturally make, especially something that aspires to be human or human-like, cannot help but be things that also grieve or bring grief to others. I mean, there's no clean way to go about this whole
and that's
thing.
why, and looking at that, like I said, from a religious point of view, again, that in the case of, you know, saying that if God is, like, you know, it's the difference, I guess, is that for me in saying this is like, we make this person love, you know, this robot love another person, but God does that for his own reasons of wanting to be loved or this mutual love of us, whereas here he's created a love, but he's not created to be loved.
Yeah, and like the closest thing
so,
to him having a religion is his pursuit of the blue fairy, which of course is part of the Pinocchio mythology or story. And that he's told multiple times, David, that's something that is not real, that's like a story, and yet he pursues it with the zeal of a religious quest, or you know, this religious enlightenment that if I only meet the blue fairy, finally I'm going to be able to become a real boy. And again, the inherent tragedy that we know that there's no way that that's ever exactly going to happen. He's going to get his wish by the end, but like you said, it's a manufactured, not really exactly real or long-lasting thing. One of the more ambiguous things about the movie, though, at literally the very end of the movie, it implies that he now has the ability to dream in a way that he never did before, and is that, I mean, literally the androids dream of electric sleep, that whole idea of, and you could say, well, is he dying, or is he, you know?
Yeah, because when I first saw the movie, I assumed he died at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Because of the visual language it's implying.
Yeah.
But then watching it this time, I was like, oh, like I had remembered, oh, he definitely died.
Yeah.
And then watching it again, I'm like, oh, well, that's not really certain. And then I started thinking, well, what does that mean for him after this? And obviously that's not the point.
Yeah.
But because the point is what the final whole sequence is, and you know, but that was something I was thinking. I was like, okay, so then what does that mean for him, and how will he then feel for having traded, you know, or like his eternity be affected by the fact that he spent only this one day with his mother, for a whole eternity without her now, you know. I wonder about what that
well, does
means.
that even matter to him anymore, because he finally got what he never got.
Yeah,
you know,
and then he can, and I said then he can dream about it.
And that he's almost, it's, you know, there's a lot said in the movie, because there's other, we could talk about too, the other representations of robots or AI in this movie.
Because I was going to say,
because he's, as the movie says, he's the first of his kind. And that's seen almost as a threatening thing in the main narrative of the movie. But then on the other side, in the future, he's seen as a deity, almost a god, because he has interacted with humans. And none of these robots 2,000 years in the future have ever done that.
And that's another thing that is a support of humanity, is by saying these whatever the aliens are, whether they're robots or what they are.
They look alien-esque, but they're supposed to be robot. I mean, they're synthetic beings who have seeming. I mean, they look very coded to look like aliens. They kind of remind me of the Close Encounters. Aliens to an extent,
or like the Camino aliens or something.
Yeah, or even what you see in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull a little bit towards the end of that. But they're very clearly like they weirdly, all these years later, humans have become these mythic beings that they never were able to understand, and he's the only one who
But the point is that they're saying, oh, humans are far more interesting than anything we do. And so that's the whole point of the movie too,
in part because they probably by that point robots have perfected a life without humans, and by virtue of that don't have any of the messy flaws or messy greatness that comes from humanity. They're just a stable, always similar thing. We could talk a little bit about the Jude Law character.
Yeah,
too,
because that's what I was going to say is that halfway through the movie, it becomes a different movie for a little while.
It's very much in kind of a very children's story, fabulistic setting in the beginning, and then it becomes this more
dystopian.
And I feel like that's where the Kubrickness kind of comes through a little bit more, maybe in that second act too. The flesh fair, and then also the city. It's much more literally and figuratively sexually explicit, and much more about the pleasures of man and
even
robot,
in some way about
messy,
the Holocaust and fascism in general. And what do you think about that section? Because he's obviously like a gigolo type.
Yeah, I
Joe
think too,
Gigolo, literally.
It's a weird thing because the Jude Law character is like, he's older, literally. I mean, obviously Jude Law was older than Haley Joel Osment. And he's like has a more world-weary, mature idea of his relationship to human beings. He knows he's more of a tool to be played with, or than he is his own self-sustaining thing. And so I think that presents this counterpoint towards, well, maybe David should not exactly be necessarily a gigolo, but like has the opportunity to be something a little different and like more mature and world-weary. And yet he insists on literally and figuratively remaining a child and pursuing these childlike devotion and love. Is that Spielberg in his roundabout way saying that, like, yeah, you can go out into the world and do your own thing, but ultimately we all deep down crave love and human connection above this literally and figuratively false connection that either robots bring or sexuality brings or these other things.
Yeah, and I think what's so genius about that section of the movie is it feels like, this is so random, but that section when it begins of Jude Law coming in and finding this woman that he is one of his regulars has been killed by her husband.
Yes, and he's set up and framed,
and that's basically the ending of a Brian De Palma sci-fi movie, or like the end of the first act of a Brian De Palma sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, and like you get the sense you've walked in on another movie, and then it's like and then while he's dealing with this, in his way comes this David character, and then it's like, it's kind of still halfway that movie that he's dealing with his problems of literally being assumed to be a murderer, and then also like, oh, by the way, here's what humanity's all really about, and then he gives himself up.
Well, even before that, it goes into that flesh fair section, which in of itself shows that one thing that at this point is uniting all races, classes of humanity is this anger and hate towards robots. And
it's like Sid in Toy Story towards the toys.
And like that, and like, the flesh fair section, even before that, really, of the Pinocchio story, draw to mind the like carnival fair-esque atmosphere that is clearly going and trying to traffic in that symmetry or direction.
And throughout history, that is getting too philosophical, but throughout history, human beings finding more solace in being able to destroy, humiliate, torture, and murder people that are things that they see as not human, as in the case of Romans with their prisoners, whether they be Christian or otherwise, because that's something that gets a little too, I think, sometimes covered, is, oh, they were all Christians. Well, not all of them. I mentioned the thing about Sid and Toy Story, and also especially the Holocaust as a version of that, as saying we can see these people as subhuman, and therefore we can do with them what we want. Which for their case was not as much entertainment as it was just outright annihilation. But and I think that's and that's also not to then compare this exactly with the Holocaust, but rather, and to say that these AI are like Jews or something, like what the problem was with Bicentennial Man. But once again, what works about that more here is that it is showing the effect of what that is, and showing, rather than showing what happens to these robots as what happened to the Jews exactly, more by saying this is what human beings do because they are afraid to do it to each other, as they want to push this violence on something they see as lesser than, and more saying, wow, aren't human beings so evil that they would do that to something that they see as less, and which usually in the case, always is the case, is the same as them, but they see as something different. And so I think that's actually a very complex idea to deal with, and also good to have in the midst of a movie that ultimately celebrates humanity is to say, look at, like Bicentennial Man, look at how messy this is.
Mm-hmm. And then also in the midst of the flesh fair section that humans are there's like a dad and his daughter who are convinced no, David's a real child. There's something different about this kid.
Who work for the flesh fair people.
Yeah, and that Brendan Gleeson, who we haven't really remarked upon, he plays like this awful...
He's like a Jurassic Park character, I feel like. Yeah,
that one guy in the second one, especially, Lost World.
Yeah, the guy that was in Romeo plus Juliet.
Yeah. He's one of my favorite performances in The Town, the Ben Affleck.
Oh, he's in that? I didn't know
He's
that.
like this really awful villain. I think that guy died a few years ago. I can't
Something
remember
Postlethwaite, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, like you said, it's very much. It feels like a Jurassic Park like villain.
Like Muldoon or 2 or something. Yeah. Muldoon 2.
And that like
Lost in Isla Nublar.
And that like inherently the most dangerous thing about David is that at this stage of the robots in the movie that he is the most indistinguishable from humanity.
Yeah, because there's that part where that mom in the crowd goes, "Hey, that's a real child,"
and then the crowd revolts because they're like, "No, we can't kill or harm a real child."
Yeah, right.
And then you have these like older versions of robots, which is one of the most inventive visually and also chilling sections of the movie because you see all these things that kind of sort of look human but are very clearly...
And once again, I'm sorry to keep comparing this Toy Story, but that looks like the part in Toy Story where all the destroyed toys come out, and it's like, we were once toys, but now we're this, Super Toys.
Misfits toys.
Or Isle of the Misfit Toys,
Right, that too.
There's that one where it's like this really old looking man and this big hulking thing, and it's got this like screen as a face, and it's like a blue VHS looking
he's
screen.
He's like a grouchy old man,
right?
basically.
And he's like talking through this like intercom, and it's just like, what am I looking at?
Then you have that woman who effectively looks real, but then
she's like French or something.
But then like her, it's clearly like a little bit of her face is still on the exoskeleton, and then the sides of it is like kind of destroyed. Talking about Teddy too, because he's kind of this companion, almost like a Disney.
Are you taking me to David?
Yeah.
Where's David?
He's like almost like a Disney sidekick, like character.
He's like Lotso hugging bear ain't funny anymore.
Yeah, what I like too is that he's like he's not a mean bear.
No,
but he's like kind of old and kind of grouchy and kind of over it all.
But in like a not exactly grouchy way totally. He's just more like exhausted.
Also, like literally the way his like hair or fur is colored, it makes him kind of look like he's got these like he's got his eyebrows up or something.
Yeah, well, he just looks exhausted as a being.
And that character out of every single robotic character in the movie almost has the clearest identity of purpose. Is I'm a thing to be played with, and I'm not all that mad about it. I'm just content with this is my lot in life is to be tossed around.
Well, there's that part where at the beginning of the movie when Martin, the other little boy, the real son, comes back,
who we hate naturally, because but also you got to think this is a child who. You got to really get in the mind space of that child. This is a child who's gone through this awful thing.
And then he comes home and there's a replacement
David
of him.
Is this attempt to replace him. He would naturally, as much as we don't like the kid, like resent that.
Yeah, and like he doesn't beat up on Teddy or anything, but there's that moment where he picks him up.
Yeah.
And is walking him. He's like, Martin, no.
Yeah.
Just like that. And it's like very sad but very hilarious. He's like knowing, I don't want to be moved. And
there's also
like,
that very...
And he's like, I've seen it all before. Like
of Martin's birthday party, that very sad sequence where David's like wanting to kind of, play with him, and he's got all of his human friends that are with him, and they start like poking and prodding at him and talking about, wow, he's so realistic, he's so cool. Let me see if I can like, tell me when it hurts. And the kid grabs like a knife, and it starts like poking at him, and he gets behind Martin, and he's like, don't let him hurt me, and don't. And it's very, very sad to And then he kind of accidentally drags Martin to the bottom of the water, and then like they all go to get Martin out of the pool,
and then
he's
he
just
gets
down
left
there,
at the bottom.
Left at the bottom, very sad.
And then Teddy comes and looks in like.
We can talk a little bit about the dad character, which
oh
we
my
just,
god,
like, totally
so like that,
hated.
Because like the Henry
Sam
character,
Robards, by the way,
Jason Robards' son. What a couple years they had there of like Magnolia, and then this, which obviously he would have died.
Also said he was in American Beauty.
Oh yeah,
who was he in that exactly?
I don't remember, but he is in it.
Oh wait, is he the guy that
she has the affair with?
Yeah.
Annette Bening.
Is that the guy that?
I remember him in it, but I don't remember who he is. He's not in a whole lot of it. But.
Or was Scott Bakula the guy that she was having the affair?
Oh no, that's who it was. I don't know. He's in it somewhere. I remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like he's a character who's like, oh, let's try this out, and then almost immediately is like, nah, I don't think it's working, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, so just as a character, I don't think that actually works. That's like one of the weaknesses of the movie. It's not really that big of a deal, but it's like his whole story's going on off screen, so it's like I feel like we need a little more of that. But
Frances O'Connor as Monica's obviously.
She's only in a little bit of the movie, too.
Yeah, she's actually not in a whole lot, kind of at the beginning and then the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Because she makes the decision, this is not working out. I'm going to take him back to the robot laboratory, basically, and he's going to be, like, deprogrammed and killed. And it's almost like, that's a very sad sequence where she's taking him, and she's like, he keeps asking, like, what, where are we going? And she's like, oh, it's almost like the story you hear parents tell kids about. Oh, I took the dog to a farm upstate.
Yeah,
it's like has that vibe to it, and she at least has the humanity to realize I don't want to see him die. Yeah. So he just needs to run away and go. And that's a very heartbreaking sequence.
Yeah, because there's that moment
she lets go of him, and again she's like she loves him enough not to see him die, but at the same time realizes that this is not going to work out, and that's its own sadness, obviously. And that abandonment that she has of him drives the rest of the movie for him.
Yeah, because there's that moment that I really chafed at when I saw it just even the other day, but now I'm thinking about in a different context, is where she's like, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the world. Yeah. Which is so, like, the way I said that literally sounds like a Tom Green line or something like, I have a bag of jewels for you.
Yeah.
They're jewels, David.
It's the world.
It's the world, David. The world.
Yeah.
But that's almost once again the James Baldwin thing of like her trying to couch her grief over having to give this child, or what she believes is give this child over to this, by saying, oh, it's the world that's the problem, not me. You know what I mean? And that's its own way of like a human being trying to rationalize their own bad decisions by saying, oh, this is the way it is.
Now, I think that's true, but do you think part of it also for her is like that I didn't tell you what to be scared of or warned about what you're going to have to do to live out in the world? Or is that
maybe yeah, but I think there's part of it that's this really, in her case, really pathetic approximation of trying to justify to herself, I didn't teach you enough, whereas actually it's you are just giving up on this person. Right. Well, this fake person who is now really a person. Like
that scene earlier where, because they're given like a trial period basically, and then they're told like, all right, if you read this, like it's like almost like a programming oath sort of thing that once, and it's in this, it's this in this red file folder thing. And
like I said, it literally looked like a Batman Forever Riddler thing. Riddle,
That when you open it up,
what's those things the Riddler does? Riddles, jokes, riddles, whatever. Yeah.
When she reads that scene's given a lot of import. You understand immediately, like, there's no turning back. And there's also, we didn't really mention it, but a really great moment of facial acting from Haley Joel Osment in that scene where he's like kind of in his more...
Yeah.
Now I'm like robot, and then like there's a subtle,
Monica.
Very subtle change that happens that is when he becomes more.
And she's not sure if it's real or not, or if it worked, and then he
spends the rest of the movie proving that it did. I don't know what else we want to say other than maybe talking about the end of the movie, because there's a lot. That's a very debatable kind of topic, I suppose.
What's debatable? You mean?
Well, the tenor of if it's a happy ending, a sad ending, something in the middle, like that. So obviously, David, he goes underwater to find Coney Island, and the blue fairy statue that's there, that he associates with what's gonna transform him into being human. He ends up freezing underwater, which is again the ending that Levi wasn't saying that could have been the Spielberg ending if he wouldn't have followed through with what Kubrick wanted to do. He's frozen there basically in time for 2,000 years. He's finally refound by these
whatever they are,
future robots who are very strange and kind of threatening at first, but it's kind of clear that they're not going to do anything harmful to David, or really by virtue of us, the audience. And they again, they see him as this godlike figure who has a connection to the past that none of them can ever really have because he actually knew humans. He then, is given the what do you want? Like, we want you to be as happy as we can make you. What can we give you? Anything. And he, of course, says, I want to be a real boy. I want, that's what he's wanted the whole time. And they kind of explain to him, well, we can't do that because literally that just breaks the laws of who we are and our
By the way,
reality.
just to interrupt real quickly, it does say mecha have evolved into an advanced form in a group known as the Specialists, interested in humanity, find and resurrect David and Teddy. So they actually are literally mecha themselves.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah.
So, they can't make him as a human, but they can for a day. And this seems kind of like a writerly conceit, but sure, we'll go with it at this point. We're this invested.
Well, and also, it feels like a fairy tale.
Right, that goes back to the fairy tale notions of it. That we can recreate Monica for a day, which then, of course, they do. If you manage to watch all this and not cry, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know I don't say wrong with you, because I do respect that people have different emotional reactions to things. But undeniably, the emotional crux of the movie is kind of wrapped up in that final send off. And then again, as we said, the debatableness of Monica, that version of Monica that was Teddy happened to keep the hair that we didn't really mention.
Do you remember that lock of mommy's hair? Yeah.
He just put that in his pocket or his
That's
stuff.
like the I came meme kid. You know what I'm talking about? How weird he looks. That's how I imagine he would talk.
So they're able
to
to
remember that lock of mommy's hair?
Recreate her for a day, and he finally, that version of Monica finally tells him that she loves him and that she's always loved him, and he finally gets that contentment that he never had over the course of his, and then kind of we didn't really mention that Ben Kingsley kind of does some narration in the movie here and there.
Yeah, he's the specialist. Yeah. Can I say also, because there's nothing funny at all really about that whole sequence at the end, but there's that moment where there's narration of they had David a birthday party because he had never been born. Yeah. It's just kind of inherently funny to me.
It's right around the time, by the way, of like Ben Kingsley's Sexy Beast era.
Yes.
So just keep that in mind.
And Terrence Stamp, tell him I'm having going. There's like a lot of that kind of versions of that. It's weird because the whole movie is the movie, but I don't want to say the whole movie's an excuse to get to that sequence.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's the movie in that one moment, is to get to that point. Literally one of the greatest things ever accomplished in cinema itself. As a montage.
This is a different thing than what you were saying about Bicentennial Man taking place over generations. But that sequence, one of the reasons, it's in of itself a beautiful, amazing montage. But it works because of everything that we had to go through before that. Yeah. And so that's our final catharsis for the movie, So it's a version of what we were talking about with a multi-generational.
And part of it is the joy that we get from him finally truly having joy, and the mother, in quotes, having joy, but also in the realization of, wow, this isn't real, which is
so do you
a complex feeling.
Well, this is what I was going to get to. Do you see that in a more cynical light then than what the movie is?
Well, what the sad thing
is, to wanting us to think.
What's even more cynical and sad is that I don't think it is cynical and sad because it doesn't matter anymore, because humans don't even exist. So it's like,
so all this is for the satisfaction of purely one being,
who's the thing that is most like a human being in the world.
Yes.
So the last version of a human that truly even is close to being a human
that'll
being.
Exist in this world,
right?
Yeah.
And I think that's also, in its own way, even though it's not real, that's the point of dreams, is that even though they're not real, that's what life is our dreams. And so, and I try to be very realistic and say, well, that doesn't matter because it's all about what's really happening here and now. But that's also, and I'm not saying that dreams are inherently religious experiences, but go beyond the natural world.
They can be windows.
Yeah, and they
into
can
that,
be,
yeah.
yes. So I think anybody who would discount that emotion can't really even be a religious or spiritual person either, because they don't even recognize that there's something beyond the natural world, and dreams are in their own way some manifestation of that. And I think sometimes we try to pull apart dreams and we try to boil them down to this is what they either mean or how they happen, which I think is we'll never have an answer to anyway exactly, but also is a discounting of like, well, what, and this is all what, in its own way, until the end of the world is about too, is like, being able to see dreams and actually physically see what dreams are.
And the addiction to dreams,
right.
and
so,
in lieu of reality.
And that being about movies in its own way.
Just visual media in general.
Right, but that specifically, I don't know, I just feel like if you can't appreciate that on somewhat of a hopeful level, then you can't even really be religious, even though it's all a facade and it's all not real. I think we would agree
that's the kind of central head scratcher of this whole project, is that I think we would all agree Spielberg has made movies that more clearly evoke a spiritual place because he himself's Jewish, and I mean there's a lot of things in his movies that go towards God or kind of a spiritual direction. Kubrick very famously is someone who, the most religious thing arguably in his movies is like the end of 2001, and that's a lot of questions about what exactly that's
about human evolution, and that's not an inherently religious aspect.
But even like this, like that movie's like interfacing with the monolith and this other intelligence above our own as its own grasp towards
that Harper's Magazine article I mentioned talked a lot about that. So,
but then
not that specifically, but that idea.
The Shining, very famously, when he was developing that, he would call Stephen King up, another SK, up a lot, and would ask him questions. And very famously, you can hear Stephen King talk about this in various forms about like Kubrick called him and be like, "Do you believe in God?" And he'd be like, "Yeah, I think so." And he's like, "I thought so," and then hung up.
No, it was something like, "Well, do you?" He's like, and then he shot back, "Well, do you believe in hell?" I think Stephen King said to him, and he's like, and Stanley Kubrick's like, "I don't believe in hell," and hung up.
Yeah,
it's like,
but like we just don't like. We don't associate the Kubrick, for all of Kubrick's brilliance and all the amazing things that he did, we don't associate his movies as hugs.
No.
They're like pushes, they're very clearly like pushes away. And there's stuff to be gleaned from that too. Spielberg, by contrast, is very much a movies that hug you. Not all of them to the same level, but like his filmography generally is one of comfort, more so. Which again is what the curiousness of this ending and this wrap up and resolution is, that it feels like a weird, imperfect yet beautiful marriage of these two sensibilities.
Yes, and also it's like what we were just talking about the way things are versus the way they should be. And that's the whole other thing, is like knowing the way things are is important, but also being willing to dream and have hopes for what things should be. That's the whole point of the ending also, is to say, well, it doesn't matter, we just want you to be happy. And I'm not saying that happiness is always the most important thing in life, but it kind of is ultimately, and the way you find that ultimately in my mind is through God. But in this case it's like they don't even care about anything other than we need to make this individual happy, and therefore whatever is going to result from that is what we'll do. Do you have a lock of mommy's hair? Do you remember that lock of mommy's hair? But
I wonder if, because I don't want to take away from what I think is one of the greatest film endings of all time, but I wonder if there's part of Spielberg that is himself reflecting on what he as a filmmaker is capable of doing, which is manipulating reality to make you feel happy at the end of, and I wonder if there's a part of him that thought about, like, when you're a filmmaker and you have the canvas that I or other filmmakers have, you can, manipulate's a strong word, but like, guide the audience into whatever you want to. And I don't want that to sound as dictatorial or as, morally or ethically nasty as that might sound. But, and I think it's also, I've heard some critics say this before. It might have been Matt Zoller Seitz, I can't remember. that we're actually lucky that somebody that has the filmmaking power of Spielberg made the movies that he made. Because imagine if every movie was a version of Schindler's List or a version of showing the worst depths of humanity. Imagine if he had channeled those powers into making really abusive, off-putting, confrontational cinema. You know what I mean?
Because he clearly has the power to do that if he needs to. Right. In that case of Schindler's List, yeah.
Any other final thoughts on AI, artificial
Well,
intelligence?
I would say about the ending in general, that like, kind of to wrap it up, I guess, by that way, is saying I'm glad we didn't talk about this right after we watched it, because I don't know that I would have been able to hold it together.
Yeah.
Because you were crying very definitively. I was, but was, a lot more quiet about it. So just in case anybody was wondering, definitely cried during this one. I cry also during E.T. and Close Encounters at the end of those. So, not to make it a competition. I'm just saying, like, that
I cried during Ready Player One. Actually, I didn't.
No,
I would have cried more out of shame.
Right.
Because for all of our Spielberg,
Allison Spielberg,
Spielberg
Papa
crazy we've done.
Papa Spielberg.
And this is another thing to think about with him, is that like he's made some movies that are not good. And I think that's another thing is some people would argue, if you're the greatest director ever, you've got to have only made good movies.
No.
That's not true. Now, I think there are certain directors who haven't made bad movies. That doesn't necessarily inherently make them better than... Because to me... and
There's also been directors who never made a good movie.
Yeah. Well,
there's plenty of those.
Because I think, Spielberg and Scorsese, I think, are two of the most interesting people to watch the catalogs of their careers, because they've loosely been making things for the same amount of time, and obviously went about it different ways, and they're obviously close friends and talk and share ideas with each other. I don't think Scorsese's ever made a bad movie. He's made movies that are stronger than others. I don't think I can think of one Scorsese movie where I'd say that's actually bad. Now, again, I can say that about Spielberg, but he's also made more great movies, I would say, than even Scorsese has, which is saying a lot because he's obviously great. But we watched this on the Blu-ray. I'd love to have a 4K of this. I don't know if they've made one yet, but the 4K looked amazing. Bicentennial Man we watched as a DVD.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one last question I was going to ask you. This kind of goes to the even deeper level, talking about both these movies. Do both these movies change your mind in any big or small ways about the prospects of AI?
No.
In the future? Just outright no?
No. Not in any way. Because ultimately, I think they're both reflections more of what it means to be a human being than it is about what it means to be a computer. Because and that's ultimately what it's all about, is that we are making these things. They are not just they don't just happen.
So you think these are purely stories, and I don't think this is even the wrong assumption to make, by the way. You think these are purely stories that are ultimately more about being human than actually introducing the idea?
I think that's ultimately what we're supposed to take from them. I don't think that's what they begin as. I think they begin as, let's make a movie about artificial intelligence. And then it becomes about, how
do we make this palatable to an audience?
Because it's all about being a popular movie and making money too. Let's be clear about that. I don't think AI is as much about that. But
it's nonetheless
but it's like, we have to make this a thing. That's what they become, those, because I feel like any self-respecting artists have to eventually realize, that's kind of what this is. That's kind of what this is all about. Those replicating humanity, and can that even be done successfully? In the case of AI, I think ultimately the answer is no.
Yeah.
Because then it says, look at what happens if you give this thing the ability to love. What's it going to do to itself?
And also an ability to recreate the inadequacies of humanity, because of course human beings make them.
Yeah.
So
no, it changed my opinion, none whatsoever. It actually made me think even more about why we shouldn't do it. So.
And weirdly, was there any weird empathy though for the robots in that equation? That it's almost for their own good that we do not
right, because I'm like,
road.
Because it clearly feels the pain.
Yeah.
Even though it's not even real.
Yeah.
But then that also is evoking our own emotions and our own empathy, which we get as human beings. So it all comes back to a human being, I think, aspect.
Yeah.
So
I think that's. I would mostly agree with that. I think, because there is a part of me that's like, and this goes back to what you were talking about earlier about well, we could stop these things, but we're not, as a society, not going to.
Yeah.
That,
It's
like,
very easy.
if we go down the road of actually doing this, should we create safeguards in place for the robots themselves to not feel discriminated against thing, or like, or somebody could listen to me say that out loud and outright laugh and say, "What are you talking about? These are like not human beings. They don't deserve the same rights as human beings." Blah blah blah. And most of me would agree with that, but
I feel more that way.
There's like part of me that thinks, but if we actually create a thing that has a consciousness, we also need to make sure that consciousness.
And no, I don't want it to suffer. Yeah, I'm not
against,
saying that. That's the whole point. But at the same time, it's weird. I agree. I mean, I don't want to
question us as Christians of should we even pursue this in the field of playing God or trying to create these beings that are not human.
I think so, but because it also doesn't have a soul, and we have that. And people say, "Well, how do you know that?" And I'm like, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm not going to go down this. I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole with you because." These are just things that are assumed. I know it's all about what you assume, man. Well, I'm gonna, what they say about assuming things, and you're the ASS here, pal. So, in the words of Mel Gibson, get the F away from me. But he didn't say that really in a good light. So, anyway,
that's gonna be all for this episode.
You know who I wish was an AI? That way I could know that he isn't real. Is Mel Gibson.
And you could type in anything and him say it like in his own voice. I will say, like, one of my favorite things.
I mean, what's that movie, The Beaver or whatever, where he's
Jodie
like,
Foster directed.
and he's like the whole time, The Beaver, Money Monster. Man, she really had a career right there.
Because have you ever in any way messed or touched with Chat GPT?
Yeah.
One time I typed in like Andrew Dice Clay does the Gettysburg Address. And like it was literally basically his voice and his way of talking, but like taking the ideas of the Gettysburg Address and Andrew Dice Clay's version of it.
Gore Vidal writes about the patheticness of an 8th grade award ceremony, and it was like, and it was very much that. I mean, I mess with that stuff, but I do that as a joke.
Right,
I don't do it.
I do the same thing.
I only really did it because I kind of was halfway interested after the guy talked about. I remember that guy that had that talk I went to. He kept saying, "Is accomplishing things at an increasing alarming speed." He kept saying speed, alarming speed.
We're slowly.
My favorite film, Jan de Bont film, is Speed.
We're slowly or quickly like racing towards WALL-E in terms of we're all just going to be people who rely totally on computers and are fat and overweight, and
all we do is watch Speed.
But
and
then the robots like pick up the trash. And
right. I was thinking about that earlier. It's like going to be more like WALL-E than anything. I think that we're just gonna rely on them rather than them control us exactly.
Yeah.
And then it's like, but what's the effort of control? Or what is it really? It's like I don't like all these philosophical questions.
In the end, what we all need to do is go outside and touch grass. That would be a good. Speaking of,
I mean, your is grass, as they say.
Speaking of, Jeff Probst.
Speaking of eating grass or whatever.
Well, no, like getting out into the world and doing
okay,
things.
Yeah, right, yeah, okay.
Jeff Probst. What have we got next
Alarming
time?
speed.
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
ある晴れた日、僕は一人の老人に伴われてふらりと町へ出た。
お嬢さん。
老人はラーメン歴40年。これから僕にラーメンの正しい食べ方を伝授してくれるのだという。おちちち。先生、最初はスープからでしょうか、それとも麺からでしょうか。
最初はまずラーメンをよく見ます。
はい。
丼の全容をラーメンの湯気を吸い込みながらしみじみ鑑賞してください。スープの表面にキラキラと浮かぶ無数の油の玉、油に濡れて光るシナチク、早くも黒々と湿り始めた海苔、浮きつ沈みつしている輪切りのネギたち、そして何よりもこれらの具の主役でありながらひっそりと控えめにその身を沈めている3枚の焼き豚。さて、ではまず箸の先でですね、ラーメンの表面を鳴らすというか撫でるというか、 そういう動作をしてください。
これはどういう意味でしょう？
ラーメンに対する愛情の表現です。次に箸の先を焼き豚の方に向けてください。
はは、いきなり焼き豚から食べるわけですか？
いやいや、この段階では触るだけです。箸の先で焼き豚を愛おしむようにつつき、おもむろにつまみ上げ、丼右上方の位置に沈ませ加減に安置するのです。そしてこれが大切なところですが、この時心の中でわびるがごとくつぶやいてほしいのです。後でね。
何が後でねだよ。ちくしょう、ひどい本だな。こっちまでラーメン食いたくなってきちゃったよ。まあ我慢しろ。あと2時間で着くじゃねえか。仕事終わってからゆっくり食いに行こうや。そう？それより続きを見な。
さて、それではいよいよ麺から食べ始めます。この時ですね、麺をすすりつつも、目はあくまでもしっかりと右上方の焼き豚に注いでおいてください。
はい。
それも愛情のこもった視線を。
やがて老人はシナチクを一本甲虫に投じてしばし味わい、それを飲み込むと今度は麺を一口、そしてその麺がまだ甲虫にあるうちにまたシナチクを一本甲虫に投ずる。ここで初めて老人はスープをすすった。立て続けに合計3回、それからおもむろに体を起こし、ふーとため息をついた後、意を決したかのごとく1枚目の焼き豚をつまみ上げ、丼の内壁にトーントーンと軽く叩きつけた。先生、今の動作の意味は？
何？おつゆを着ただけです。
Well, broadsheet journalists have described my impressions as stunningly accurate.
Well, they're wrong. I've not heard your Michael Caine, but I assume it would be something along the lines of, "My name's Michael Caine."
That is where you are so wrong. And you can look at my live video for proof, because that's the very thing I don't do. I say that he used to talk like that.
Do you, Michael Caine?
Okay. I say Michael Caine used to talk like this in the 1960s, right? But that has changed. And I say that over the years, Michael's voice has come down several octaves. Let me finish. And all of the cigars and the brandy, don't let me finish, can now be heard.
Okay.
I've not fucking finished in the back of the voice, and the voice now. I've still not finished. The voice.
Because you're panicking.
Because you look like you're about to bloody talk. Let me finish. Right, so, Michael Caine's voice now, in the Batman movies and in Harry Brown. I can't go fast because Michael Caine talks very, very slowly.
Right, this is how Michael Caine speaks. Michael Caine speaks to his nose like that. He gets very, very specific. It's very like that. When he gets loudly, it gets very loud indeed. It gets very specific. It's not quite nasal enough the way you're doing it, all right? You're not doing it the way he speaks. You're not doing it with the kind of... And you don't do the broken voice when he gets very emotional. When he gets very emotional indeed. She was only 16 years old. She was only 16. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. That's Michael Caine.
So if your Japanese is a little rusty, by the way, the Tampopo from 1985 and The Trip.
What's so funny about that first one, just by nature of it, you know, being in Japanese, it's like, if you see it with the visual and you're like, oh, okay, I get what's going on. Like, and it's,
so basically these two Japanese gentlemen who are like eating a ramen bowl, basically.
And it's like about the zen of how to eat it. And it's like,
And now there is part of me that rolls my eyes at that. There's another part of me is like, no, I kind of, that's life is...
Yeah.
We all have these orders in which we do things, and
so anyway, Tampopo and The Trip.
So this is a
not the Roger Corman The Trip,
right?
But
very different movie. This is a double feature you came up with. You want to maybe talk about?
Yeah,
why
I've
these
had
two came up?
Tampopo for a while. That was what, 1985? Is that right? Yeah, 1985, and then The Trip was 2010. They're both about food. In some way, obviously, The Trip is kind of a version of the TV show that Steve Coogan, and is it Tom Bryden? Is that his name?
Just a moment.
I think.
Let me pull it up here.
I think that's his name.
No, wrong one. That's a very.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of movies named that. So.
Let's see. Rob Brydon.
Rob Brydon
is his name. They play fictionalized versions of themselves.
Yeah, so that was the TV show.
On a restaurant tour of.
But then they've done movie versions of it, and it's basically them traveling around, going to these different restaurants as food critics and eating and like talking about, and also and them just having conversations. Also to say, because we kind of left it out here, that the Tampopo is about, I think it's these like truckers that find this ramen restaurant in Japan. They're like Japanese truckers or something, and they say, "Oh, this is like the best ramen I've ever eaten," and they're trying to like make it a big thing or something.
Described as the first ramen western.
It's like how A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night was called the first Iranian vampire western. Yeah, I think it's going to be the only one. By the way,
yeah,
that's actually a good movie. So I'm not trying to think anything bad about that. But anyway, I picked both of these because they're both I own both of them. First of all,
yeah,
but also because I've had Tampopo for a while on the Criterion Blu-ray. Because that's a movie I know a lot of people are like, this is life or whatever, the way some people act about that movie.
Yeah.
And then The Trip is just I've really wanted to get more into the Steve Coogan, Michael Winterbottom orbit. I talk a lot about that movie In This World that Michael Winterbottom made, which is I really like.
Steve Coogan is actually, to me, consistently one of the funniest people.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done lots of different things, I know. He's done lots of versions of British TV that I'm not even totally aware of.
And he made that movie 24-Hour Party People. Or I'm sorry, Michael Winterbottom did, with also Steve Coogan.
Alan Partridge, he did that whole character, I know. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, like, that I know is going to be real comfort food of a movie to just see these two guys talk about whatever. It's kind of like, in its own way.
Then they had these sequels, too, I know. Yeah. Like The Trip to Italy, The Trip to Spain, The Trip to Greece, which are like I think the show like re-edited and streamlined into these movie
right. And
versions,
so that's from what I've understood. That's what these are. I've always wanted to watch these. I'm not what I would call myself a foodie. I don't really like that term anyway.
I'm definitely not for what it's worth, and I don't think that's necessarily a wrong thing.
No. But I was gonna say I like to cook and I like to eat, and I love restaurant culture in its own way, and kind of. Food, like I said, I'm not a foodie in the sense of what most people think that means.
Yeah.
How can I say this delicately? I think if you're like, I'm a foodie, it's like, oh, I love to eat and be overweight. I'm sorry, that's kind of what that means to me. Not everybody that is a foodie is overweight, but it's like, I love being a glutton is what that sounds like, rather than, maybe that's a better way to say it. But
it's also like, it's like people who are really into wine, like wine connoisseurs. It's like it's all about like taking in these cultures by virtue of their food in a way that I think is a little bit simplistic, but not totally unlike what we do with movies as cinephiles in terms of like I want to like experience Japanese culture. Let me watch some Japanese movies.
I feel like there's a certain haughtiness that exists with foodies though.
But wouldn't you
like
agree though too?
Culture
I mean, maybe we're just biased. Like cinema naturally is more of a expression of
life. You keep watching it over and over,
than food is,
and you can go anywhere to get it. You can go anywhere to get a movie.
You can hack anywhere.
Right. You can steal anything. Like food is a very... So I get it. Now, that's what's cool, I think, and what I'm going to like about these movies is it's like... And why I've kind of always sort of wanted to watch the Anthony Bourdain stuff, but also find his worldview to be incredibly arrogant and annoying, even though I agree with him politically. Yeah. I just am like, no thanks. So, sorry. But yeah, I just really want to watch those as like an example of what this is. And Tampopo, I just know, is very well beloved as its own version of that, about kind of the obsession of food and in Japanese culture and what that
and
means
meanwhile,
for
the
people.
trip seems like, by comparison, to be more about an excuse to like put these two men together, and that they have a natural chemistry.
It's like My Dinner with Andre in its own way. Yeah,
but they also have a natural kind of, and I think this is probably mostly made up, but also probably partially based on truth, that they're kind of annoyed by each other.
Well, we heard in the clip of which we watch that all the time and talk about the Michael Caine thing.
I've actually seen this movie years ago.
Oh, you did see it? Okay.
Before I really knew what this was.
I guess you liked it.
I did. I do remember liking it, but I'd like to see it again, and honestly want to see more of this stuff from them.
Right.
But,
it's just something that's really cool that it was like made into these movies that was TV, but like that is different in that way. And they're kind of, like I said, themselves, but they're fictionalized versions of themselves. And then
this is very much seemed like it's centered in England, and the other ones are in other whole countries. Obviously.
And obviously with Tampopo, that in its own way is about the idea of finding, this little restaurant nobody knows about. I love this, and then that trying to become its own institution through that.
There's a whole documentary that was a huge deal some years ago called Hero Dreams of Sushi.
Yeah, that
was this documentary about this, like what was considered one of the best sushi chefs in Japan.
And you had to travel a long way to get to it.
Yeah, and and it was like all this ceremony went into it, and that
I think made a documentary now episode about that. But
that's right. I forgot about that.
It's like Juan Dreams of Chicken or something.
Yeah,
no, it's literally something like that.
Yeah, but then also like that he was this perfectionist, and his children and him didn't get along, and it was like also about like all that. That was like one of those early to mid 2010s legendary documentaries,
like
of
Netflix DVD or Netflix instant
and like Act of Killing, that like little era,
the Imposter,
that whole little era.
Now I've seen the Act of Killing.
And I specifically say that might be like, what are you talking about? Like when I was in college when all that stuff came out, so I just have a specific cultural.
That was when and like Blackfish and a lot lot of those movies that were like a big deal at that time. That were
honestly,
like
documentaries obviously have always been a big deal, but like
there was that particular time
where documentaries in of themselves were becoming a more digestible genre. Probably
honestly, it's not even as much of that now as it used
to be. True crime is now the thing
right.
that dominates.
Well, TV is taking its own version of that. Yeah, you're right.
Anyways.
But
I think these are actually two good movies to follow up these movies we just talked about, because they're very
just like, let's hang out and eat.
And they're human, very human, both good and bad ways, like versions of that. So
we'll see how that goes. But check out the Tape Talks. Got those going on?
Yeah, I got 2 episodes of that out so far. Probably a third one. Well, not by the time this drops, but after that sometime soon. So
we're going back to school, so
probably easy. I feel like we've put out a lot of content, even above average this summer.
Ooh, I just realized the 2 that we've got coming up after this. Oh boy, after this one, I mean, the next one coming up. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be it for Overlapping Dialogue.
Accelerating, increasing speed.
This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
I'm sorry.